Magnum.
Sean the Don.
What's going on, player?
Hey, what's up, man? Glad to be here.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming.
Episode 2.
The road to episode 2 is fraught with technical nightmares. Oh, my God.
Yeah. There's been a few disturbances in the force.
Oh,
Natural and unnatural.
yeah. Disturbances in my janky setup in the studio.
That was wild, dude.
Oh,
I don't even know, like, technically, I couldn't even guess what was going on.
me neither.
If you can't,
Yeah.
there's a problem in the
Yeah, if I
system.
have a
That was weird.
just a remote grasp on what's happening,
Right.
jeez, we're all lost, right?
They figured it out.
Yeah, well, we made it. Episode 2, episode 1 We're coming in on We're coming in off of episode 1,
Right.
to great acclaim.
Yeah.
Whole city of Philadelphia is clamoring for episode 2.
Yeah, the emails have just been, just getting flooded, so.
We got mail. We're like the Beatles. We got mail bags. We got people with physical mail coming in.
Yeah, it's like mail for the North Pole, right?
Yeah.
For Santa, it's massive. It's
Like-
bags.
like,
Bag.
dude.
No, it's trucks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, dude, drop Ep 2. What are you doing?
I'm not even sure what we do with all of it.
Hmm?
I'm not even sure what they do with all of it.
Oh,
Because it doesn't actually go anywhere. There's no
yeah.
actual address, right? I mean, it's trucks. Kids just all over the country send it in.
I bet they all bring it to the White House and they just light the fireplace with it. They just use it as kindling.
You might as well use it for a fuel source.
Something, yeah.
Why not? Yeah, I don't know what happens to it. I mean, it's a lot of material they got to process.
Damn, that is a great question.
Yeah, I have no idea, dude. I'll have to ask around.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, you're
I'll ask somebody at the office.
you're our inside source
Right.
to the federal
Yeah.
government.
Yeah.
You're down with all the 3 and 4 letter agencies, aren't you?
It's just right. All the departments.
The services,
Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of material though.
services, secret and otherwise.
Secret and otherwise. Yes, sir.
Postal.
Yeah. Man, where in the world do we leave off?
I think we just broke down the wall with C4.
Oh, leading up Ocelot. Right.
We're
Okay.
on our way to Ocelot. Young Kenneth Baker is strapped to a pillar, a load-bearing pillar.
Right. There's I remember there being these cables or wires all set up with
All right.
I don't know, C4 or whatever. Like he doesn't want anyone to get to him.
Yeah. There's these trip wires. He's wrapped up. He's old. He's wearing a brown coat and suit.
Right.
He's beat.
Right. He's got a cane, I think, too. Or
Yeah,
does he?
he does.
I remember him hitting Snake with
Yeah, he
it
tries to
later
hit
on.
Snake. He starts, God damn it.
Right. Yeah, he does.
Oh, yeah, at the end, he's like, God damn it, Jim, you lied to me.
Right.
What is that?
Right. Someone in that dude's position has a lot of inside intel about.
Yeah, and it is
Really?
funny that he's referencing, what was his name, Jim Houseman?
Is that who he was talking about?
Yeah, the defense secretary, Secretary of Defense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
forgot his last name.
Yeah, and he's talking about him like it's like an old buddy of his.
Probably is.
Ken-
Or at least some business deals.
Yeah,
Whatever.
Kenneth Baker is basically Dick Cheney, all right?
Yeah.
Because this thing got published in '98. At that time, Cheney was he was a VP at Halliburton, which you know what I mean. They're not really
That's loosely based on actual folks.
Yeah, they're not really. I would say that Arms Tech is more like a Boeing or a.
Because he's the actual president of Arms Tech.
Yeah. Like Lockheed Martin, right? For us, Raytheon.
Right.
Those are like the real life arms techs.
Right. Lockheed Martin's like one of the biggest defense contractors in the world.
Yeah,
they're
they're single handedly working on like solving the problem of like sonic supremacy.
Yeah,
or supersonic.
A lot of aerospace stuff.
Yeah.
A lot, yeah.
You know about supersonic supremacy, right?
Just the fastest
Yeah.
birds in the sky, just trying to be faster than the next.
Yeah, it's a matter of it's a new nuclear arms race, right? And it's happening right now. They're trying to develop because it really is. It's some real life Metal Gear shit now.
Well,
right?
what is it exactly? It's just
what
speed.
What they're trying to reach is a point where you can send a missile out
Okay.
from anywhere in the world, And like, let's say it can hit the other end of it and get there in a matter of
minutes.
minutes.
Okay. I'm thinking you're talking about aircraft. You're just talking about actual weapon systems.
It is aircraft, and it's related to scrambling jets.
Okay.
But also missiles, right?
Okay.
So let's say you can send a missile out, and it can. Let's say I can send a missile 6,000 miles away. It hits a target. It takes a minute or two to get there.
The faster it gets there, the better for whoever wants to hit their target, right?
Yeah. So it becomes a thing is the country who figures this out first now has an offensive advantage, right? It's the same thing as having nukes, right? Now, like, if we're the first people with, if whatever country has supersonic supremacy first, like it reaches this high point, you can send a missile, it gets there in a minute, you don't know where it's not going to show up on radar. It's just going to fly through.
I guess this intel isn't really out there, like which country actually has supremacy over weapons like that, right?
I'm assuming right now that the United States with the F-30, is it F-35 or the F-38, the thing they developed?
The F-35, that's from Lockheed. Yeah, they contract that out, yeah.
Now, I think that's finished. I think it took them a long time to...
they've been working on it forever.
Yeah. It was this point where they could figure out how to make it go fast, but like pilots are passing out in the cockpit, that kind of deal.
Right, yeah. That's no good. Yeah. Right. It could exceed, what the actual runner or the pilot is able to, the threshold, right?
Yeah.
So
and that's just an engineering problem.
Yep.
Because there should be a way to send a guy that fast without him passing out. It's just a matter of how they engineer the craft.
Right.
That's from what I know. So the F-35 is supposed to be the fastest thing right now.
That's like the most technically advanced fighter out there.
Yeah, whatever's cutting edge. Obviously, none of us know about that, but
nobody knows about whatever the best is because it's not contracted out yet, or it won't be done in another decade. Yeah, whatever the case, right?
Whatever, and also classified probably.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
If we have a thing that can send a missile across the planet in 3 to 5 minutes. Obviously, we're not just gonna. Oh, hey, we got it. We're gonna broadcast it. We're just, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. I mean, the faster we can get to you, the less response time any of their weapon systems have. I mean, the two big ones that everybody knows about is rail systems, using magnets. Like 5,000, 6,000 FPS, whatever. Metal Gear. Right. Yeah.
Rex.
or actual lasers. Right. Laser systems are getting. Apparently, I don't. Nobody knows what they're actually at. Unless besides the actual defense contractors / military, stuff on it. They know what that information is probably really not out yet.
Oh, you mean
still working on it?
Oh, you mean like
using lasers to shoot missiles out of the sky?
Okay.
Because they literally get to the. It's really just about. Yeah. It's really just about how much power. It has, because obviously it moves at the speed of light, so it could easily get. Missiles, I don't know how good that technology is now. Maybe it's great, and I don't know.
Yeah, the tracking is the issue. Can it track a projectile and knock it out of the sky?
Right.
Yeah.
Huh. I don't know.
But yes, apparently that today in 2022 in the real world, that's the current arms race is everybody
supersonic supremacy.
Yeah,
that's what it's called.
People want to get to this point where, because once a country has that, they can just, all right, no, we own you.
I mean, that can be translated not necessarily for aerospace and stuff like that, and weapon systems, like just to be the fastest about gathering information, technology, just like military applications. Who can have the fastest real time battlefield data. And upload it to like commanders so they know where all their guys are, all their girls are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Speed is just kind of a constant thing that everyone wants to.
Yeah, I guess
everyone wants to get a hold of before the other country or whatever have you. Right?
Yeah, I guess on every frontier, if you're just
speed is
if you're one order of magnitude ahead of everyone else, you're just it's like a bad game of Civ where like you have modern infantry and they have musketeers,
right.
And you just run over a whole country,
right.
Because that's why I think it is just this future tech that isn't available yet.
Sure.
Yeah, because it was like the Manhattan Project, right? It was this. Okay, we have the Germany, the Axis of evil. Is that what they call it? The Axis. There was the Axis powers, right?
Oh, the Axis powers, yeah. Okay. Which was like
I think they were colloquially known as the Axis of Evil or some shit.
Oh, they're the flip side of that.
Yeah.
It'd be the Nazis. It'd be Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or am I just thinking of...
what term are you thinking of?
Yeah, like the Axis. I was...
I always thought
they were called the Axis. I always thought they were called the Axis of Evil. The Germany, Italy, Japan.
Oh, yeah. That's like the flip side of...
Yeah, is that just a Super Friends episode? Like the League of Evil or whatever the fuck?
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Super Friends episode.
But yeah, back then it was a matter of everyone was rushing to make the atomic bomb.
Right.
Because, whoever could make it, now they're one standard deviation above the other side.
That's who Baker is. He's just a defense contractor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They make the best stuff.
Yeah, so
they can and sell it off to private entities. Maybe they only sell it off to military, and they'll probably pay a lot for it, pay the most for it. But
so Metal Gear Rex, the events of Metal Gear Solid are really like the Manhattan Project. Was it right? The Manhattan Project.
Yeah, back in '45. Right?
It's like the Manhattan Project getting hijacked.
Right.
Like if interlopers like got into it, it's kind of it's the same stakes.
Yeah.
Right?
Terrorists stole the physical stuff, stole the technology.
Yeah.
Tried or stole the
Yeah.
material for it, made their own, whatever.
Yeah, I really made this whole point just to say that Dick Cheney's a piece of shit.
Right.
That's where I was.
Nah, it came off pretty clear.
I can't see Kenneth Baker without thinking like, God damn it.
Well, he based characters loosely on whatever mainstream is going on at the time.
It's that idea of
kind
this,
of relate
of this guy that's so connected. You know what I mean? Like in defense contract spaces and politically, you know what I mean? Just war profiteers.
War profiteer.
Just our modern day version of that.
Right.
Yeah. So you walk in.
Right.
Kenneth Baker.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what. You walk in, immediately. Ocelot says.
He pops out, right?
Right. I forget
cool guy reveals himself, right?
I forget like verbatim what he has. What he says. He's like, one wrong move or one step.
Oh yeah. I blow this safe.
Break any of those wires, and the old man gets it. Kind of.
Yeah, kind of deal.
Right.
By the way, the voice actor's name appears as he pops up when he mentions "I'm Revolver." Ocelot, right?
Right, as he's spinning
his gun around.
His Colt single action army. Right?
Single action army.
Yeah.
And the voice actor's name appears. It says Patrick Lane. His name is actually Patrick Lane Zimmerman.
Was there a reason he wanted to not have that other name in there, or some technical screw up?
I have no idea.
I never read anything about why that is. I don't know.
I remember going in and looking for, you know what I mean? Like, I did a little bit of research.
What about the credits at the end of the game?
Beats me.
Maybe.
In all the other games, it's Patrick Zimmerman. Like in the later games, he's listed as Patrick Zimmerman. In this,
I bet that was a decision on him to do that.
Maybe.
Voice actors have different names a lot of times. Yeah. Don't know why. I'm not sure like in the business why they do that, but a lot of them have like stage names and like their real name is different.
Yeah.
Even though it's two names, it sounds like a normal name, but look, I don't know why technically.
Yeah.
Apparently it happens all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I remember it drove me nuts as I was doing the research for Metal Gear Solid 1. I'm like, because I swore up and down, I'm like, yeah, it's Patrick Lane, right? With a C at the end, not a K. Patrick.
I wonder what the credits at the end of the game say. I wonder if they're any different. Maybe.
Yeah. I know in some of the later games, I believe in Metal Gear Solid 5, it's Patrick, quote, Lane Zimmerman.
What's with that? Is Lane just a nickname for him? Because if it's in quotes, that's usually a nickname or street name or something.
I think it's his middle name. I'll have to look it up.
I don't know. That's weird.
Episode 3, we'll give the big reveal on Patrick Lane.
Yeah, the reveal. So Ocelot introduces himself. One wrong move. Yeah. Everyone's gonna explode. I guess. Yeah. I don't know.
He does a lot of that throughout the series too.
And he's really what's the word? He's really dramatic. He's really theatrical with that with that gun.
Yeah.
It's an old 6-shooter. Mm-hmm. It's a single action. You got to cut that gun. You can't just pull the trigger. You have to pull back the hammer. He's shot,
which is bonkers.
It's great. Yeah, they're fun. Yeah. I've shot them. They're great.
I've just seen that. I can't imagine having a gun and having to. I have to use both of my hands to use what amounts to a pistol.
Right. I mean, you could use one.
Yeah.
You use your thumb. Just pull back the
Yeah.
Just pull back the hammer each time, you know.
What's the torque like on a hammer like that, on a gun like that? Do you think it would be? Is it particularly?
It's. I mean, you could pretty much. I mean, anyone, even if they're not used to it, you can easily manipulate that back with your thumb. It's not a lot of. I know what you're saying. I forget how many pounds it is. It's different for each gun, different for each hammer, each company. You know.
Yeah.
A lot of people get it and they work it where it's like really smooth.
Nice.
Like they take poundage off. They just polish the metal contact and stuff.
Right.
It's easy in general. I mean, that's not a
you.
problem.
And you can, if you want to, you can tool around with your gun. If you're good, if you're like a gunsmith type like you could probably tool around with it and make that easier, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of things you can do. You can do things with lightening up the springs. You can polish metal contact. There's a lot of techniques. It depends on the system. Depends on the gun.
And you could, to the point where
just shooting it, not even bullets. You could just work in the action.
Yeah,
polishes that up. It actually loosens it up. It feels.
it
smooths it up.
Or just letting off a couple on it,
not even shooting
back
at the range,
and letting it go back in.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about dry fire. You know, dry firing is a whole other monster. It's a whole other topic.
Yeah.
That's letting the a hammer drop on a weapon system where you're not actually shooting it.
Yeah.
That could be detrimental to some guns. Other guns, it's not a big deal. But just working the action smooths it out a lot.
Oh wow,
a lot. I mean, you have to do it a lot.
Yeah.
But, you're not going to really see a big difference after like 50, 100 times. It has to be a lot.
I see.
But yeah, you can.
Nice.
So
I always thought Revolver Ocelot was like cool. It's kind of an anachronism in a way. Like he's very, he's dressed like a cowboy, right? Like
he sticks with this motif of his. He sticks with this whole Western lone cowboy thing, really, really strongly. I think he got the idea from Big Boss back in Snake Eater. Because the way he shoots his semi-auto, there's a grip and a wrist angle that's a little different with revolvers.
Yeah,
a little. It's hard to see unless you really know what it is.
Okay,
but he's like the way you're shooting that. It seems like
you're
more suited for a revolver.
Yeah, and then he got obsessed with the idea of revolvers.
Yeah. He's like, oh shit, Big Boss said I should use this. I'm gonna give it a go. And then he's just real like theatrical about it. He does a lot of flips. Yeah,
he's very theatrical right from the start. I guess so when he leaves the Russians, right? Obviously, because you see him in Metal Gear Solid 5, and he's wearing the same kind of garb, right? He's being a real cowboy, right?
Yeah, he's all
So once he doesn't have to be in uniform like that, he's like, I'm just gonna be a cool little lone gunslinger.
Oh yeah, that's his actual style. Like that's not a joke put on.
Suits his character too, because he sort of is just this lone ranger. Like he's just. He works with all he's always double and triple crossing everybody.
Oh, always. He's a super double, triple agent. Always.
Yeah. He's just a lone actor, just like how you would see in a spaghetti western. Just one lone gunman traveling from Texas to Chickasaw, doing it, like bounty hunters and shit.
That's him.
Yeah.
He's real with it though. That's his legit style. That dude.
Yeah, it's 2005 and he still hasn't given it up.
He can have upgraded gear. I mean, if you know how to use it, you know how to shoot it. It's it's just going to be as accurate as anything else. But you're limited to 6. I don't know what kind of gunfights he's getting into. I don't know if he just stays at Mother Base in general. I don't know.
Yeah.
And even later on in the game, what we're talking about, MGS1 for the PS1, I think he just carries one of them. I don't even think he carries 2.
Yeah, that's the funny part about how the series progresses. Because it is. I don't know what he does in 2, but definitely in 3, you see him when he has 3 of them. He has 3 SAAs.
In Sons of Liberty?
In Snake Eater.
Oh, Snake Eater. Oh, okay, right.
He juggles them. Remember that? He juggles and...
Yeah. And you know what? That gun is still being made today.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still being made by Colt, but it's not just by Colt. It's just a single action, revolver. It's still being made.
Yeah, same deal. Cock the hammer back every time.
Yeah, that's called single action. Double action, you could do that or pull the
okay, yeah, you can pull the trigger.
Yeah, that would be double action. I mean, this gun was made. It was a military contract for the United States Army back in 1873.
Oh yeah.
Like traditionally, everyone thinks it takes a 45 LC or 45 Colt or 45 long Colt, it's the same caliber. It's been chambered in 30 different calibers, 30 plus different calibers.
Oh wow!
You can get a lot of different munition, cartridges for that. It's pretty neat.
Oh, okay.
Different barrel lengths. You can get it blued, stainless, kind of in like a nickel finish. Whatever you want. They're fun range guns to me. I like them. They're neat.
I'm trying to remember which gun. I think at some point it was World War One or two. I think it was one. I have to do my homework again, but there was some gun that was
World War One.
It might have been World War One. It was some arms manufacturer. I might be.
Who used it? Which side used it?
I forget. I know.
Okay.
I know that they went to go like sell. This guy went to go sell like 5,000 guns, and then what he did was he went to go he went to Turkey, and whoever he was talking to there, he told him that the Russians are buying 5,000 of these, and so they did. You know what I mean? Like he kind of tricked them. He told both sides.
Right, he said,
the other guy is buying. I forget what gun it was.
It's not. You're not talking about John Browning.
I might be.
I'm not really sure what contract this is.
Yeah.
I
gotta go back over my notes, but it was some kind of like.
It is a famous Metal Gear gun. It's probably in the game.
I think I stumbled upon it because I was doing research for Metal Gear, and so I just discovered there was just some gun. I don't think it was an AK.
Handgun?
I don't think it was an AK. I think it was a handgun. I'm pretty sure it was a handgun.
Okay.
And it was just this funny like anecdote about how.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that could be.
What he did was I gotta look at my notes.
Yeah, he basically lied to both sides. Oh, they're buying these up like hotcakes.
Yeah, he two-stepped everybody. He said, "Hey, I'm gonna go to him and say, yeah, this guy wants it." Vice versa. Sold a bunch of guns through some era of like late 19th, early 20th century.
Okay, well, I mean, it could be the 1911.
Shit,
Does that ring a bell? I'm not sure the history with like the contracts with it and who.
I'll look back at my notes when I get a chance. But you're right.
That's funny though. I guess it worked. Oh yeah. This is really great. They're buying. That's a big sales pitch.
Yeah.
I get like letters in the mail. Oh hey, your neighbor just got these windows done with us. Yeah. They're really smart. You should be smart too.
Yeah.
Right? They always say, oh, we're doing work in your neighborhood. They're always trying to give you some relative like. Shit, so you're more comfortable with them. It's the same thing.
These pieces of shit. A couple years ago, a roofer knocks on my door, says, "Hey, do you know such and such?" Gives me the guy's full name. He's like, lives 2 blocks over.
That's the move. They'll always do this.
And I'm like, oh, cool. So if I get a roof off you, you're gonna be knocking on my neighbor's doors. Hey, Sean Donnelly fucking bought us a roof off us and give people my government name. Yeah, I mean, just like, hey, man, cool, yeah, I want you to spread my name all around town.
Oh wow.
Just.
And what if the work's really bad? Like on their part,
You think maybe they're
your
like
name, so he actually gave you the name and everything.
Yeah, man,
he's just assuming you know this neighbor.
They're hoping that the people that do know this guy hear the name. Oh yeah, I know the guy. Now they have in. Now they got to tell him the door.
Right. See, that's man. I
shit.
wouldn't be fooled by that at all. Like that's so stupid. I guess people are because it's a tactic they use. It's weird.
Yeah, it's this old. There's an old like. They say the way business is done is like. You take a guy, and what the hell? You make like 2 or 3 phone calls, like pretty much one after the other, right? You call this bank, says, "Hey, you should hire this guy as your COO." Mm-hmm. He's married to Bill Gates's daughter.
Right.
Then you call Bill Gates. Hey, you should tell your daughter to marry this guy. He's the CEO of World Bank or whatever. You know what I mean? And so you make this string of like, and you just say everything all at once. And so, like, each party is like, oh, he's cool with the other 2 fucking things or whatever. You know what I mean?
It's the same play. It's the same hustle. It's the same ruse.
It's just pretend everything's pretend simultaneously that the other party, it's already happened.
Right.
Like with the gun thing. Oh, yeah, the guy already bought him. Cool. Come by me, Right. And then simultaneously all parties decide to play ball, and it becomes true. And they say that's how business is done. You just lie.
I guess so.
Yeah.
For some things.
That's how you. That's how you material. That's how you turn a. What's the old saying? How to make a dollar out of 15 cents.
Right.
That's how you do it. You just fucking.
Lie, cheat. And,
just keep lying. Just keep spreading rumors, lying. Just keep be your own. Right. Remember what Donald Trump used to do? He used to call people as his own press agent. Hey, this is John so and so.
Okay. Right.
He would call people and give the press tips about stuff that's going on with them. And he would use an alias name, but it was clearly like Trump on the phone.
Did he?
Yeah, like half of the people knew what it was. And
were they always expecting a call from this?
I think they called guy. Yeah, the alias was like John something.
Right. So they knew if such and such called, it's a 100% accurate tip. We got to report right away.
Well, eventually people caught on. They realized, oh, Trump himself is making these calls and spreading rumors about himself to like increase his own like large use.
Even though they all knew it was him, though.
Eventually, I think some people.
I think he'd have a hard time hiding his voice.
That stupid voice. Yeah.
I don't think he'd be able to hide it really that well.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's weird.
He'd have to like, stiffen up.
Right.
All right, so we're in the thing, and now we have to fight Revolver House.
Fighting Revolver, yeah.
Which is wild because you can hide.
It's the first boss fight.
By the way, first boss, it's just he's the fresh. He's like, this is what you expect throughout the whole
game. You get into
game.
that weird kind of mini battle with Meryl, but like it's not really a boss fight.
Yeah, it's kind of like that's an event.
Yeah, and basically, the dynamics of the fight is you're running around Baker around these 4 pillars. Yeah. And it's kind of this top sort of view, right?
Yeah, the gun bat. It's a gunfight, left from front to back.
Right, right.
He owns one side of the room, you own the other.
Right, and like you can go back and forth, but you can keep running around, and eventually he has to reload.
Yeah,
and that's when you can get him. I mean, you can get him real quick around a corner if he shoots.
Yeah,
even though he's not reloading, you can kind of get him that way. Yeah. He's pretty good because he can ricochet his shots. Yeah, that's another dynamic of that. He can actually bounce them off. He's like.
He plays pool with bullets.
Right. He mentioned that. He mentioned something like the bullets go where I want them to, or where I tell them to go. Like, wow, that's
it's a real freak.
You're that great about you're like that mega mind of geometry like that. Yeah. You could like manipulate ricochets of of bullets.
as our resident weapons expert, like, what would you say is the likelihood of a person being able to do that?
Very, very well. Right off the bat, I'm going to say really, really, really low. Yeah. I mean, just like anything, if you practice with the same gun, with the same ammo, that's the same material and the same powder charge. Yeah. Everything's real consistent, right? Mm-hmm. And you practice and you know what the material is you're shooting and the angle of the material, and like out in the street, just out in a battle where you don't know what material it is or. Yeah. What real angle it is at a distance. Like it's sort of like that's just all crap. You can kind of get good at it with repetition, right? But not like in stuff that's just random. Yeah, it's really low. That's not.
It's like De Niro in Casino. Like you have to know like what the floorboards, like what kind of wood the backboard is.
Oh, that's real important.
Yeah, you would have
materials and stuff.
You have to get down to the nitty gritty. Yeah.
So, that would be that's just total bogus, right?
He does deliver my favorite line in Earth is...
I know what you're going to say. Go ahead.
You got to say.
Oh, I hope I'm right now, because he says something about the amount of bullets. This is the Colt Single Action Army, the greatest handgun ever made.
Well, he says that, but this is the thing he says.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
This is the thing he says during battle.
I'd love to reload.
Yeah.
Something about a...
I love to reload during a battle.
Yeah, I love to reload during battle. There's nothing like sliding a smooth cartridge into an empty bore.
Oh, does he say
something
that?
Along the lines? I don't know. I forget like verbatim what he said. I thought you were going to say the other thing.
Yeah, he'll sit there. He runs out of it's 6 shots, obviously.
It's a 6 shot. Yeah.
He runs out of shots and he like stops to reload.
Yeah.
When he starts, he's like, I love to reload during a battle, right?
Right.
And then when you can watch there's a gauge. You can watch.
Funny boss fight. It's really great.
It's
done pretty good.
You can watch the bullets go back up, and then once he's full,
you can hear him.
Yeah, you can hear him.
Well. To note with those guns, you have to. Do
you have to eject them one by one?
Yeah, there's an ejector on the barrel.
Yeah.
Underneath the barrel, and one by one, you open up the gate on the side of the cylinder.
Yeah.
So you turn it upside down. It can be kind of at an angle.
Yeah.
And each turn of the cylinder, you're using the ejector rod to hit the inside of the bullet out of the chamber 6 times.
Oh, it's only one. One can go out at a time.
You can only load one at a time and empty one at a time, because when you open up called the gate, you open up a part to where
it holds the other 5 bullets in.
Yeah, right. They don't. Right. There's only one opening to load and to unload.
Holy shit!
So you take all 6 out. I mean, like if you had that technology back then, because everyone else just had the, that if you had that and no one else had that technology, you're golden, right? When it came out, it was incredible, right?
Yeah.
So then but you actually hear him load each one. It's just cool. A lot of details in that fight.
Yeah, you hear shells dropping on the ground the whole night.
Yeah, and you can see them loading up, like you said, on the screen.
Yeah.
And you know.
And when he finishes loading, you know what he says? He says, "I'm alive again."
Yeah, he really gets a high out of it. He
had such
he's still alive, so I guess he's done really good at gunfights with people.
Yeah,
he's still kicking.
He has such a boner for reloading, dude. He fucking loves it.
But specifically that style, not necessarily dropping a mag from like a semi-auto.
Yeah.
And reloading the mag and then rechamber and that kind of thing.
He loves the feeling of being behind the 8-ball with the. He's got. I guess he has huge pockets just full of bullets.
He does have a.
He has the bandolier. He's got the strap. Yeah.
Yeah, right. They're all over him, right?
There's
no speed loaders for those guns. You just single.
He can't He loves taking his time reloading. Is what it is, right?
It's fun for him. Yeah.
He doesn't want to just empty the clip to do it, speed load, and none of that shit. He's like, dude, I'm going to take my time. I'm going to let bullets whiz past my face.
Right.
I'm going to...
This is what he loves it. He loves it.
You know what? And once he's fully... I'm alive. He just fucking...
Right. Yeah. No, you can really...
He's such a freak.
And that voice actor had to do a good job in translating that to the player. Yeah. He really, really cares about this, right?
Yeah.
For some reason, right?
It's my favorite performance. He's so, He's
a funny character. He's great.
And this is the first time
you're seeing him. Big two-face, big, 3 times a spy to everybody.
Yeah.
Himself included.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. He fooled himself, right? I didn't even think of that.
Literally.
He eventually double crosses himself.
Yeah. So he's the ultimate quadruple, octuplet spy, whatever.
Yeah. And it's funny because in the first game they just put that small conceit out that hey, he's a double agent.
Yeah.
And then they keep doubling down on that every game and he actually works for this other dude. Look
what he did with
he's like
the whole Adam thing in Snake Eater.
He's like your standard millennial that has 3 or 4 jobs.
Right.
Still can't make the rent. He just works for everybody. He just picks up gigs.
And you know what? People keep hiring him. Would you feel comfortable hiring a guy known to be a crisscrossing spy to everybody, stabbing everyone in the back? Would you ever hire him for anything?
See, I don't know.
Because you're just going to be one of his victims. You're just going to be one of the people that you send him to get intel or send him to get this or kill someone or whatever he's trying to do. He's not going to do it for you.
The talents have to be worth it. I'll bring you around, and then maybe I'll. You know what I mean? It's at that level.
Pretty dynamic character. He's got a lot of history in the whole series. So.
And I think he just never becomes known as a double agent. Right, because
is that true? Yeah, no one ever. Because obviously the player knows, but
by the time somebody figures out that he's crossed them, he has another gig.
It's over. He's working on the next.
He's working on the guy that just hired him, and he's doing his thing.
He's doing the next hustle
until the next guy hires him to do the thing.
Right.
That's all it is. He's your guy until another guy comes along. I think he works for the. Right? Doesn't he? He works for the philosophers from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because he's captured, he's taken off the battlefield when he was born. And then, it's kind of like Olga's kid, same deal. Just, they repeat the same trope, right?
Same recurring story.
The philosophers keep him. Now he's this smooth fucking agent that's done, just moves around everywhere.
Right.
And so he really works for one person at the end of the day. And then
I guess so.
And he betrays them by helping destroy the system or whatever. Well, that thing he was trying to do.
Right. Even himself. That whole thing.
Yeah. That really is, everyone in between, right, is just, that's really been his whole, I kind of love characters like that. Bleach has a character where, he's cool with this one guy for, 100 years, and they end up betraying everybody, just so that at the end, he finally betrays the guy that he was pretending he was with all along. Because his original goal was to kill that guy.
Right, so he did stick with his original thing the whole time.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
I haven't
seen that one.
He originally saw this guy and says, that's the guy I gotta kill. And then for another 120 years or so, he's cool with this guy. And them two, they end up betraying the whole everybody. The whole 9, right?
Right.
And finally, at the end, when it's just them two alive and they're about to reach their goal, that's when he backstabs them. because that was his intent for 100
Just
years.
waiting to strike.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah. It's pretty much the same guy.
Huh.
Just that shady. It's a trope, right? It's like just a shady dude you can't trust, even when he's.
Why are people hiring him? Well,
Yeah.
I guess people don't know.
No one knows. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just new guy, new face. You know.
I mean, after Snake eventually shoots him enough time,
Yeah.
to where you beat him, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
What does he do? He triggers a cutscene.
My hand.
Right, immediately, this
Yeah.
ninja cyborg comes in, takes his hand from him.
Takes his hand.
Brutal.
He
A lot of blood in that scene.
yeah cuts the wires off the guy.
Right, he does it fast enough to where I think Baker falls, like he's
Yeah.
sort of safe by falling.
He falls under the explosions. Yeah.
Yeah, they're sort of up high, whatever.
Yeah.
And then there's the pretty kind of important cutscene. Not a lot of dialogue, but with Ninja
Yeah.
and Snake. What the hell does he say to him? Oh man, it's sort of important. He says something to him.
Was he like, you and I are the same? Nah,
Something.
that's not
It's real quick, and then Ninja just hightails out of there. Just this quick thing.
Oh, I think, you know what? Kenneth Baker sees him. Yeah, he recognizes the cyborg ninja. He's like,
What Dr. Clark did. He
Yeah.
knows about that project because he's in the business,
yeah, he's like, oh, son of a bitch, it's you. And the guy, like, someone, I think.
He says that exoskeleton.
Yeah.
He recognizes the tech.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. Ah, shit. I forget what Ninja says to him.
So I think Ocelot picks up his hand and hand clasping a gun, runs
And he
away.
runs the hell out of there.
He gets out. The ninja runs out.
Yeah.
The ninja doesn't he have his manic episode, like he's like, remember that?
Yeah, he starts like almost having a seizure or
Yeah.
shaking violently.
Yeah, so he gets out.
Yeah.
So the whole party's broken up. Now it's just Snake and Baker.
Yeah, they have a pretty important
Yeah.
intel conversation about things, and he talks about the business. He talks about nuclear weapons. He talks about material. Material unaccounted for.
My favorite thing, Muff.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I love Muff.
Yeah.
Dude.
What's the
Material unaccounted for.
You're right. What would it be for your muff if it had a
No, I love all anything called Muff. I'm down for. I like material
umbrella.
unaccounted for.
rainbow umbrella? Okay.
I like the dirty Muff. That's all good. It's all good in
all
my
good.
eyes. Yeah, it's all very interesting.
It is all very interesting.
Both are interesting.
One is way more illegal, way more dangerous, and way more expensive than the other one.
Yeah.
The other one can be all. The other one can be all that.
By the way, who knows which one? I mean,
Right. It can
Who
be
knows
right.
which
The other
is
one
more
could be all.
expensive?
Could be also all those things.
yeah.
So what the hell is he talking to him about?
Because they really go on for a minute, right? They start
no,
talking
it's
about.
a pretty big conversation. It's like one of the longer conversations in the game thus far.
Yeah,
I think.
it's boring too. You remember he starts talking about. Remember we talked about this yesterday. He starts talking about red tape. He's like, man, let me tell you, like he can't stop.
Oh yeah, bribes. Something like bribes will get through red tape, obviously faster than
bribes.
working out red tape. Right.
Is that what Snake says?
Snake
says it, right?
goes bribes.
Oh yeah, he's very condescending. He's like bribes.
Bribes. Right.
Yeah, he's just rolling his eyes at him. Bribes. Bad you with your bribes.
So I guess Snake kneels down and is eventually talking to him, and he gets close to him, and that's when, that's when he's able to transfer Fox die.
Oh yeah.
That's when he's able to do it.
Yeah.
Because he got close enough to Anderson too.
Yeah.
Obviously. You have to. I don't know if the game talks about how close you need to be.
I think spreads like COVID. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Really?
Just air droplets. Just talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just.
So he after their conversation he has a heart attack or what looks like a heart attack. Whatever. And he knew right away that.
Yeah. He's like, those bastards at the Pentagon did it.
Right. They actually did it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then he said something else important right before he died. He's like, so they have. He's talking to Snake. So they got to you. He knew that Snake was the one transporting this to people.
Yeah.
Because Snake just said, "Oh, I just talked to Anderson. Looks like he had a heart attack." He's like, "Don't be daft," or whatever he said. Right?
Oh.
He's like, "That's not what happened to him." He knows.
Oh, he said okay.
Yeah.
He knew Fox was involved. He knew some. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the president of he's got like intel, espionage intel about all this stuff.
And then when it happens to him, he's like, "Oh, I thought I was on the VIP list. I thought you killed him."
But he wasn't. The Pentagon. The Pentagon said he's got to go too.
They were like, "All right, he should have known too."
They programmed his genes.
Yeah.
Into that also, so
Yeah.
it targeted him specifically.
Yeah.
So he dies right there, and Snake immediately gets on the codec.
Yeah.
Wait, no, there's something else we forgot.
He does give him the optical disc with all the
That's what I was going to mention. Yeah, and he says contact.
barrel.
Yeah, well, no. I think he only gives him. Does he give him the optical disc? I think he gives him the key card that opens all level 2 doors.
Yeah, he gives you a key card.
Merrill later on gives you the actual PAL disc.
Yeah.
Or is it the
the PAL
in the bathroom?
The PAL key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which can change, which is like all 3 keys, the temperature
Yeah.
thing. So,
and then he does say, "Hey, I was talking with that girl," and then remember he forgets her codec frequency.
yeah, he's like, I think it's on the back of the CD case. Snake is like, what the hell?
Yeah.
what?
And literally,
we talked about this in the first
Yeah.
episode. Like, nobody knows this. I don't think I knew what the hell that
your
meant.
Blockbuster rental expires by the time you figure it out because you're just like,
Right.
okay, I'll just drop this game and think about it and wait.
Right, they gave you the rental blue
Yeah.
and blue, yellow, and white, rental
Yeah.
case.
Yeah. It's just, and sometimes we did mention that sometimes on the back of those CD cases, you would see the codec.
Yeah.
That's how I remember renting it. That's how
If they were savvy to that, and if they cared about it enough to put that on there,
Yeah.
because it's actually part of the game.
Yeah.
There should be some contract. Hey, if this is sold or rented out in the store, you need to put this on the back of there.
It's so good that they did that. It's so good that Blockbuster was thoughtful enough to know to do that.
Right.
They used to, you would get cheat codes, which is cool. You know what I mean? You can get those out of a Game Informer or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that they knew, okay, this is gonna. I mean, they cared, right? They're like, oh,
That's really. And then again, they have to be aware of the game. If like, for some reason, there's just for whatever reason, there's not a lot of like actual gamers at Blockbusters at the time.
Yeah.
It's not going to be on there. Nothing like that's going to be on there.
There's either got to be publisher's notes that Blockbuster uses, or Blockbuster just has a guy playing every game.
Right.
And then bada bing, bada boom.
So I think right there, you talk to Campbell, you talk to a couple people about what just happened to this guy, but then you call Merrill. You have a pretty long conversation with her. She talks about, why she's there. She talks about, you get that kind of that soft, almost like weird. I almost want to call it sad music.
Oh,
I think it's called like Enclosure. It's like the song they played when Sniper Wolf died.
Yeah.
Right. I
think
they
pianos
that,
involved.
Yeah, I think that name of that song is Enclosure. I think they played it there. I think if it's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
And she's talking about how she always wanted to be a soldier. How I don't know. Maybe she mentioned about proving it to herself, or I don't know if she mentioned like her father, Campbell, whatever.
Yeah.
I forget exactly what she said.
Yeah, it gets, Merrill's like,
It's
hey.
pretty deep Kodak conversation. It's like your longest conversation.
Yeah.
Kodak wise.
She's just there. She's like, hey, I'm a chick or whatever, but I'm a soldier. I'm tough. Always wanted to be a thing.
Yeah, and he's like, just get out of here or something. What are you doing? She's like, I got to prove it to myself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because they did meet earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and I think that was like the first time she's ever killed anyone. He's like nobody feels, everybody feels sick after the first time. He's like, unfortunately, it's one of those things that just gets easier.
Yeah.
As you do it, right? And that's really unfortunate. That gets easier. Jesus.
Yeah, that's it.
Jesus Christ.
But it's kind of like everything in life, right? Like, I've never killed a person, but it's interesting that you do it and you keep doing it. You're like, yeah, okay.
It's one of those. Yeah. I mean, what are we talking about? It's like anything in life, right? That just repetition, right?
Yeah.
It will become easier. Nothing with repetition becomes harder. Yeah. I mean. There might be some concept someone can think of, right? But like,
well, I think things that things that shave away your physical state, right?
Right.
That's
things that have an excessive gross wear and tear,
like
mental, physical.
Slamming your body against a brick wall. That gets harder every time you do it.
Oh, that something. Right. Like I said, like there's concepts we can think of, but like generally repetition stuff that's not gross abuse, that's not over the top wear and tear.
Yeah, stuff that isn't. Yeah,
you're gonna get better at it, right? So he's talking to her. He's like, he's trying to give her advice. He's like, and he calls Campbell afterwards. He's like, she's still green, but she's as tough as they come. He knows she has like this potential, right?
Yeah.
So, he's got to get to Snake's on his way to the nuclear storage, whatever that second building's called, something like that. It's where when you cross. Well, first of all, there's a boss fight coming up, but he's trying to get to that building. He has to cross the minefield, outside area to get there. It's like there's a bunch of nuclear warheads stored.
Yeah,
the storage facility, whatever.
And he's got to cross one building to the other. Right, that's how it starts. They have the conversation, then
he has to go outside to. That's what Meryl's telling him.
I think does she help unlock the door for him, or how's that work?
I think so, yeah, because it's locked previously.
Yeah,
and there's a little section. I don't think there's any guns or cameras, but there's there's a section where there's these like lasers going through, right?
Okay.
And like I don't know, 6 or 7 of them that hallway.
Yeah.
Before you get to the outside.
Okay.
And there's a couple ways to do it.
There's a vestibule.
Right. There's a couple ways to get through them. You could either smoke,
thermal or smokes.
Yeah, or thermals, right?
Yeah.
And if they catch you, the whole room fills with gas.
Oh shit!
Yeah, and at that point, I don't think you have the gas mask, not yet.
Yeah,
right. But that helps with that. You put that on, it really helps a lot.
I think can you leave the room, or does the door start to shut?
I think you have to. I forget, but somehow you have to leave the room.
I got you. And then you just start over. Yeah.
Or the door just shuts and
when you're done,
you have to start over. Yeah, I forget like exactly what happened. So you pass that, and right away there's a minefield right in front of you.
Yeah.
Which is the boss battle with Raven, but before that, you get a call.
You get a call from Deep Throat.
You get a call from Deep Throat. You have no idea who this is, but it's interesting. He's not using burst transmission, so he knows he's local. He's on the base somewhere. This guy.
Yeah.
But he's trying to help out Snake. He says, "Look, he's like, who is this?" He's like, "I'm one of your fans."
Oh yeah. Right. I'm one of your fans.
Right. So
and it turns out to be.
Yeah, it's
the cyborg ninja.
It's that's what we'll call him, the cyborg ninja, right? Yeah, that's who it turns out to be. And he's trying to help him, right? Because they have a history.
Yeah. By the way, doesn't his voice actor, when you first bump into him, sounds like a black guy, doesn't it?
When he first calls you, when you first get outside,
when you first bump into him, and he has that raspy voice to him.
Yeah.
And then later you see him. And
when you see him talking as the ninja and on the Kodak, right? And
he's like, "Oh, you fool! Trust his life to a way." He has every voice I do is Snake. I have no variation.
Right. But there's no variation, right?
He's like, "Trust his life to a weapon." Yeah. Remember, he's like,
"It's like that. It's like that." Right? Yeah. Well, you know what?
I don't know.
It does sort of sound like that, but I mean, is Frank Yeager? What is Frank Yeager? I don't even know.
I think Frank Yeager himself is a white guy.
Is he? I forget. Well, you do see his face at the end.
Oh yeah. And then he is a guy. He is a white dude.
Yeah. It's just the voice actor just sounds like that.
That
just,
raspy thing. I'm
right.
It always struck me as they got a black dude to play that.
Right. Maybe that is who plays his voice, even though he's a white character in the story or whatever.
I'll have to look.
So
he calls you and says,
it's a minefield you're about to walk into. What? He's warning them.
Watch out. There's Claymore mines. Yeah. And he's like, "Who's this?" Biggest fan. Right. Hangs up on you. And so there's that. And then I think you progress a certain part through this field, and then the tank shows up, right?
Right. You can I think you can avoid them, or you can collect them?
Oh, the Claymores?
I think you can, or no.
I think if you come up, I think you have to crawl onto them from behind the radius, the 90-degree infrared thing.
And thermal goggles sees them right away, which is great. Yeah. It's funny, their name comes from an old military weapon in Scotland.
Claymore. It's a large sword, right?
It's this huge, this huge broadsword,
like a bastard sword. Kind of thing.
Yeah. That was their main. That was their primary weapon.
Yeah.
The Scottish Claymore. That's where that name comes from.
I looked at the Wikipedia for This is all like a month ago, but I looked at the Wikipedia for Claymore too. I forget about them, the explosives.
Yeah, well, it's a directional. It's kind of got that curve. It's a directional explosive.
Yeah.
It'll even say on it, front or face enemy. It'll give you.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah. Do you remember the pistol connected to the Roomba vacuum? Where I sent you that picture?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I also saw the other day a Claymore on a Roomba and just someone breaks in your house and you just send it out and it just finds the guy.
Wow. Just sensors to find movement.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And it's just like it will eventually
Roomba.
It will eventually bump into the intruder.
Eventually. It'll get to him.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Right, so the Claymore mines.
They're easily cleared.
Not the hugest obstacle.
And then triggers a cutscene with Vulcan Raven, giant shaman. He's in a tank, right? He's in an M1 Abrams.
Yeah,
that's what that is.
Still an amazing tank to this day.
I think it's one of the best tanks ever conceived. One of them, if not the
still in use. I was doing some research on the M1 Abrams, and for a moment I mistakenly thought that it could survive a nuclear blast.
If it's far away now, I mean...
Here's the thing, if it's far away enough...
It's so heavy.
People inside of it it's protected, it's all that Geneva shit. Chemical, biological, nuclear, right?
NBC,
Yeah. Is that what it... Yeah, NBC, like the channel.
That's a job in the military,
Yeah.
I knew a couple guys who were NBC.
Really?
Yeah.
What were they like?
They even gave me like these, what were they like?
Yeah.
Nuclear, what to do... How to protect yourself with hazmat, hazard materials. In a situation where that exists, when you have to be deployed to it, whatever. That's their specialty. That's what they did.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? A guy we went to school with he ended up going into the Marines, and his MOS was chemical engineering.
Oh, great. Yeah. So many jobs in the military.
Like he explained,
a lot of science jobs. Yeah.
He explained it. He's like, hey, look. What we do, you get a pimple on your, the enemy gets a pimple on their forehead, it pops it, 10 more come out, and now they got blisters all, you know what I mean? Like, that's how he explained what his job was.
Yeah, even if it doesn't kill them, it incapacitates them to where they can't fight for
it's a pain in the balls, it's just,
Oh, yeah, they're not going to be at their, even if they're on the battlefield, they're not going to be at their peak,
Yeah.
Huh.
Speaking of NBC, the game Fallout with the guy?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know how he has that thumbs up where he's just like, yeah, right?
I think so. I haven't played any of those. I'm familiar with the game.
Yeah, like the logo of the Fallout guy. What, like, he always has his thumbs up and he's smiling and he's in that suit or whatever.
Okay.
Now, I found out what that is, that thumbs up. When a nuclear blast goes off, if you're trying to figure out how dangerous it is to your current location, you put a thumb up to it, like you hold it up. If your thumb contains the entire mushroom cloud, you're far enough away that you're basically safe.
Just your thumb, not your fist.
Your thumb.
Your thumb, okay. Yeah. Right.
Now, if you hold your thumb up and you look up at the mushroom, and you point at the mushroom cloud and you look up, if the mushroom cloud is like...
kind of engulfing around.
Yeah, if it's over, if your thumb can't cover the whole thing...
you're in trouble.
Yeah, what it means is you need to... and let's say that's the case, but you're still surviving the blast. You need to get to a place where the nuclear fallout won't fall on you.
Right.
Because you're within the fallout radius, basically.
Right.
And so that's what that is. I don't know. That's a random fact of...
I never even heard of that before.
Yeah. That's just a way to figure out whether you need to go to your house or to a fallout shelter.
That's interesting. I mean, not that I particularly know a lot about nuclear weapons, but like, there's different yields to where mushroom cloud... if you could look at a comparison, because now we have them and they're ranged in megatons, right? That's what we know. I mean, there's some mushroom clouds in the comparison I was watching. They're like this, and they put it over a city. Anyone could watch this just to see comparisons. The one used at, like, let's say Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Yeah. They're like this, but they're huge for them. But and then they go up and up and up, and the most powerful one that, like, is known, is documented. Yeah. It's this gigantic mushroom cloud. Yeah. So that might not be It's like, how would you?
Might not be still applicable,
because not all the clouds, the actual mushroom cloud, they're not all equal. They're not all the same. Yeah. They're all different.
Oh yeah, you're right. I guess it's
that. Like, I never heard of what you're saying. That's probably accurate if you're talking about one particular type nuclear weapon. I think exploded a certain feet from from ground. Whatever its yield is, you can calculate that, right?
It was probably applicable to some point towards like the 60s and 70s, like Cold War era.
It was probably to the one that fell on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, right? Probably those, and that might be accurate with that. Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to judge that, I guess, with all of them.
Yeah, I think that piece of advice is it's along there with when you're in school, if an air raid siren goes off, duck under your desk and just.
I was just talking about that with somebody. That's a hell of a thing. You go to grade school.
And
part of your
I think
day,
it was us talking about it.
Was that
Might have
you
been,
talking? Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago or whatever it was.
We're having an
That's
air
a hell
raid
of a thing.
drill.
You have to train in grade school. If you get an air raid, if you don't die, you gotta cover your head, get underneath your desk, kind of tuck in real tight. Jesus Christ, that's sad.
Man, yeah.
That's terrible for kids.
And the fact that you would never survive that, the fact that it's just, oh, cool.
Well, if it's far away and you're just getting a little bit of the outside blast or some shrapnel.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well. Part of that is to shield you from that, even if it's close. But like getting under the desk is from shrapnel or things falling.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, you can survive. It's all distance.
It's
right?
great. That's a great point. Yeah. Far enough away, it's just the shock wave. It's just the same thing as preparing for an earthquake, pretty much. Okay. That holds up.
Like in explosions, and I actually studied this in school. They were showing you when I was for EMT.
Yeah.
They actually go over NBC hazmat stuff.
Yeah.
Usually medical schools, if you're going to be practicing emergency medicine, you're going to do that kind of work. You're going to be out on the street. You may experience some sort of nuke, some sort of chemical, whatever. You might be in that.
They almost had a thing at Temple a couple years ago. There was there was some kind of like a lab leak or something. Everyone was worried there was some kind of fucking.
Really?
Yeah.
I forget. I don't know about that.
Yeah, the fire department. Everybody got called in.
Yeah.
They were calling it John Mageddon.
Oh.
Because it happened in Philly. Everything was fine. Everything ended up being fine. But yeah, there was a day where everyone was
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. So what they were showing you is like there's a lot of ways you can die from an explosion, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily radiation, just an explosion. The first thing is the shock wave.
Yeah.
It's just physical trauma. It pushes you back. Your organs kind of get all kind of like mush, like it totally just kills your brain. That's that's one way. Stops your heart.
Just kinetic impact.
Right. Another way is heat from the explosion.
Yeah.
And then the other way, if you're farther away, depending on where you are from your radius from the explosion, the other way is shrapnel from the explosion, right? Yeah. So depending on where you're standing, there's a lot of ways to really, really get hurt from it, right?
Yeah.
It's wild.
It is wild. The explosions are the thing, because a bullet can pass through, non-vital areas of your body. You can't do nothing about explosion.
Because it's all over the place.
It's just math. Yeah. It's just you're too close.
Yeah.
You got to be X amount of feet away from it to just...
Correct. Yeah, it's neat. Yeah. And we had to go over nuclear stuff. We just went over it. It wasn't a big part of the course, but we had to go over all of it. I don't know if you remember, but there was a chemical scare. I was on duty. Me and my partner were like posted up where like Liberty Bell is and Sampson Street.
Yeah.
That's where we were at the time. And what was going on? There was a scare. Like we were on duty right there. There was a scare I was involved in where it was somebody saw some sort of white powder. Like they thought it was an anthrax thing or some sort of chemical thing, because what was going on back then.
Yeah.
That's like a big landmark, and that would be a place that people always think they're gonna target, right?
Yeah.
So somebody saw that. Yeah. And we were right there. We were just getting people out of there. Everyone was there. Cops, fire department. The FBI building is right across the street.
Oh yeah.
Philadelphia, the branch is right there.
Oh okay.
So a lot of people real quickly.
Yeah.
No civilians. We had to get everybody out of there. Like not just there. Back off from the corner. Everyone tried to help do that. So yeah. I was there for that, and it turned out to be nada.
Like a false.
I don't know if you remember that. It was in the news and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember there was a whole culture.
It was like 2008, 2009,
yeah, I was
2010.
I was saying around 2008 there was a point where a few famous people got like anthrax in the mail. Like one person got it.
That was a real thing. Yeah.
And then it became
mailed it to people.
And then it became a Unabomber thing where they're like, all right, everybody check for anthrax in the mail if you see a powder. Jesus. Like there was a couple years where that was a genuine concern. Everyone was just like,
because it was actually happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. It was wild.
Anthrax.
It turned into there was a lot of people there, but it turned into the whole ghost town. There was so many tourists and everything.
Oh, and you had to evacuate the
everybody
civilian population.
Yeah. Cops were there with us, firemen. We all everybody helped out. So
Yeah.
turned out to be nothing.
That's
That's good. So it was
Yeah.
actually in the Liberty Bell.
in the Liberty Bell.
Well, in the building, the Liberty Bell's in. I don't know
Okay.
how close they found it to the bell.
Okay.
Right?
I was like, damn, what they line the rim of the
It
bell
It
with?
could have been now. Like I don't know. It could
damn
have been somewhere maybe on the bell. I don't know. I'm not too sure about that.
Goddamn terrorists
Yeah.
throwing anthrax on a Liberty Bell. Yeah, just
You know what? It's still, even though let's say it's just flour, however it was,
Yeah,
or a
yeah. package
or something.
Yeah.
It's still a terroristic act.
Yeah, it's
Anything
still
to spread fear and terror.
Yep.
Right. That's a terroristic act. Right.
that is what's gonna. Unfortunately, that is the thing that's gonna do people in. It's gonna be like there's not gonna be some great nuclear war. There's not gonna be something. It's going to be some biological agent, something that just spreads.
It's going to be something really, really, really small, like an engineered virus kind of thing. That's what's going to...
Yeah, it's going to be some disgruntled scientist that doesn't get pussy.
Right. You know what?
I
didn't get that raise. I'm just going to leak everything out of this lab now.
Yeah, it's a...
Some level 4,
yeah,
containment lab.
What do they call those people who just basically have a dour view on society? Not necessarily. It's like a violent Malthusian. It's a.
I think there's a term that psychologists have for them. I don't know what they call them. I don't know what it is.
It's a misanthrope.
A misanthrope?
A misanthrope, yeah. And if you have a,
what does that mean exactly?
If you have a misanthropic view on the world,
I've heard of that.
It's just what it means is you hate people, you distrust them, you think the human race is just this filth on the earth. You know what I mean? Just
right. That's really sad.
Like Poison Ivy from Batman kind of shit.
Right. Yeah, she thinks that everybody is just killing Mother Earth.
Yeah,
her thing. Yeah, right.
Just to the point where you're like, you're somehow human and you hate humans.
Right.
And it's like, well, wait, if you're so good, then fucking everyone, there's got to be a few more like you. We can't all be shit. Yeah.
That's really sad.
Yeah, it's gonna be a misanthrope with a fucking virus, and he's gonna fucking blow up the Liberty Bell with it.
Apparently,
and it's gonna spread. It's gonna use it as a catalyst.
Jesus, right? That's gonna be the driving factor. Jesus.
Yeah, he's gonna take virus paste and just spread it on the Liberty Bell one day, and
oh god,
everybody, what do you do? It's like or like the Blarney Stone. Everyone kisses the Blarney Stone.
Oh man, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's a good way to spread viruses.
Yeah, the Blarney Stone should be like defended by the Secret Service. Like there should be, that should be like.
Yeah, I don't think anyone should kiss it or touch it. Like
that is weird. I mean, it's not the filthiest things Irishmen have ever done in the course of history.
This is true,
but it's up there. The Blarney Stone is probably actually very cleansed, right? Because it's out in nature all day, sunlight, rain. It's probably relatively clean.
Well, if it's out in sunlight a lot, ultraviolet, that'll kill a certain amount of certain types of bacteria faster than other types, and
like it's exposed.
Just sunlight.
Yeah, like it's exposed to just the elements, and then wind.
Like if it's like 20 degrees out. Nothing's going to survive that, right?
That's
it's like the papal ring, right? The Pope's ring.
Oh yeah.
There'll be a group of people, not just one person. He'll do this thing where he wants you to kiss the ring.
Yeah.
I don't know why the hell anyone wants anyone to do that.
They still do that?
I mean, with COVID and everything, they probably put a halt on that shit.
Yeah.
But like that's been a thing for the last 1,000 years.
I thought we had one good pope that kind of shut down all the bullshit, right? Then we have that one guy. Not the guy that's in now, but the one before.
The one right before.
And he was like, "Yo, guys, let's cool with the kid fucking. Let's cool it with
right. We need to stop that.
You can eat meat on Fridays. Yeah, he kind of shut down the basic shit.
You know what? This whole purgatory limbo. You know what?
Yeah.
That's all bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shutting down things that are like real important apparently for Catholicism.
Yeah.
It's just one guy could just say, you know what?
Yeah, he's like, guys, it's 2022. Relax with it.
He'll pull like a Larry David. He's like, I'm not feeling I'm not feeling the limbo anymore. We're gonna get rid of that.
He has a Larry David-esque discussion about like, you know what? And Larry David explains some shit,
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, here's why such and such is not, but you know what I mean? Like he has a whole
hey, you know what, Mr. Papal? The whole thing about the abuse with the kids and just shuffling the
Yeah.
priests around opposed to firing them
Yeah.
or arresting them.
Using tithes
He's
for...
like, I don't know about all that.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Spending
Christ.
tithe money on defense lawyers.
Right. Man.
Yeah. So the M1 Abrams.
Oh, yeah, right. Oh, yeah. Raven's boss fight.
I love seeing how far we can go, like 5 deviations off of what we were talking about.
It'll always be in the back of my head, but,
Yeah.
I like what we're talking about.
I love
so.
it. Yeah, I love it. It's a game for me. I'm like, how far can we go
Oh, well, we can go for...
until it's appropriate
But we
to
can
come
purposely do that, but, we're not purposely trying to,
back? Yeah.
We just legitimately are
Yeah. No, that's what it is.
segues to everything,
All roads lead to Metal Gear Solid.
So there's a couple ways to fight this thing that I remember.
Yeah.
Chime in if I just don't remember the right way.
I used to lob grenades into...
Yeah. When it's open, you can do that. You have to get close to it. I remember. I mean, you can't get close to it unless you use like chaff grenades. You kind of have to have like chaff grenades.
Oh yeah.
Because the main turret will shoot you.
Yeah,
Crawling, you're gonna get shot.
Yeah.
But when you're close, you can kind of keep running around it because there's a 50 cal up top, right?
Yeah.
There's a soldier in the white, and the genome soldier. They're up top,
Yeah.
using the outside turret, so you can keep kind of running around it, and it'll never hit you. That's cake.
Yeah.
And whenever you have an opportunity, launch a pineapple in
just
the
run.
top of it. I forget how many it takes. Not much.
Yeah. Right.
It's not a really crazy.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. It's not real crazy. You can.
I think I ended up killing like 3 genome soldiers in the fight, right, with the grenades, because they end up like flying out of the
There's
hole.
a bunch of them. They end up.
Yeah.
Right.
Raven just he's in there. He just eats it. It's
I
fine.
remember something. Right. Yeah. Apparently, he doesn't die from grenades. So.
Yeah.
So, I remember something about that fight where you can set up. I think you can set up claymores and it'll run over it. It won't like totally disable it, but it'll like disable it enough. It'll stop it from moving temporarily.
I'll blow up the tracks.
Remember that? Yeah, like temporarily, and then it starts up moving again.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you can do that, you can get it. You could lob a couple grenades real quick. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something I did a couple times.
I think I've tried that. It's a good strategy.
Yeah, and it stops it for enough time. Keep throwing grenades.
Yeah.
It's great.
Doesn't Raven have a little bit where he's like, it's like there are no snakes in Alaska or some shit? Remember?
Yeah, I think he says something to. Well, the first time they meet before the even fight starts, Raven shoots it right in front of him purposely. Not.
Oh yeah.
Right in front of him, Snake does this backflip.
Yeah.
It's
very cool.
Yeah, it's really really cool. So he and I think Raven says something. He's like, snakes don't belong in Alaska.
Yeah.
That's what he says.
Yeah.
Right. He says other stuff too. I can't like verbatim remember exactly what this dude says to him.
Yeah.
So, but I know after he beats him, he's like Raven's like in the tank, right? And he's quietly. Oh wait, no, he gets the card from one of the soldiers that blew out of the tank. He gets the new card, level 3, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
You keep getting higher numbers.
You conveniently bump into the next. You never just bump into 1 and then 4 and then a 2. You always bump into the next one.
You just happen to get the right. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, then again. Yeah, well, no, that's true. It's just kind of random. You just happen, right? That's a good point. Yeah. So Raven says something like he's talking to Liquid and Ocelot on his own codec radio.
Oh yeah.
He's in the tank, and he's like, I don't know. I could see him the way the voice actor does it. He seems like hunkering down like this, and he's like, "Gee, real low.
Yeah.
I hope you're happy, boss. He got the card."
Oh.
Right. He's like. I told you to stop fooling around with it. Ocelot chimes into Liquid's conversation with him.
Oh.
And Liquid eventually says, "What did you think of him?" Right?
Yeah.
And he's like, this dude, you can't believe the fighting ability. He's just as you said he was. I would expect no less, right? Yeah. He's like, he fights as if he's possessed by a demon.
Yeah.
Talking about Snake.
Yeah.
It's probably the greatest battle he's ever had, right?
Yeah. He
Snake,
can't get over how good Snake is.
It's really, really good. And he has these, I don't know, maybe sparring battles with Liquid. He mentioned something like that. He's like, he's just as good as you. He's like, you guys are like demons when you're fighting me. Whatever.
That's funny. That's wild.
So he's got the new card.
Yeah.
Goes into that facility.
Yep.
It's like you can see these. It's this kind of a little like auditorium. Like you see these nuclear warheads being stored in shelves, whatever.
Yeah.
There's a bunch there.
By the way, you notice how you're in the one building. I guess it makes sense, right? Because
What's that?
okay, because when you get to this new building, there's an area for like tanks and vehicles and shit, right? I guess there's a few.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, it's really just to house the nukes, the warheads.
There's a few nukes to the side.
There's that level.
Yeah.
There's B1 and B2.
Yeah.
What were you?
I'm just okay now. I'm remembering the whole layout.
Right.
I guess you can if you're at the helipad in the beginning. You can like the way it's built is they have those big doors. You go into the first hangar. You can go through this hallway. You know, this area where the
you can basically someone can drive a Jeep or a tank straight through all the facilities.
Yeah.
Right. That's how it's set up. That's why it has those big doors to get in. Maybe aircraft or tall thing, whatever it is.
Now, when you get to the second building, isn't there a door in the back, or am I misremembering?
Yeah, there's a door in the back,
and that opens later because you get through it a different way at first.
Right.
Okay, so that makes sense.
That's the second field.
Okay.
Was the second, sniper battle.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what that is.
Oh,
and then this is a little ahead, but like after that is the communication towers.
Yeah.
That's that whole part of the game. That's later on.
I'm just trying to remember if the whole thing actually makes architectural sense to be a military base.
Well, I don't know if it's a military base. Like originally, it was set up. It was set up to like canon story wise. The base was set up by Armstech, I think, to actually like build Metal Gear. To contract. That's what it was for. Like I don't know if it was like I don't know if it's a. Like originally, was it a military base that they just kind of took over? Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, don't forget you can get different cardboard boxes and go from the very beginning of the game. Get in the truck, and you can have a cardboard box that says whatever Building C.
Yeah, because it's nuclear. A, B, and C.
You wait in the box for just a few seconds.
There's a truck at each one, and you can.
The truck. There'll be a cutscene, and you'll be all the way at the other end of the game. Oh, yeah. Not the end of the game. The end of the.
Yeah.
The other building, and vice versa. You could take that and go all the way back.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you can do that when you're trying to get a certain gun for a certain boss fight.
Yeah.
That you need.
It might be.
Yeah.
Do you know where a sniper rifle is at? Yeah. Which is wild.
Oh, that was great.
It's kind of the invention of fast travel. Like when you're in
Assassin's that's what it is 100%. It's
like
fast travel.
Like Assassin's Creed, where you're like, I'm at one point, I'm going to go to the other Eagle Point or whatever.
Right. Once you get all those points together, you can fast travel through all that stuff. So
groundbreaking, so ahead of its time. Fast travel.
I thought it was great. I don't remember using it a lot just because I liked going through the facilities, just walking through it.
Yeah, that's not one of those things with Kojima. He puts so much in games that you never really use. It's just...
Yeah, he over, his whole story writing is over complicated in detail, but the gameplay is over the top. There's stuff nobody uses.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a group of people that use certain tactics and use this, but like generally, nobody plays the way like all the stuff that he puts in there, all the detail.
Yeah.
I probably don't.
It's there just so guys like us can talk about it later and be like, isn't that neat? You can do that.
People like options, right?
Yeah.
And it's just so Game Informer, IGN, whatever, they all can say, hey, this is really great. Top 10 things you didn't know about MGS gameplay. Whatever.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
It's like when you watch those videos about Tarantino films and they're like, who shot Nice Guy Eddie? You remember that?
Vaguely.
In Reservoir Dogs, at the end, where everybody gets
I've seen
shot.
the movie a couple times. It was a long time ago. I kind of forget the story and everything.
You got Harvey Keitel. You got the guy that looks like the Thing, and then you got Nice Guy Eddie. I guess one of the Baldwins. And the weird thing is, all three of them get shot at the end, right?
Right.
But Harvey Keitel only shoots one dude, and somehow both of them fall down.
I totally forget.
The other two are shooting him. Now the thing is, when they shot it, I think Nice Guy Eddie's. It was the thing because he was pointing the gun at the boss, at the Thing, whatever his name is, right? The boss guy.
Yeah.
So everyone, if you Google who shot Nice Guy Eddie, it's always a big question. What happened was...
What does Tarantino say about it?
So here's the story.
That's all I want to know. What he
here's
says.
The story. When they were filming, Nice Guy Eddie's squib packet went off early. Because it was supposed to be Keitel shooting both of them.
His what? His what packet?
Squib packet. Like a blood packet that you have on your wardrobe.
Oh, okay. Right. That just like explodes out of your... Okay.
Yeah.
That's what that's called. Okay.
So really what happened, his squib packet went off early. He pretended he got shot. Keitel shoots dude. Dude in return gets shot by both of them, and then Tarantino said, "Hey, just leave it in because everyone will talk about it. It'll think it's cool later." You know what I mean? Like it's like he instead of just filming it correctly,
right?
Like redoing it, he said, "Yeah, we'll just talk about it. No big deal."
That's pretty neat.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah, that's Kojima. He's like, "Hey, leave the cardboard boxes in. People,
leave all these potential. Well, I don't want to say mistakes, potential things that we didn't plan.
Yeah, just these things that have these niche uses.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That like 1% of the population uses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And only 2% of the population will actually care about.
Yeah.
To talk about, right?
Yeah.
I never even heard of. I don't remember that even being a thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. In Metal Gear Solid 5, there's got to be so many things that we just never.
There's half the things and half of the mechanics and half of the little tricks and things you can do with your gear that I don't even know about.
Yeah.
I mean, I can always pop on a video on YouTube, top 20 things that nobody knows about, and you learn them all. But
yeah, it's like when you're going through.
I'm still playing it.
It's like when you're going through a base and you bump into the communications thing where you're like, well, everyone's already dead. Like this is. Sometimes it becomes redundant where I'm like, I don't need to do it. Like it's fine.
If everyone's dead and all the resources are gone, like what you've done.
Yeah.
There's nothing there to do, or not just dead. If everyone's fultoned or asleep or held up still, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, there's physically nothing to do there.
Yeah.
Because the resources and all the other stuff, the diamonds, whatever, none of that has respawned yet.
Yeah.
Nothing has. It's just
ghost
town.
There's 5 different ways to take over a base, and that when you do 1 or 2 of them, the rest become
the little outposts. Like she said, Donna Bjork says, base captured. But then when you do the outposts, like smaller little bases, they're from 3 to 5 people, right?
Yeah.
Outpost captured. I love when she says that because I know I got everybody.
Donna Bjork.
Yeah.
See, I'm a psychopath. I play Metal Gear Solid.
She did a lot of music for that game.
Yeah.
A lot.
Okay.
Yeah, she did Sins of the Father. She's the singer for that. She did what's the song? When Heavens Divide. For Peace Walker.
Okay.
When Heavens Divide. Am I screwing that up?
I don't know. I think you're a bigger Peace Walker guy than I am.
Yeah. Well, she does a song for that game. I think. Yeah. I think it's Heavens Divide. She does Sins of the Father for MGS5.
So she sings these songs.
Yeah. She's also the voice. She's also the voice for a train in Japan. She just happens to have a pre-recorded voice of every stop.
Oh, okay. When
she does voice stuff, but she's a singer first and foremost. That's her profession. That's what she does.
Now,
she's really good.
She's like now at 5th Street Station, that kind of deal.
Yeah, some train in Japan. That's her.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah, and Hideo liked her, and he knew she was a really good singer, so he hired her for a couple different songs for the games.
That's so cool that you're Hideo and you just hear the Subway chick, and you're like,
you know what? She's also a singer. I want her.
Get her agent on the line.
Get her agent on the line. Right. Let's get Donna Bjork.
It's cool that she does all that, and that
she's really great. She's a great singer. I really like her.
And I love that she's just also the voice of Base Captured. You know what I mean? That they roped her in for that.
Yeah. Well, she's the voice of everything on the iDroid.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Mission, like if you send your guys out and your girls out, and
mission
failed.
I got you.
Support helicopter on the way. Whatever the.
I got you. Yeah.
All, she's the iDroid.
Nice.
Yeah. She's a singer first and foremost, but she also does that stuff. So
that's cool. Oh, because she also does the Subway stuff. It makes sense that.
Yeah.
That is the Subway stuff.
I guess he must have taken the Subway a couple times and he just heard it. He's like...
Yeah, and he's just like, I want her to be the iDroid voice.
We're going to have to get her on board here.
That's very neat.
She's the iDroid, yeah. So...
Speaking of music in the later games, I can't get over Quiet's theme.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like Quiet's theme.
It's just so goddamn good. The
it's
lyrics...
really good, yeah. Yep.
It's so basic. Yeah,
I like all the songs in that game. They're all really good.
Yeah.
They're really, really good.
I realize you can tell that Japanese people wrote that song.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But, dude, there's this one... Oh, this is one bar. It brings me to tears. Flowers of a brighter past. They bloom so free under the sun.
Yeah.
That's songwriting, my guy.
That's gold.
It's like poetic.
Yeah, sure.
That's how songs should be made. That's how they should be written.
And it's kind of meant to be an emotional kind of song.
Yeah.
Look, everything that happens, the quiet and
Yeah, I'm so sick of Nicki Minaj, Meg Thee Stallion, all that bullshit. Like they should go back. Yeah. Celine Dion level song performance.
Go back to that performance, that talent, and that poetic type of writing too. Right?
Reading the lyrics and listening to it, I was like, I'd love to write a song like that. I think that would just be cool, just to like poetically put it together. It's just, I don't know, for some reason it's just the best. You know, it's so underproduced.
That combination is just gold for you.
It's simple. It's like a piano. By the way, a piano, that's all you need, you know?
Yeah.
It's a piano.
You can do a lot.
It's some other shit, and it's just a chick just reciting very intimate lyrics. Mm-hmm. And it just hits you so fucking hard. Like, not to harp on this, but you know what I mean? You ever just, you just listen to something like that?
That was all written in Japan, you say?
I
don't know.
I'm looking at the lyrics, and I'm like, I always play this game in my head where I'm like, did a Japanese person write this and just make an English singer speak it? You know, like I always try to, because you can tell Snake Eater, you know, what a thrill, right?
Right.
If you look at the lyrics, you get the sense that this was written in Japanese, translated
with darkness and silence through the night.
Yeah, because it's all very like
it's all. I guess you can tell that it's that type of culture. It's that you know.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
But it's like you can tell by the way that the sentences are structured, and they're not how English speakers put together songs.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Not for Ronner, but for you. You know, it's just like whoever wrote this is trying to write the theme to a James Bond song, like an opening. You know.
And that's exactly what he was going for. The whole thing of it is a James Bond story. He's a spy.
Yeah.
The whole thing's written as a James Bond movie.
Yeah. And you can just sort of tell. Like, this is a funny game I love to play with that shit, where I look at the lyrics and I'm like, yeah, fucking, you know, you thought of it in Japanese and you made English people speak it.
Right.
You know, it's just, I don't know, just a funny thing. And you can tell, even with Quiet Team, you can sort of, you can kind of tell. I think they get better, as the last 2 decades have gone on, they've just gotten better with that. Just Japanese people doing English stuff.
Just translations you're talking about in general.
Yeah. Just whether like they're appealing to an English audience, and they're trusting English speakers to write shit more.
Right. I mean, I'm sure they are trusting them, but they hire the right studio. They know the right people. You know, Donna Bjork, she also did a cover of Snake Eater, which is great. She also did a cover of The Best Is Yet to Come, but she sings it in not Gaelic. She sings it in English.
Oh, wow.
So she has the accurate translation for it.
Oh, okay.
It's a great cover.
Because that's a different, the Gaelic, that's a different chick, right?
Yeah, which I can't pronounce her name.
Yeah, I've tried to before. I've seen it. I did.
Yeah, if I heard it a couple times, I could. I just forget how it's pronounced right.
I forgot. I can't even see her name in my head. I remember obsessing with, like, who is this?
I know she's from Finland, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Is it Finland?
Oh, wait a minute. Or is she from Ireland?
I thought she was Irish, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, I'm thinking of her name.
She has one of those funky...
Does her last name start with an F?
I don't know.
That's where I'm confusing. I don't know why I said that.
She's got one of those funky Irish names. You know, like Siobhan, right?
Yeah.
But it's spelled Siobahn. But it's really pronounced Siobhan, like Shivan, the phonetic.
Siobhan.
Yeah, it's pronounced that way, but then it's spelled goofy.
Yeah,
or like
totally,
or like Sean, Sean. That's nice. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Right.
She's got one of those names.
Interesting.
Yeah, one of those, like, you're playing with us.
Right.
Yeah.
So the new building Snake goes into, the nuclear storage facility, or the whole thing's a storage facility, whatever.
Yeah.
This is where you actually see the nukes. I guess you're at the ground level, whatever. When you go up to the elevator, because you can't go through the other door, you can only go up the steps to go through the elevator. I think there's 2 soldiers in the whole thing, 2 or 3.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, there's one upstairs, maybe 2 floating around down there.
Skeleton crew.
And B1 has the 2 bathrooms. You go into the woman's bathroom for a certain reason. It has like some weird command center with a table in the middle.
Yeah, the commandant's office, right?
And it has the boss fight down the hallway. That's B1.
Oh yeah, and then there's that. Yeah, there is that long table in the middle. There's like that. It's like a war. It's like the ready room or a war room or something. And
you could actually plan strategical, tactical stuff on it.
Yeah,
it's and like B2 is that electric floor
Yeah.
where there's like gas in it, where you have to use the Nikita missile just to.
Yeah.
You have to shoot out the thing that's right next to you on the other side of the wall, but you need to make a big U-turn.
Yeah, you gotta
bring it back. So
you can see it through a window, and you have to send the missile through this.
And that's we'll get into it in a minute, but that's that bloody hallway. And then B2 is basically Otacon's office.
Yeah,
that's what B2 is.
Now, what do you do first? Do you meet Marilyn 1, or do you? Okay,
yeah. What are we doing here?
I think we go
Snake's in that new building. I think he goes to B1 first because. No. He goes to Otacon first. He does the Nikita thing.
Oh, because Baker sends you there. He says, "Hey, my guy Hal Emmerich. He's the dude. You need to meet him."
At the end of Otacon's conversation, we'll get to it in a second. He's saying to Snake, "You got to find Meryl. She walks a certain way.
Yeah,
because she has the pal.
Yeah.
So anyway,
you're right. So it is B2, then it's B1. Yep.
Yeah, Otacon's first. So. You can't walk on the floor, and there's gas everywhere. Yeah. I think there's a gas mask. I think you get it in that area, but you don't have the card yet.
Okay.
You can't get it yet. I don't think so.
Yeah.
So you actually have to just run through it, I guess.
I think you take the Nikita thing. You blow the thing up. Yeah, it's a certain.
Well, that blows up the things. To stop the electric floor,
and then you have to run through. I
forget exactly.
I think the gas
dynamics of it.
Once you shut the electric floor off, I think that first when you're running south, I think that first or second room before
one of those rooms is the gas mask.
Yeah, you get the gas mask, and then you can fall back and put it on whatever you want to do. Right.
So you go down the hallway. I think there's a camera right there.
Bloody hallway. A camera?
I think there's a camera right there.
Oh yeah, like a surveillance.
I think so. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So, you go down, there's like a clean room where it'll like kind of...
There's a vestibule.
Right, yeah, right. Yeah. And...
Gets all the gas out.
You go through that hallway, and, man, vicious.
Yeah.
Very gory, even for that game.
Yeah.
You just see a bunch of dead soldiers, their body parts and blood is all over the wall and the ceiling and all over the place.
By the way, the security measures to get to this room is ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's
why. How do you normally walk on it?
Electric floor. I'm sure you shut it off. I'm sure Hal shuts it off at the end of the day, or it just stays there. But it's like, dude, there's gas and electricity outside.
Right.
I'm staying home.
Yeah.
I'm staying in my lab.
You know what? Supervisor, whoever. I don't think I'll be able to come in today.
Yeah, but my bad. I derailed you. We're in the bloody hallway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snake. I think, sometimes you can call on the codec whoever you want at any time to talk about anything, right?
Yeah.
But I think usually Snake will crouch down, or whatever, just stand up against the wall.
Yeah.
And there'll be a in-game, storyline cutscene where he does the codec thing. I think he calls I guess he calls Campbell. I guess he's like something about this isn't verbatim. Everyone's cut up. He's like. I think he must have used some type of blade. That's what he said. It said something along the lines of that, right?
Yeah.
I'm just forgetting exactly who he called or what he said there. He made a point of it though. It was a big.
Yeah, he calls somebody. He's like
eerie.
He's like, Jesus Christ, this is wild.
Yeah.
And there is a little bit of horror, spooky music.
Yeah, right. There's some ominous kind of music in the background, and you hear you do hear a little honorable tick to the ninja. You hear that Japanese I don't know what it is. If you heard it, you might know what it is. Yeah. It's this, you hear it in Japanese music sometimes.
Oh, like the...
You know what I'm talking about?
Womp, womp, like a womp.
Something like that, right. We're kind of high-pitched real quick.
It's like, reminds you it's...
That was like a homage because it was Ninja who did all this.
Yeah, it's like...
He's losing his friggin' mind, right?
Yeah, because it's sort of that sound of you're outside in Japan 500 years ago and it's at night. Womp, like like a shamisen.
I have to play it again.
Like a shamisen, like a Japanese instrument, let you know Japanese samurai are around.
That's it. The game, that will let you know that was the ninja who did that.
I got you.
He's losing it.
Yeah.
So, he goes into, he makes it to the lab. It's open. He goes right into it.
Yeah.
Cutscene starts with, Snake walks in. What happens? Because
Do you bump into Hal first, or do you bump into the ninja first?
No, I think you bump into Hal first. He's looking around, or maybe you call someone, Campbell or something, and Campbell goes, "Oh, Hal Emmerich's in there. You got to find him," or something like that. I'm not, I don't know. I'm kind of a little fuzzy about that one little detail.
Some kind of cutscene starts when you approach the locker. Yeah.
Or the locker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. When you actually get, it's like when you walk straight, it's basically straight from like where the door is.
To the middle back of the room. Yeah.
Right.
There's supercomputers over here. Yeah.
Yeah, that run all the tests for Metal Gear. Run all the So he ends up talking to him. He comes out of there. He talks to Snake. They're talking about what exactly?
I remember he explains to him why his name is Otacon. He's like, I'm an otaku.
I'm an otaku. I like Japanese anime and everything.
Yeah. Which is funny because this is published in 98, so like, this is a specific era. This is Akira, Golden Boy.
Yeah.
Cowboy Bebop came out around that time.
Same time-ish.
Right? Yeah, it was like that year. So they didn't even know about each other. You know what I mean? It was just like, it was all this cool anime at the time. All this stuff, Ghost in the Shell.
Oh, Ghost in the Shell.
Armitage. You know what I mean? So it was all like Aeon Flux. There was a lot of sexually charged anime that got moved to America in the 90s.
Right.
It was all very like anime and cool, but it was, you know what I mean? Like it was the first time we saw like man, this cartoon chick's titties are bouncing. You know, like you've seen a lot of that kind of shit. You know,
why are they moving up in the air like this?
Like they're being so salacious and just so. I think anime drew in a certain crowd.
Yeah,
and that's why they're considered otaku, and it's so it's kind of
just kind of the more sexualized.
Yeah,
it's kind of sparky stuff. Just kind of got people's attention, I guess. Whatever. Yeah, otaku, and then they started liking it in general.
Yeah, otaku it's kind of a slur. It
doesn't just mean anyone, not just anime. It doesn't just mean anything.
Yeah, anybody's into some shit.
Japanese culture in general, or is that is that incorrect? For
like otaku is kind of like calling somebody like a geek or a nerd
for a specific.
I go, thing. Like he's a Marvel nerd, or he's, you know what I mean, just in the geeky stuff, you know.
Okay.
And that's kind of what that means is like, he's
interesting.
And the implication is that he's a nerd, but also sort of a degenerate too. He's also sort of, you know what I mean? Okay, he likes anime, he's a geek for that, but also he likes like anime chicks and anime,
like that anime
hentai.
Where robots fight each other. What it's called.
There's Evangelion. Evangelion was out at the time. But yeah, what do they call that?
I don't know.
Is that a genre?
Yeah.
But
for sure.
There's Gundam, there's Evangelion.
Sure, yeah. I forget what they call it.
Yeah, it's God, there's a word, right?
Yeah, sure. It's a type of genre. I forget what they call it.
Like mecha. Nah. Yeah, okay.
Machina something, right? Or mecha something.
That might be it.
I know they use that Latin, machina in a lot of video games and stuff like that, just to describe anything machine or mechanical, right? Yeah. So, he's talking to Otacon. He's talking about basically he's trying to find out information about Metal Gear.
Disarm it. Talk about Rex a lot. Right?
Rex? Yeah, he's like, what do we do? What do I got? You're the chief engineer of this thing.
Yeah.
You need to tell me, how do I take it out? They talk about weak points and design flaws, right?
Yeah.
They talk about stuff like that. Eventually, I forget exactly what they talk. They talk for a little while.
Yeah.
They talk for like a little. Then there's like a cutscene in the middle of it where it's implied that they even talked a little more in between there.
Oh, there's a little bit of a
because they're at a different part of the room slightly, and Snake is sitting on the table.
Yeah.
With his hands folded and his legs totally crossed at the knees, right?
Oh.
Like they've been chatting, whatever.
Oh, okay. I forgot about that part.
Yeah, right. And then I guess he's just giving him the history of him or Metal Gear or whatever.
Yeah.
Because Otacon's the chief engineer of the project. That's what that's what he does.
And he's like, if you can't disable that thing, I'll have to destroy it or some shit. Remember, like,
right?
They have that conversation of like, all right, either we shut it off, or
we've got to blow this whole thing up,
or the fucking man steps up and fucking kicks its ass or a third time.
Right. Right.
Which is that's hype. You know what I mean?
There's a human being out there that just goes out and fights Metal Gears.
Yeah,
that's a beast.
He's
that's crazy.
So far, he's 2-0 on Metal Gears.
Right.
Only guy on the planet just happens to be fucking. You know what I mean?
That's funny.
That is the shit of my daydreams of just being in Center City and fighting like the Gundam invasion.
Sort of robot Jesus.
Can I tell you, just as an aside, I have this cool scene in my head where, like,
What do you got?
I'm in Center City.
Yeah.
Robots are attacking the planet Earth.
It could happen.
They send one to Philly, and I'm in charge of beating it.
Oh, shit.
So it, like, throws a fist down to, like, destroy the populace. And I just, like, block it with one hand, like, boom, and, like, poof, everything crashes behind me.
Wow.
I just do
Right,
that
the
shit.
shockwave hurts everything around you besides you.
Yeah.
Right.
But I'm strong enough to fucking somehow, like, I'm the man. I'm the dude that they're worried about, right?
Right.
I jujitsu that shit to the left. And then, you know, obviously, look, the whole robot shifts. Whoop, like it can't stand against my jujitsu.
Yeah, and it would definitely be downtown center.
It's always got to be right where the compass is at, right between
like,
Broad and Market, right there at
oh,
City
is that
Hall.
what you're thinking of? Okay, yeah, I'm thinking like right on top of Love Park. When I
go to defend the city of Philadelphia in my imagination, it's right. That's to me that compass is the center of the city, and I defend. You know what I mean? That's the high. That's
that area. You know.
That's the high. Just that specific square foot of real estate.
Yeah.
I defend that.
That's your sole priority is to defend that area.
It throws the punch. I boot. I do that. Then and then obviously I have a sword on my hip.
Obviously.
So I
gotta have a sword.
I throw the right foot out, come through, unsheathe, boom, pass its guard, cut it in half.
So this sword can cut this robot in half.
Just because it's in my hands.
Oh, okay. It's just because you're the wielder.
Yeah.
Simply, whatever's in your hands. Like, you know.
Yeah. And it's done with such ease to where if you were to film it for like a movie or whatever, you would just see a dude going, right. But the whole thing comes down.
Right.
It's just, but
and
it's
like it doesn't slice first. You sheathe your sword, and then it's slowly like.
We can get into that too. It can be, and then just the after. Either I hold my stance and the aftermath happens, or I sheath, and then the robot laughs like, and then it notices it's cut in half.
Right. It doesn't know that it's hurt yet.
Yeah.
Right. That's always the thing that's been played to hell. Someone with some sharp object, usually a sword or a knife, cuts something, sheathes it, or like walks away, and you don't see the cut until later.
Yeah, two dudes cut each other, right? And sometimes they do it where the guy that wins, he is apparently mortally wounded from the start, right? And then, but he ends up limping away or whatever. Then, like 20 minutes later, the other dude that thought he won, he's like, "Don't do it," and he fucking dies.
That's a thing, yeah.
It's such a funny thing of like.
It's all over the place. They do that a lot.
It's just they take so long to realize, I've been
mortally. Yeah, they don't know they're mortally wounded.
I kind of love that too. The guys that don't know they've been sliced in half, and they're still gloating like.
Yeah, that's a big thing that happens all the time. Yeah,
especially in my imagination.
Especially in your little.
Yeah.
You know, 400 by 400 real estate.
In my otaku head,
Broad Street.
That's what I do. Yeah, I control that square, and I'm like, you won't take. Listen, this is the birthplace of democracy for America, for this hemisphere.
Yeah.
I won't allow it to be taken by this any invading force. Big robots.
Doesn't matter what it is.
Hundreds of thousands of ninjas. I'm on
Hundreds of thousands. Aliens.
Yeah.
That'd be a big deal.
Yeah, aliens are a big one.
Alien invasion. Wow.
I used to work for this dude. He said that when he imagines himself doing heroic shit, it's always at a Wawa. You know, you always have different landmarks. It's either like in the front of your house or
real
like
important.
It's like it's either for me. It's either the front of my house. It's at my old job, or it's at Center City, that one's place.
Right.
And my old boss was like, it happens at the Wawa, where like
that's his battleground.
Where like the ceiling tiles come out and then just fall down, and they surround him, and he's like, I don't kung fu, you know.
Right.
But all right, so bad.
Where are we at?
I wanted to throw that in there, but
interesting.
Snake's like, you know, him and Anaconda kind of like having a slumber party talking about.
They're talking about a lot. It's a big cutscene.
Yeah, that's how they do. Yeah, they talk about Rex, and then they get into a little bit of like, oh hey, you know, I'm Anaconda. I like nerd stuff.
I like nerd stuff. What about you, soldier guy?
Yeah, and he's like, I don't like things. Right?
I don't like anything.
He turns into Christian Bale. Yeah.
I don't like things. That was even funnier.
I don't like things.
Anaconda.
He asked him.
I don't like things.
Yeah, he's like things. Got our boy Dave.
So eventually,
Things
that cyborg exoskeleton ninja freak
pops up,
right?
Oh,
Forget
boy.
how he just comes in the door. Forget how it happens.
Yeah.
And eventually, Snake's like saying, "Get back to Otacon" or something.
Yeah.
And Otacon
Shoves him in the locker.
Yeah. And then, they have a fight. It's kind of a cool boss fight. You got the whole office.
Yeah.
There's a couple areas of the office you can go and run around. Like, it's not just real open, which is good.
Yeah.
There's a point where you can shoot him, I think, but it's hard to do it because he's blocking it, a lot of it with your sword. Even the full auto FAMAS, I remember it kind of being difficult for some reason. Maybe you can do it
Every 10 to 20 shots, one bullet lands.
right. Yeah, it's not, you got to hand to hand this guy, and he even says it. He's like, he's like, what does he say? Hand to hand is the fundamental
basis of all combat.
Right. Only a fool
trusts his
life to a weapon.
Yeah.
Right. And so Snake's like, all right.
It's like, all right,
Holsters the Mark 23. Let's go.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
So the fight's pretty good. You're able to punch him and kick him, and then you back off. He doesn't attack. You back off. You go back and forth. You can do a flip to him.
Yeah. You can.
Yeah, and eventually later on in the fight, he hides from you. He goes into his optic. He has optic camouflage.
He's got camo
right?
on him.
Yeah. So eventually he hides in different corners or different places.
And then he just stands in the corner, just camouflaged up, waiting for you to punch him in the mouth.
You could kind of easily not too hard to find him. You can thermal goggles.
You can thermal if you want.
Yeah, you don't even have to really do that.
Naked eye, you can find him.
Everyone knows the 3 or 4 spots he's going to be at.
Yeah.
Right? So
and you
go up to him.
Yeah.
Get a couple good punches in.
Get the combo
waste his
on.
life. Yeah.
And then he warps out, dude. He does a flash step, doesn't he? He ping, he flashes out to.
Yeah, and he kind of disappears.
Yeah.
Because he goes into full camo. There's sort of a greenish gray camo that he uses, but then
And so he
runs.
He runs fast, and that's right, because you do see him moving.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a full a flash step. You know what I mean when I say flash
then
step?
You gotta find him again.
Yeah.
So after you beat him, he goes in one of those seizure things again. He's shaking violently.
Yeah. I forget why he did that anyway.
Oh, I forget. Yeah, I don't remember.
Nano machines had to be.
Maybe something could have been something. Yeah. Maybe that exoskeleton is hooked up to his neurological system.
Okay, yeah.
He's just freaking out. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's got to be some kind of. Yeah, it's not easy living in an exoskeleton.
So, I guess, and he's one of the first people they experiment.
Yeah, he's the fucking.
They had to actually experiment to find out how to do it.
Yeah, that's Rogaine 1.0 on the phone.
Right.
It's like hair plugs. It's gonna be rough on your body.
Yeah, and he's the first one to do it, so everything's new.
Yeah, all the kinks haven't been. Yeah,
that's.
Yeah,
wow.
the Neuralink 1.0 trials.
That's a real thing.
Yeah.
An exoskeleton.
Oh, an exoskeleton.
The military. I'm sure private entities make this, but the military uses it just to pick up real heavy, just heavier things than way normal, and put them on the trucks or put them on the things like that, crates and big ammo cans that are just unbelievably heavy.
Yeah.
You just pick it up like it's no big deal.
Oh, they just put a dude in an exoskeleton?
It's a suit you wear, and it increases your physical ability by whatever factor.
Yeah.
It's a real thing.
I think it doesn't use isn't there something that they
probably just hydraulics that help.
Yeah, I was gonna say hydraulics.
I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
Probably that.
Buddy of mine, he was in the armed forces. He was talking about that easily 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, dude, just
I don't
hydraulics,
know if
suit.
Yeah.
There's like a super soldier, like the super soldier programs, where it's either you're injected with something or you're just mechanically enhanced.
Right, or both.
Yeah.
Whatever, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, this thing,
that shit's mad
maybe in the future it'll be for the battlefield, whatever. But right now it's just for
they just use it as a
cargo and stuff like that. It just increases whatever your physical ability is by whatever. It's pretty neat.
Amazon needs to get on that and just fucking.
It's a real thing.
Just have dudes running through the warehouse, picking and packing.
Hey, we need to invest in these exoskeletons. Just super fast, super efficient.
Because the robots are slow, and the people can run back and forth to the warehouse, but they get beat. So, give me, that guy that he doesn't have legs, so they put those freaking sickles on his shoes, and he, you know what I'm talking about? The guy runs fast.
Doesn't have legs.
I swear to God, the dude is missing legs.
Okay.
And
what does he do? Who is he?
I forget. It's
What is he wearing?
Here's the thing. Okay, so in general, it's not just one guy. It's these shoes. They have these big blades on them.
Oh, geez, I know exactly what you're talking
It's like a U-shaped blade, and you can just
You can run and jump.
Yeah.
Super fast and go high.
You can sprint blocks. We should all be wearing those.
Well, it's someone who doesn't have legs, but you can also just put them
On shoes, yeah.
I think you can put them on. Yeah, right.
Strap them to your legs and
You
just
can
go.
jump like really high.
Yeah, you can just get to the roof.
And it's compressive like a spring. Like when you come back down, it softens it, even though you're falling way higher than normal.
It's one blade. It's like U-shaped.
Yeah, I know exactly what I don't know what it's called or anything, but
absorbs the impact. Boom. You're down the block in 5 seconds. It's nuts.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
I'd like to try those.
Me too.
That looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
Where are we at?
Exoskeletons.
Exoskeletons. So he eventually runs out of the room. You go back to where Otacon is. He's again in the...
Yeah. He pissed himself in the locker.
Right.
Piece of shit.
Wait a minute. Was he in the locker when you first met him?
That's a tough one. Might have been.
I'm not really sure now.
Might have been hiding.
Because I might have been confusing that the first scene with him when you beat Ninja and you get him out of the locker.
You would think for a guy who wanted to start a Metal Gear Solid podcast, I would have
Right.
paid attention to when
we could have did a little more research, but this is just by our memory,
Here's the thing: I've watched recently all 5 of
but there's
all
so
the Metal
much
Gear
content,
Solids.
If
You know what? When I came to Metal Gear Solid 1, I sort of spaced out after the Patrick Lane.
What'd you watch? The thing, obviously, with all cutscenes and like a little gameplay in between.
It's like small amount of gameplay.
That's cool. I like those. Yeah,
those are great.
Those are great. And they're pretty quick.
Let's give a shout out Kefka Productions.
Is that who does that?
That's this guy. He puts out the best. He does it for all the Metal Gear Solids, and he puts out Metal Gear Solid the movie for YouTube.
Yeah,
and
awesome.
I love not having the. Here's the thing. I love Metal Gear Solid, Final Fantasy, all these other story-based games. Mm-hmm. I've loved them ever since I was a kid. I like now that I'm a grown-ass man, I don't have to actually play the game and get involved because it's like a book to me. I want to see the story.
Right.
And it's just such a quality
That's really
piece
cool.
of content.
Yeah, and it gets people caught up. And maybe if there's a sequel coming down the road, whatever the game is, that's cool.
I got it. Whenever we get done, I'm actually gonna just watch that because I have to have this material fresh in my head. I can't remember.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like I've seen it and
Yeah.
done it and experienced it more than 12 times.
Yeah.
I mean, more than 12 times.
Yep.
More than that.
Yeah.
Over the years, and I just
likewise.
little details just not remembering.
And I can't tell you where Otacon starts. It's so infuriating.
Yeah, I forget exactly where you see him or where you meet him. Is he by his computer? I think maybe.
I forget. It would be weird if he.
I don't know.
You know what though? There is oh wait. I think I got it. There's the bloody hallway, right? And I think he escapes into the locker before the ninja gets him.
Oh,
right?
so he's been in the locker the whole time.
Yeah, because
but then he goes back in the locker when you.
I think he stays in the locker, and the ninja he's out and about because he just got done killing everybody in the hallway.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah. Jesus.
We're having a Mandela effect.
The Mandela effect. Yeah. So okay. So that whole cutscene with Otacon is after the ninja fight.
I believe so because they're finally let their little
hair
down.
I mixed that up a little bit. Okay.
God damn it.
Right. That's why I was questioning that locker thing. Sounds goofy.
Right. The Mandela effect. Oh, so Otacon has that whole conversation with him with urinated pants.
Yeah, because he got scared. I was gonna say shitless, but scared, pissless.
Snake's like, you pissed your pants.
Yeah. Otacon, what are you doing?
Otacon, he's like, I need you to go to B1. There's an extra pair of pants I need you to acquire.
Right. He's like, dude, you have optic camo. Go get whatever the hell you want. What are you doing?
There's 12 guards and an electric fence in front of it, but
12 guards.
You'll need them. You'll need a special goggle to see through the
Snake's like, you know what? I give up.
Yeah,
I can fight Metal Gears, but I'm not doing all this shit.
It's like a DLC. Like you have to find Otacon new pants, right? Extra mission,
right? Where did Otacon say he's going after that? Like after Snake leaves,
Otacon. He said, "Hey, I got the stealth things. I'm just gonna." You'll never find me.
Right, you'll never find. He's like, I have this.
Yeah.
I got this. But he does mention in the conversation after Ninja. Their whole cutscene. He does mention Meryl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He mentions Meryl?
Yeah, because he thinks she's hiding
Yeah.
Something about the PAL card on her, and he knows that.
Yeah. What's up?
Something about she's always been really nice to me. Whatever.
Yeah.
And he's like, maybe you can judge. They talk about how she's wearing a soldier's uniform. How they're gonna find her? He's like,
yeah.
Maybe you can find her by how she walks, Snake.
That ass.
Right. And in the game, like, you can see it's totally different from all the guys.
Yeah.
You can see it's a girl, the way she's walking.
Yeah, because she's hanging out on B1 and she's like patrolling, like she's just another girl.
Oh yeah, and she's going in and out of the rooms. That control room thing where that table is.
Yeah.
And she's going in and out of the bathroom. He's like, I don't know if Otacon says it or Campbell or someone says, well, if you can't find out who she is by the way she walks, can't you think of an area of the facility where only she would be alone?
Yeah.
The woman's bathroom.
Yeah, and they're very cheeky about it too.
They're real cheeky about it.
They don't mention like, hey man, she's gonna take a shit. So,
no, they don't. No.
Yeah, they're just like
more mysterious questions for Snake for the game player to find.
It's almost fourth wall breaking. Can you think of a room where girls would be? Like
a little bit of yeah, right.
It's a little bit like that.
Where chicks would be.
Yeah,
and only chicks.
Yeah,
right.
So you do that, and it's really fun because like I remember there is that cutscene. Yeah, Snake has a flashback to Meryl's ass. Because she's running down the hallway from the
right
fight.
When they fought those guys and Mantis is like overhead.
Yeah. And it's like a thing, and just he remembers. He's like, oh yeah, that ass. He's real fucking like.
That's what he remembers.
Yeah.
Well, it's like in the game, it's real noticeable. That's how you find her. And if you can't find her, well, you can find her, but ultimately you have to wait to talk to her in the bathroom anyway.
Yeah. So, such a key plot point just hinged on women shake their asses when they run and walk. Just it's very perverted of Hideo.
Yeah.
He's he's enjoying himself.
Maybe a little bit, but it's kind of an interesting, smart thing. Like,
yeah, it is. It is.
Their hips are wider for childbirthing.
Yeah, I do expect this from Japanese dudes. Yeah. From what I expect, it's not even weird because he's Japanese. You know what I mean?
Well, it's normal for him. I mean, it's normal for him, right?
Oh, it's just normal. It's just they wouldn't in '98. They'd never an American game maker wouldn't have said. Right. Hey, what if she fucking... You know what I mean? Like, just got real... Can you imagine the guy in the boardroom be like, dude, what if her tits were out? Just like... just pitching these fucking things and all this...
But that subtlety, that I don't even want to say Hideo subtlety, that Japanese subtlety.
Yeah.
It worked better than... It was just fun.
Yeah.
Kind of to figure it out.
It is cool.
But when you're a little kid, you're not even really sure what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah.
You have a kind of an idea about some stuff. Some other stuff you don't. You really don't.
Because I think I had to be on B1, and then it took me forever to notice that. I'm like, how are they walking?
I don't think I remembered initially what they meant, but like only where would Meryl be alone?
Yeah.
But I didn't like. I think I heard that before I discovered there are bathrooms.
Okay. Yeah.
So then I put it together or whatever.
Yeah. I just hid somewhere, and then I did notice the walking. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a funky walk compared to the rest of the guards.
Right, you're. I remember getting out the goggles and looking at how they're walking.
Yeah.
And it's pretty obvious how Meryl's walking.
Yeah.
Back and forth.
It's very nice.
Side to side, right?
Yeah.
So you go in there, and you eventually check the stalls.
Yeah.
One of the stalls you see like clothes in because she's changing.
Oh yeah.
From the uniform.
Yeah.
You go in there. Meryl gets a drop on Snake.
Oh, yeah.
For the second time.
Shit.
Which is funny.
Yeah.
She's like, this is the second time I've got the drop on the legendary Solid Snake.
Yeah.
So they get, funny tidbit. If you see her going in there, or eventually you go in there after she goes in there and it's like slow or some time passes, she's wearing pants because she gets, and she's wearing that black tank top regardless, but she's wearing pants if you're like normal speed.
Yeah.
If you're right on her ass and you follow her as she goes in there.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat. The mechanics of it is she's in the middle of changing, so you catch her in the middle. Yeah. So the cutscene, if you do it quickly, she's in her underwear the whole cutscene.
She's wearing white panties, if I'm not mistaken.
Sean, I believe you are not mistaken, sir. I believe it's white panties.
I'm
pretty sure.
It's been 25 years.
25 years.
I still remember the color of her panties.
Damn. So what are these two cats talking? Ultimately, she talks about again her life as a soldier and how maybe her family didn't want her to do it, but she had to prove it to herself.
Yeah.
And ultimately, she gives him. I think it's the. Am I right about that? It's the PAL key.
Let me think.
Right? She gives him that yellow and black key.
Yeah.
It's yellow and black.
I think it is the packet, yeah.
Hey, there's a couple keys. I might get it mixed up. But,
You get the optical disc that has no use whatsoever. It's just there.
right.
All these keys.
Whatever the hell we're doing with this shit.
Yeah.
He at the very end of it, Snake mentioned something about her FAMAS. He's like, "So you have a FAMAS or something?"
Yeah.
She's like, "Yeah, it's great, but it's." She either says it's out of ammo or something breaks with it. I forget.
Huh.
Meryl says something along those lines. It's either out of ammo or it's out of commission. Something like that. She can't use the FAMAS.
Yeah.
So he notices that she's carrying a Desert Eagle.
Yeah.
Which is a really huge handgun. It's made by Magnum Research, right? It made in Israel.
Yeah.
At the time of the game was made, that's where it was made. So
That's the big boy.
yeah. It's a huge gun.
Is the Desert Eagle? It's always been manufactured in Israel.
Now it's manufactured here in the good old U.S. of A.
But originally,
But back then, that's where it was. Yeah.
engineered and manufactured there.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Now it's like the Mark, I think 16, Mark 15, whatever it is. Back then it was like the Mark 1, Mark 7. That was just the model of it back then.
Oh, so it's like an 80s, 90s kind of gun.
Yeah, it's made a long, long time ago.
Oh.
The design of it, yeah, it's not a new thing. I forget the year. I don't know the year that came out, but it was chambered in 41 Magnum, 357 Magnum, 44 Magnum, 50 Action Express. That just happens to be the caliber that Merrill has.
Yeah.
Snake. And it comes in different barrels. Usually, it's kind of like an AR-15 in a way. I mean, it's not like an AR-15, but it has this rotating bolt that locks up like an AR-15 bolt does to the front of the chamber, which is cool. And it's not just recoil operated; it's gas operated. Gas actually from the round is what chambers the next round. It's a really hell of an engineered gun, and it's engineered to take some pretty big bore. Really fast moving Magnum calibers. It's really cool. Yeah. So it comes in a 6-inch. You can get a 10-inch barrel for it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I do think that is really smart that gun manufacturers in general that they use the propulsion of the round itself.
They use the energy of the gas to eject that one in, load the new one in.
Yeah. So it sends the round out on one end, and the other end it's working the mechanisms to do it again. It's
correct. Yeah.
Brilliant engineering.
It's incredible. Yeah, it's really, really great. Yeah,
just think to do that, just to
have the right materials, know exactly what you need, and knowing the pressure of the round is really important, and what it can take.
There's no movement wasted.
No,
it's all
actual practical mechanics to work the action.
Yeah,
eject the old round out. So some of the guns, most handguns. This is unique. Okay, most handguns, semi-auto, are not gas operated, right? They don't do that. This is really unique, and the way it locks is like an AR-15. It locks the actual bolt inside the where the chamber is on the front of the barrel, or the back of the front of the barrel. Where the round goes in, right?
Yeah.
So, what was I gonna say? That gun, Snake says something. He's like, isn't that a big gun for you, or a big gun for a girl, or whatever the hell he says? He's like, here.
Yeah.
First of all, he hands her another gun that's absolutely massive. An HK Mark 23. It's a big gun.
Yeah.
And it's got the old module on it, which is like a laser and a flashlight, and whatever. He goes to hand it to her. He's like, here, take my 45.
Still a hefty boy, yeah.
Yeah, it's huge. So she goes, no way, dude. I don't know what she says, like verbatim. She's like, no way. I'm more comfortable operating this firearm than I am with a bra.
Oh yeah,
and she unloads it, loads it with the mag, chambers around, but the safety, whatever she does, she runs through a couple mechanics real quick.
Yeah.
Snake, I got this, and he's like, well, all right then, chick.
Yeah.
You just hold on to that Magnum Research. I'll hold on to this.
Yeah.
Right? He does offer it to her. She says, nah, good.
So I can replace a magazine faster than a tampon.
Right. That's actually, that there's no doubt in my mind.
That's
No doubt. Yeah. So, she uses the same gun in Guns of the Patriots.
What if she was
Desert Eagles exclusively in that thing.
What if she was fast with both of them? That'd be funny. Just change it.
Oh wow, quick change.
Yeah. Quick, we have to get. We have reservations at 8. Let's go. Okay. Right.
Okay.
It like comes out like a fucking you know what I mean? Like it drops to the ground like a clip. You know,
right. Quick change. Right. You know,
that's disgusting.
It's called tactical reload. That's what that is.
Tactical.
Yeah, and you can tactically reload anything. Batteries. You tactically reload anything.
Yeah.
It depends on the situation to call it tactical. Right?
That
word's thrown out so much nowadays. Everything's tactical.
I call everything tactical.
Yeah, it's used for just everything. It's a big selling point now.
Yeah.
It's tactical. People might want to buy it more because maybe it works better.
Yeah.
Military uses it. SWAT team uses it. It's tactical. I got to buy it. I'll be better.
If I shit fast, I call it a tactical shit.
It's tactical.
Boom. I'm
tactical.
Out. I'm in and out. 2 minutes.
A true tactician.
Yeah.
A strategist would. So he gets the card. I guess it's the PAL card, that green and black card.
And does he get a level 4 card too? Or?
Yeah, because I think level 4 is the next door after the commander's room where Snake and Meryl are now headed.
I wonder if was Otacon give him a card?
Probably every main person gives him a card to something. I forget,
Yeah.
And there's like what 6?
It was 6 or 7. Yeah.
6 or 7.
Probably 6.
Yeah. So, you're not. Here comes another boss fight.
Yeah.
A really really good one. A lot of people say one of the smarter, better ones. It's really neat, really fun.
Oh yeah, this is the guy.
So they know. Meryl says you have to get to the commander's room, and there's a secret door, or whatever, in the back that can take you through some sort of side underground passage, basically a long hallway, which is another fight that's coming up to take you to the communication towers, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So you get in the commander's room, but even before you get in, that's when the boss fight starts. Before you even go in the door, Psycho Manus, he's a practitioner of psychic abilities, telekinesis. He does it all.
Yeah.
And he wears a gas mask, real signature look. He wears it to help stop psychic attacks on him.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Everybody's
something along those lines. That's why he wears it.
Everybody's thoughts are just like pollution in the air to him.
He needs. Yeah, he has trouble.
And it helps him block out all the extra noise and bullshit, and he can focus on one person.
It's like a chaff grenade for his brain.
Yeah.
Yes. Whatever.
Yeah, because it's just wherever. If he just went down to like Broad Market and just everyone was walking through during the day,
there's that area again.
He loses his mind because there's just so many people and thoughts, and he actually hates people because he can hear their thoughts. He's like, oh, people are so sick, so disgusting.
Yeah, right. Because he probably hears all the bad stuff that everyone.
He hates that
won't do, but thinking of doing or some shit, whatever.
He hates another like Hideo like perverted thing. He hates that everybody all thinks about fucking all day. He's like, oh, they're so disgusting. They just live to procreate, and he doesn't remember that part.
Yeah, he thinks humanity's really, really disgusting in general because he hears the real thoughts.
He's a misanthrope.
Yeah,
he's misanthropic.
He's misanthropic, right?
Yeah.
So,
son of a bitch.
So the boss fight starts before they go in the room. He totally takes over Meryl's mind. She's like,
oh yeah.
She's like, it's this way, Mr. Foxhound. She calls him Mr. Foxhound.
Yeah.
Even though it's really, I guess, Mantis talking, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
It's this way, just through here, Mr. Foxhound. The commander is waiting.
Oh, yeah.
That's what Meryl said.
Is Psycho Mantis the commander of that post, or like...
I don't know. It's called the commander's room. I'm not really...
He's got to be running the show there. Yeah. Right.
I guess in that area. I'm not really sure. I mean, that setup is like, looks like a library, or looks like a...
It looks like an actual 4-star general.
Right. Somebody really, really high up, I want to say, decorated that room. I mean, there's marble all over the place. Really nice wood. There's like...
Yeah.
It doesn't fit the Shadow Moses nuclear storage facility vibe. It doesn't fit that. It's so... It's like it's not even real.
Yeah, it's
like that room isn't even real.
Yeah.
Psycho Mantis is just projecting it in your mind, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't fit anything in that whole
it's
base.
It's a weird transplanted room, and because Foxhound was sent there to secure the activities of building Rex, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know if they were there from
They were there to like bodyguard it.
Yeah.
Sort of, right?
I don't know if they were there from the beginning. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they, like...
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they talk about it.
Got a lot of questions about the commander's room. I'm going to... Maybe next time I'll have answers.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why
Yeah.
it's like that or who the commander is or...
Right.
Is it Psycho Mantis? Or,
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's either Mantis or it's Liquid.
Because
or
she does
it's some
say the
guy.
commander is waiting. She says it, but it's Mantis. you know?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's got to be him.
So he goes in there, and you see him. He's levitating. He can use telekinesis on his body and straight up like fly. Right?
He's wild.
Yeah. I forget exactly what he says. Damn it! It's kind of important too. I forget what he says from the get-go.
I can see into your mind.
Right. And Meryl's behind him, and he's trying to use scare tactics on Snake by threatening to Meryl to shoot herself. He's like,
Yeah.
Meryl, you're gonna, put that gun to your head and pull the trigger. And she's like, she's doing the movements.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's scary, right?
Yeah.
And Snake sees that. He's like, Meryl, no, whatever. I forget exactly like.
Don't do it.
right. So to save her, you got to knock her out.
Yeah.
And Campbell calls you, Snake. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
He's like, just don't hurt her, Snake. Do what you got to do, but don't hurt her. Right?
Yeah.
So and then I think before that, you touched on it for a sec. Psycho Mantis, is able to, depending on if it's like the Asian release or the North American release, he can read your save data.
Yeah. So he does a few things, right?
He does a few things. Yeah, he does that we should definitely talk about.
Yeah. He reads your memory card.
Does that.
Based on the position of the controller, right? He can read port 1. There's in the PlayStation 1.
Oh yeah. The
2
game
controller
knows,
ports.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So he knows what's happening in port 1 because presumably that's the one you're playing with, right?
For the most part, that's where everybody has their thing plugged in.
Yeah.
You don't have to, but
yeah. So depending on what games you have saved on your memory card, he'll comment like, "Oh, you like RPG?" Like if you don't have any, he's just like, "Oh, you save often." Ooh.
Isn't it specifically Konami games?
It's Konami games.
It's Konami games that he references. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it Police Knots?
Maybe. I forget the games.
I know it's Suikoden. It's an old RPG. He's like, "Oh, you play Suikoden, huh?"
Suikoden, right.
So he whacks you on that. There's a few other games.
He does tell you to put the remote down, and I'll move the remote with my mind.
Oh yeah. And then
you're Solid Snake, you're a soldier, but he says, but that happens sometimes.
And he just the
vibration thing comes up, which is cool.
Little vibrate thing. He does that. What else does he do?
I mean, the
isn't that Ape Escape game one of them? Like Monkey Escape?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's a few games.
Yeah.
I know in Japan, if you play like Police Knots or some shit and save, there's actually a sound clip recorded by Hideo Kojima, and he thanks you for supporting his work. And because a lot of these games didn't
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
And because a lot of these games didn't make it from Japan to and were released in America, they took out the clip, so you never hear Hideo.
Yeah, now I didn't hear it in the game.
Yeah,
and I don't mean I've heard what you're talking about. I've actually heard that clip.
Yeah,
wherever I heard it from, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty.
Oh, you've heard? Oh, nice.
Yeah. Well, you can hear it. You can look it up.
Yeah,
find it. So
he does. He does. I think if you don't save, he's like, "Oh, you live dangerously, huh?" But like, if you save every 5 minutes, he's like, "You're cautious."
Right, yeah. Oh, you're very, very cautious. But yeah, he goes into your psyche, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, oh, you're careless.
Ew.
You haven't saved something like that, right?
Yeah, he's like, oh, you don't brush your teeth before you go to bed.
So it's all scare tactics, mind games, just trying to get in there, trying to weaken Snake, whatever, make him scared. How does this fight play out? It plays out where he's psychic, so
he dodges your bullets.
Yeah, well, he can turn invisible. They all have optic camouflage thing.
Yeah.
He can dodge a lot of your bullets. You can shoot him. He basically throws a lot of stuff in the room at you.
Yeah, it's true.
How he fights you.
There's like busts of like
stuff
FDR
moving back and forth, and then there's a whirlwind attack where you have to go. You have to crouch and just get far away from it, and you're out of it. No big deal.
Yeah.
I think you could shoot him during or right after that with the FAMAS.
Oh, okay.
Or chuck a grenade. Stun grenade, something like that. All this stuff works on him.
Yeah. Now it's crazy if you have the controller plugged into port 1, he can read your movements.
Oh, I know you're going to mention.
And he dodges your bullets. Now if you switch to port 2, all your shots land. because he can't read you anymore.
Doesn't Campbell say switch the controller port?
God, doesn't he? I eventually, if you call him like 5 or 10 times,
Because you find out that way.
He eventually starts giving up the goods of like, yeah, try this. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's told to the player at some point.
Yeah.
Switch
The game tricks you into thinking that the source connection on your television has changed.
Right.
But instead of saying like a black screen in green letters video, it says video.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is funny.
So they do that.
Which is really smart on his end.
Believe it or not, if you leave the controller the controller in slot 1, and you just keep picking bullets up, you can actually shoot Psycho Mantis.
Yeah, I think you can, even if you don't do that. It just makes it harder for him to read you.
It's like a bullet clip. Like it's really, you never land a shot on this guy.
Yeah.
You have to keep on dumping clips on him.
That's why you do it. He says something about that. He says, I can read every thought. Like everything you choreograph when you're about to shoot, he knows.
Yeah.
So that's how you beat him. Switch that. Grenades. I think stun works on him temporarily.
You just smoke. Probably chaff on me. Probably can't do it. Yeah.
I'd
imagine.
And you actually, he doesn't get away or nothing. You kill him in the commander's room. You kill him in that battle.
Oh shit! You're right.
Oh, you kill Psycho Mantis. Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah. What does he say at the end?
He's talking about a lot of things. You actually see his face at the very end of it. He unmasks.
Yeah, he does a Darth Vader kind of thing.
Right. He's talking about how something. He's like, yeah, I never really like to do good, but you know what? Doing good now because he helps you and Meryl at the end there. He's like this. Something about doing good. He's like, it feels kind of nice.
Yeah,
that's his last line. But he says important stuff to Snake and Meryl before that. He says a lot. He says stuff about his. See, this is all to me. All this is kind of important, and I don't remember really what he talks about. I've seen it so many times years ago, and I just don't remember. It's important stuff, though.
It's not the Japanese plot point where it's like the bad guy becomes a good guy when he dies. Like he's just he comes being a nice guy. He's like, yeah, he moves the bookcase.
It's Darth Vader thing. Yeah.
I think the bookcase moves, right?
He shows him the way, right?
He's like, go through here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's a whole.
He does say He does say some other things about his life when he's laying on the ground dying. Him and Meryl are talking.
Yeah.
Or he talks about something like, you love this woman or something, and she cares for you. Say I don't want to botch it.
He says
something along those lines, right?
He says, "This woman has a large place in your heart."
Right. He can tell that, right? You can read that, and it's accurate, right?
Yeah.
And then after this, she's like, she says something. After the bookshelf opens up, they're ready to move out.
Yeah.
Meryl and Snake talk about something about. He's like, she tries to get a little personal with him.
Yeah.
Do you care about anyone, or like, do you have any family?
Oh yeah.
Do you have anyone you care about? He's like, I have no family. I've never really been interested in anybody else's life. She's like, do you have any plans, or do you want to do anything? He's like, I don't have any. Their ultimate goals or anything.
Yeah, he's like
something like he. It's like kind of a
plans.
Pretty personal conversation with him, slightly.
Yeah.
Before they go out of the commander's room.
Which, by the way, I think I'm like 12 or 13 when I'm playing this game, right? And Psycho Mantis dimes out Snake about having a crush on Meryl.
Mm-hmm.
And in my head, just my adolescent mind, I'm like, oh my God, I would hate if I had a crush on a chick and my homie was like, he digs you. I'd be so mad. They're like, yo, don't fucking tell her that, dude. Let me tell her when I think I got a chance. You know what I mean?
Right.
I remember it made me very uncomfortable. I was like, God damn it, dude. Don't tell.
I could imagine, yeah.
Because when you were back then, right? You have that period. Did you ever have a period in your life like before you could talk to girls well and you were a little nervous or whatever?
Oh, everyone has that. Everyone goes through that. Yeah. Every human being goes through that about the opposite sex or the same sex, whatever.
Yeah.
Everybody goes through that where you don't know how to do it. You're nervous.
Yeah.
But,
and you always have a piece of shit friend that fucking fucks your whole game up.
Unfortunately, they're always around.
God, I can't remember. 'Cause I used to have crushes on chicks, back then, and it was like I never knew how to deal with it. I never had game. I never could do shit, Yeah,
but no one ever can when you're after puberty.
Yeah.
You're still really young. Whatever, 11, 12, 13. It's different for different people.
Yeah.
25. Some folks.
28.
So you but it's natural not to know what to say or know what to do or to feel nervous. That's all normal.
Yeah.
That's everybody. Right.
I know. I sort of hate it. I wish I had game from day one. I don't know. You know what I mean?
It's not possible. You can't. Nobody can.
I'm the Don.
That's not a thing.
But I'm the Don.
Okay, well. Okay.
But nah, I mean, dude, honestly, I'll tell you this. I don't think I was fully comfortable talking to women until I was about 28 and a half. I mean...
I don't think that's... I mean, for a lot of people,
yeah,
that's not particularly... I mean, I almost want to say that's not really particularly abnormal.
That's when I mastered it, though. You know, like I could...
Right. What I mean is...
Yeah.
Yeah. Even like, from like...
I could do it in my teen...
Maybe like 15, 16, and up to mid-20s.
Yeah.
There's that one level. But then you feel comfortable. Well, like anything, repetition, the more you do it, the better you're going to...
Or if she's like hotter or you like her more, like you're handicapped. Like you just become a dumbass. It makes
dudes nervous.
Yeah.
For some reason. I mean...
It takes a certain age where you're like, I have it fully mastered. I'm in my final form. I'll never get better. You know what I mean? I'm level capped. And I think it started at roughly at 28.
Interesting. Okay.
You know what I mean? But yeah, back then I was like, oh, I couldn't do it. But yeah, so like...
Can't do it.
No, yeah. That's what would be in my head. I'd be looking at a hot chick, be like, talk to her, ask her out. No good. Can't do it.
Right.
Bye. So I... The fuck is his name? Psycho Mantis. He's a piece of shit for that. But otherwise, yeah.
Yeah.
So he moves the bookcase.
They have a little personal conversation. She tries to find out more about Snake and his background and his family.
Yeah, she's like, do you like anybody? You fuck you.
He's like, I've never been interested in anyone else's life.
Yeah, he's also a misanthrope.
Yeah, he's misanthropic.
In a good way.
In a good way.
Yeah, he's a Malthusian.
I forget like precisely what they talk about, but it's kind of a quick thing.
Yeah, it gets a little... They have an intimate moment, and then, like... But
she's trying to figure out about him because she's starting to...
Yeah.
Not just like him, but really respect him. You know, she's starting to, feel more comfortable with this guy.
Yeah, and he, like, no-sells it. Like, he really pulls Ryan Gosling lines out of his ass. You know, where he's just like, I'm too damn cool for school. I can't...
He even says to Dr. Naomi Hunter... Or no. He doesn't say to Hunter... The first time he talks to Meryl on the Kodak.
Yeah.
He's met her before, but she got the drop on him in the prison. But she's talking to him on the Kodak, and he's like something about. I'm pretty sure it's Meryl. I hope I'm not botching this. Yeah. Something on the lines of, I can't wait to meet the legend or something. He's like,
oh yeah,
well,
yeah, he shuts it down.
Yeah, he's like, well, you'll land right back on your feet.
Once you meet me,
I'm no match for the legend.
The
real me is no match for the legend. I'm like, not that I'm boring or whatever he meant by that, right?
Which, by the way, is the best thing to say to a chick. It's like, oh, because when, if I meet a chick and she's like, oh, it's the Don. Oh my God, I've heard so much. I'm like, listen, sister, I just put my pants on one leg at a time. You know what I mean? I'm just.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, and
you don't fall that way.
And you're even hotter in her eyes because you didn't play up to your.
You did a humbling.
Yeah, you didn't lean into your legend and say, yeah, of course I'm great. Because now you're a fucking asshole.
That's really stupid. Who would
me until I was in my late 20s. Yeah.
Oh, you were saying 28 was the cap, whatever.
I can remember one night where all the rules like clicked into place, and I was like, I'm a master at talking to women now. And everything before that was just, I would just think of the stupidest thing I could say and say it. Like, I once met a chick. I shook her hand. I said, I'm Sean Donnelly. I'm kind of speaking of Anchorman, I'm kind of a big deal around here.
I'm kind of a big deal around here.
That was not too far from this point in time.
What did they think you meant by this?
I mean, I think that's how I introduced myself.
What did they think you meant?
I don't know. We didn't talk about it.
If someone had to ask, like, what is that? What the hell do you mean?
I think I immediately walked away. I just got out of there. Jeez. I went back to my desk. I was like,
what did I just say?
I just fucking said that. Right. I wasn't even thinking of it. Dude, my brain was just an empty mass. And I just...
That's funny.
Can you believe I said that to somebody?
Jeez.
That's what he said. That's what Anchorman says. Yeah. Remember when the chick comes to Corningstone and he's like...
I haven't seen it in a minute, but...
He rolls up. He's like, I'm Ron Burgundy. I'm kind of a big deal around here.
I think I do remember that.
I have
kind of a big deal around here.
I have many leather-bound books. Remember?
Leather-bound.
Yeah. So, all right. So we get... Yeah, so they have a moment, and
They go through.
Snake no sells it, and then they go through the tunnel. Mm-hmm. There's wolves.
Yeah, they're straight wolves there, and I remember there being like this cave system where you can go underneath and into other caves and get items that don't lead to anywhere.
Oh yeah,
just secret little caches and
side compartments. Yeah,
right.
Get yourself.
It's like
extra chaff grenades and shit.
You can use your night vision in there to see a lot better. It's pretty dark.
I
remember your night vision. Like there's night vision and then there's thermal.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So thermal just sees the heat. Yeah, everything's
any heat wolves is like and shit.
Red. Right.
Yeah.
And the night vision just helps you see everything.
Yeah.
Right. So they go through there, and there's a big, not tunnel. You're in between. You're getting to the other tower. Is what you want to do?
Big door.
Yeah. Well. There's a door, but then there's that whole entire, like hallway. It's a hallway.
Long hallway.
Yeah, but where the next boss fight's coming up.
I feel like you're between two buildings.
You are, yeah. There's two buildings behind you, but it's a total,
communications tower.
Right. Communications tower, right. So, and this is where the next boss fight comes into play. Pretty quick after Manus, actually.
Oh, by the way, you walk out, right? You walk into this area before the scene starts.
I know what you're talking about. The mines.
The footprints, yeah.
Yeah, and you Meryl's got it down pat. She knows where the mines are.
Oh yeah.
You can just crawl, I think. Right?
Oh yeah.
I think you just crawl, but the first time playing it, I'm like, I gotta follow wherever the hell she's going.
Yeah.
Right? You can follow her, but her footprints go away in the snow or whatever it is. Her footprints go away.
Yeah.
So you gotta be quick with it.
Mm-hmm.
But you can just put on your thermals, follow the path.
Yeah.
Or you can just
pick the mines up.
Crawl.
Right?
Yeah. Either way. Yeah. I remember that. So, yeah.
So you get past those mines. Big scene coming up.
Yeah, real big scene.
Yeah. Meryl gets shot, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, first they see. I mean, you're right, but first they see
the beam.
They slowly see that red laser beam.
Yeah.
Snake's looking at it, and first it's on her head, I think, or on her chest, and it moved because she wasn't shooting to kill, she's shooting to maim.
Yeah.
She was shooting to bait her.
Yeah.
Right. So he puts it on her leg. Boom.
Aiming for limbs.
Yeah. She knew exactly what she was doing.
Yeah.
Purposely let her bleed out there, let her lay there, have someone come help her. Snake.
Yeah.
Able to get him, but he already knew what he already knew what.
He knew from the jump.
He knew what that sniper's tactic was immediately, and he never went out. I think he went out a little bit to look. She shot the wall or something, just to look. So eventually he has no weapon on him that's able to engage her at that distance.
Yeah.
None of them, right?
So hang on, let's illustrate though. So Meryl gets shot.
Yeah.
She's on the ground. She's wounded. Snake takes cover.
Right.
Hops on the horn with Campbell.
Calls Campbell, right? That's
Yeah. He's like, "You're fucked. This is a bad situation."
Yeah. This is bad, Snake.
it's emotional. Meryl's like, "Go on without me." By the way, isn't Meryl's a lot hotter in the Kodak portrait than when you see her?
Well, yeah, but you can't really see. None of the characters are pixelated that super great.
She always looks...
The Kodak, they all look...
She looks so beat when you see her. You're like, oh, God, the Snake likes her. You know what I mean? It's
but you can't really see expressions on there. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Oh, she looks way better in the Kodak.
It was very off-putting to me. But yeah, when you see her in the Kodak...
That's an interesting point.
Yeah, when you see her in the Kodak, you're like, damn, that's a fox. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so... I love that she's shot on the ground and I'm talking about this. But,
yeah, well... Yeah.
But, so... Yeah, so they're like, you need a sniper rifle. Right? He calls the Wichita ammo store. Like, do you have a sniper rifle? I need a sniper rifle.
Right.
Where would I get ammo for a PSG-1?
I think Otacon, because Colonel knows what you need.
Yeah.
But he doesn't mention anything about the PSG-1 because he doesn't know what gear is at the base. He just says you need a sniper rifle.
Yeah.
Even though Snake knows this, So... Yeah. I think Otacon, he works on the base. He's like, I think I remember seeing a sniper. I forget if he says the PSG-1, which is that, a semi-automatic, delayed blowback, gas system that makes it so accurate.
The $14,000 rifle.
Yeah, it's something like that, right? Otacon tells him where he might have saw it. It's in the armory.
Yeah.
Back in the first big. The hangar area, you could take the elevator down.
Oh yeah.
It's on the same level where you fight Ocelot.
Yeah.
It's an armory. There's like nine little buildings, right?
Yeah.
That you can that you find it because you have the card that opens up a bunch of those doors that it didn't open up previously, right?
Yeah.
So you put on your night vision or you use your smokes. That's like guarded by these lasers. You kind of got to maneuver and crawl through it just to get to a certain point.
Yeah.
You get the gun, and you gotta go back and engage in Sniper Wolf.
Yeah, you go all the way back. You go to bump into Sniper Wolf, right?
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, give me 1 second.
Yep.
And hang on. And we're back.
Nice.
I had to pee. I had to piss my pants like Otacon.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but you weren't scared in a locker
yeah, I was.
from a ninja terroristic threats.
I did it right in front of Manus.
Right.
I had no compunction about it. So we
Yeah, he's coming back to
yeah.
where Meryl's laying on the ground bleeding out here.
Yeah. Now he opens the door and there's just puddle of blood.
Right. So how does this fight go down? It's pretty basic for the most part.
I don't think there's any. Oh yeah, wait. Do you have to shoot her now?
Oh yeah.
You have to fight her in this hallway.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, for sure.
And she goes down.
The best thing is to lay, get prone.
Yeah.
With the sniper rifle. I think you have to actually
Take a diazepam if you need
take
to.
a diazepam. Still those movements. You don't really have to. It's not that crazy hard, but it helps.
Yeah. If you're standing with no pills and just trying to aim at her, your shit's all over the place. Your sway.
The fight is she's moving back and forth against these pillars on the other side.
Yeah.
It's hard to know which way she's going to go. Sometimes you can see her breath because it's so cold.
Oh yeah.
You can see her breathing, and that gives you a cue which way she's going to go, left or right.
Thermal goggles.
Thermal goggles, right? Yeah, they're just used for everything. They're great for everything.
Yeah. Leave them on all day.
You
Only thermal goggle run. Like
people do it
24/7. But
There's no batteries you have to worry about.
Yeah.
Like the new game.
Yep. It's true.
So
Infinite battery. Oilix.
yeah.
Oilix powered thermal goggles.
That's like that should be a bandana you get. All your electronics infinite battery. Right?
yeah.
How come that's not a thing?
It's like a strip.
Shit.
It's like a strip of a solar panel around your head, and just boom, infinite,
Right?
infinite night goggle, infinite. Fucking
They're useful in all Metal Gear games, all of them.
Infinite stun hand.
Infinite. Oh, Christ, that would be helpful as shit. Fully upgraded.
That thing is so useless to me because you start charging it by the you've used up all your charge.
It's really you can use it on one person, but it's really good if there's like a group. You can get a group of like 10 people.
Oh, can you?
Pretty far away.
The stun.
Well,
hand?
like when it's upgraded, you let it charge all the way up. There can be people. I mean, all around you in a camp.
Oh, that's the reason it charges all the way up and get a better radius.
Yeah, and as you upgrade it, it gets better radius. I mean, you can take out as many people are around you within like 20, 30 feet.
It's like me when I punch the ground in real life. It just boom.
Right, you just kind of knock everybody off
The
their
whole
feet.
neighborhood.
That kind of thing. Right.
Can't stand.
It's the same way, Sean, with the stun. Yeah.
All right, so you do this, and eventually you down her.
Yeah, she's running back and forth. Sometimes she runs really, really fast and goes behind cover, but sometimes she runs really fast and just stops, ducks down, and shoots at you pretty quickly.
And by the way, stupid thing.
It's not too bad. It's not too hard of a fight.
Yeah, stupid thing for a sniper to do is to just running back and forth between pillars. Just stay behind there.
She should have just
It's very
I get you got to move because the other sniper knows your location. So
Yeah.
you can't stay there. You got to move to a new location.
Yeah.
But then again, it's just like the location's like 30 feet.
I feel like I would.
You know, she's got to move.
I feel exactly because now I see where you went. I feel like if I was her, I'd wait 12 minutes and pop out for another shot. I would just
12 minutes.
I would just catch you.
Tactical number.
I'd just catch you off guard. I'd make sure I got an eye on you. I'd look around. All right, he's there. He hasn't moved.
Right.
And I would just wait X amount of minutes and just wait for that. Ooh, caught you. You know what I mean? Just hop out and shoot.
Right. Okay.
I feel like I would not be fucking running as a. She looks like she's wearing heels and she's running through a dining hall.
She's wearing heels, but she's wearing boots with like a pretty good heel on it, for snow, ice.
I mean, the speed she runs at, it's like, I can easily shoot you. You're not.
Yeah.
You're not a soldier. You're not diving or nothing. You're just fucking little dainty little run.
And when she does it real quick, she gets down and she shoots at Snake pretty quick.
Yeah.
You have to be quick there. So.
Yeah.
You get that done pretty easily.
Then you walk up.
Wait a minute. Is Meryl not there?
Meryl's not there anymore.
Right. She's not there when you come back.
Yeah.
She was taken away by...
Yep.
Right. I forgot about that. I don't know if we mentioned that or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, Meryl's not there when you get back.
Puddle of blood.
Puddle of blood is there, right.
Yeah. Like it's a character. Puddle of blood.
Yeah.
Foxhound operative. Puddle of blood.
Puddle's over there doing
bloody puddle.
Friggin'... You walk down this corridor.
Yeah.
It's a pretty long one. You get to the end of it.
You get held
I think you can go up the steps where she was on that terrace, the balcony, whatever it was.
Okay.
I think there's an ration or two. I remember there being an item or two there.
Yeah.
I remember you crawl down, you see these rats moving back and forth.
Yeah.
I remember there being an item. Maybe there's not. So you go through the door that's all the way to your right, or you attempt to go through the door.
Yeah.
And then the alarm sounds. You got a couple guns on you from the genome soldiers.
Yeah.
And they got you.
Captured Snake.
Sniper Wolf comes up.
Snake.
I forget what she says. She scratches him. And she says, "Now I've marked you.
Now I've marked you.
You are right. Yeah, that's good. You're my special prey."
Yeah.
She's like, "Until you die, you're all I think about." He's like the target for her for all time now.
Yeah.
She's like, "Until that, you're all I think about."
And like that's kind of hot,
Hey, that's a lot of attention.
Yeah. It's very much like if I'm Snake, I'm still like, oh yeah, fucking
right.
You thinking about me? You know what I mean? Like that's kind of it's a little over the top. I like it though. It's very
sounds cool to me. I don't know.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very...
I like her character, so hey, you want to do this until I don't?
It really does appeal to this male fantasy of like, you know what I mean? Like, even though they're foes, she's like, I'm thinking about you all the time, Like,
right.
It's very, like, dudes love that shit because they're like, even though we're enemies...
You're getting attention.
You still want to fuck
somebody.
Me. Yeah.
Even though it's like, ill-willed and maybe you'll, try to kill me.
Yeah, it's very much... And that's
weird.
That's usually, if you're a toxic dude, that's usually how you hook up with chicks. Chicks hate you to the point where they start to like you.
Right.
It's just, you know what I mean? Like, normal dude. Okay, so if you're a toxic dude, right? Normal chicks are like, he's an asshole. I'm not dealing with him. He's too much, right? Now, but if you attract toxic chicks to you, and you do it,
you're going to be like that. You're going to attract that kind of person to you, no doubt.
And you do it with your shitty attitude, where they're like, I don't like that fucking guy. And then later on in the night, she's blowing you. You know what I mean? It's a hate that turns into it's a hate. Call it hate fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a weird dynamic, dude. That's really weird.
It's just really, it's just the fact that there's all these social pillars that stand in front of the fact that people just want to fuck. You know what I mean? A dude sees a chick, oh yeah. It's just primal, but then there's these
super primal. That's what it is.
And with
it's your genes wanting to,
memes.
They
want to meme itself.
Yeah, Richard Dawkins first coined that, by the way.
Yeah.
In his book, The Selfish Gene.
Oh yeah.
Talked about memes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Richard Dawkins, then Snake, and now you have the internet, which is the different kind of meme.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's from that.
Yeah.
And there's parts of it that work similar to what a genetic meme is. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I brought that up for a reason. Shit.
Selfish Gene.
Yeah. Well, he wrote The Selfish Gene. You know what? The Selfish Gene, the book he wrote, the professor of evolutionary biology, his book is mentioned in that Raiden game.
Yeah.
Revengeance, whatever it's called.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Metal Gear Rising.
Rising, yeah. So, you're in a helicopter with that guy with the glasses. I forget.
Senator Armstrong.
No, it's somebody else. Senator Armstrong is the bad guy.
Yeah.
You're in the helicopter, or there's a helicopter scene with somebody else, and he talks about the meme written in the Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins. It is brought up.
Yeah.
Anyway,
No.
what the I'm lost. What the hell were we talking about? Because I had another point to
About
that.
the memes?
I forget what it was.
The genes. Okay. So.
What were we like? Oh. About you were
Toxic
saying,
chicks. Yeah.
people who are toxic are going to do that, but that's a real base level. You just want to
Yeah.
pass over your genes. That's what the whole lustful. That's what that primal urge is. Just to pass them on.
Yeah. And then
Your genes really want to do that.
Yeah. And chicks that kind of can't stand you, but they want to hook up with you anyway. That their selfish genes are overriding societal like standards.
Yeah.
They're like, ew, he's a piece of shit, and fuck it, whatever. You know what I mean, like that kind of thing.
It's interesting. Mutual altruism. You know, in evolutionary biology, it's sort of like, it's weird. It's sort of like people doing that to be selfish. They're doing it for themselves.
Yeah, they overlook your flaws,
right,
for the sake of the species.
Yeah, for the sake of the group, you make the group stronger. You're stronger.
Yeah.
But then when you make yourself stronger, the overall group enhances. It's a back and forth. You know.
It is interesting that like our genetics. That we lack the ability to recognize that there's 8 billion of us, and that you would think that the factory,
there's a bunch of us now.
You would think that the factory would shut off, you know, because it was essential for the selfish gene. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't.
Yeah, it's totally different now. Literally, the environment is like 180.
Yeah, if the selfish gene didn't exist and we didn't constantly have the need to procreate, then we wouldn't be here because the species would have never survived. Now we've over-survived, we've overpopulated.
There's some talk about this, if human beings actually are evolving anymore. Because if our environment is not going to change and we're really good at what we do, and if the environment in general doesn't really have any big changes, sure, there's always going to be mutations, random mutations in the genome from radiation, or, radiation comes in, knocks out knocks out one of them and it gets replaced, and it literally mutates, right? Yeah. Whether or not that mutation thrives in a given environment is what natural selection is all about. That's what it is. Yeah. So we might not be doing that anymore, right? I don't know if we are or we aren't. I'm not sure. I hear different things about it.
Survival of the fittest may no longer apply. I think now it's survival of everything. All right. As long as a human
it's more global now, opposed to just a little tribe.
Yeah.
Whatever. Everything's really, really, really connected now.
As long as a human's life is viable, like it's not the mutation of your birth isn't so severe that you die from it.
Right.
You will almost
used to be 1 in 3.
Yeah.
I mean, if a woman, there was a 1 in 3 chance that a woman 1,000 years ago was not going to make it. It was really, really, really bad.
Ancient caveman times, really it was bad. Like 1 in 4 kids lived.
That the survival rate, even in an okay environment
at birth, I mean, like child, like death, rate of death at birth was like 75%.
Yeah, maybe they didn't know what to do if a child's inverted. They come feet out first, which is really, really bad. They could suffocate.
Yeah, it was just like a trial back then. It was like, all right, is he going to make it out or what? Yeah,
so it might have been even more than that. I bet the death rate was.
Yeah,
being able to take care of them and yourself,
because there's the moment of birth, and then it's like, all right, well, does a lion gonna eat my kid tonight?
If we're hiding from if we're hiding from an animal or another tribe, whatever, and this baby is crying, we can keep quiet, but look, there's a lot of inherent dangers to having a newborn, especially if your environment is. Yeah. Really, 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 really bad, like it was. Right?
Do you chuck the decoy or do you run with it?
Yeah. Jesus,
that's a decision. But yeah, there is a through line throughout Metal Gear Solid. Like Psycho Mantis talks about humans' filthy need to procreate, right?
Yeah, he hates people.
And then the selfish gene, and Snake, he's like, I don't want to see it during this Meryl scene. I don't want to see any woman die in front of me. That his selfish gene is at work there, where he's like, because really, even though he's this dude who doesn't give a fuck about people, it's still there's things about him that you know what I mean. Like he's going like late, at the end of the game, he hooks up with Meryl, that kind of thing, So like, there is a thing of everyone everywhere, just in Metal Gear Solid and in the real world, everyone's just trying to pass their genes on.
True. Yeah.
And they're all doing it through different means, right? Some people are working on an engineering degree. Some people are playing for football. You know what I mean?
Right.
Everybody's thing is I need to fucking attract the opposite sex, make a kid, and we'll survive that way. Even though there's 8 billion of us and it's fine,
Right.
we still need to do it.
Yeah, we still gotta do it. Yeah.
But yeah, I remember reading a thing about Metal Gear Solid. Somebody that more educated than me about the game said that that's the through line through it. If you just watch the entire game, it's all about the selfish gene. It's all about the need to procreate.
Later on in the game that we're talking about right now,
Yeah.
one of the characters, Liquid, is on top of Metal Gear with Snake. That is one of the more important conversations in the whole. That's really detailed in genetics and what Liquid thinks he's trying to do and what he thinks is important. Him and Snake are having this epic conversation. It's really, really good. And Liquid's talking a lot.
Yeah.
He mentions the selfish gene theory.
Yeah.
And asymmetry, and he mentions a bunch of stuff like that. It's really, really, really friggin' neat.
And he is the one of the reasons he's taking over Metal Gear Rex. He wants doesn't he want Big Boss's DNA?
Well, in the beginning of the game, you know that the terrorists, one of their demands is for the government to relinquish the remains of Big Boss.
Yeah,
that's one of the demands from Foxhound.
Yeah.
That are watching the nuclear disposal facility. That's one of the things they want.
Yeah.
And then they want like $100 billion or something.
Yeah.
So, right? Was that the number?
Isn't it one? Is it 100 billion? Could be 1 billion. Unlikely. Probably 100 billion.
I don't think they. I mean,
yeah.
I don't think it's $1 billion.
It's up there.
There's a number they're asking for whatever reason, finance different things, and they're demanding that the government turn over the remains of Big Boss.
And the reason they want Big Boss's body,
they want his genes.
Yeah,
that's what they're after. That's what they're. Yeah.
The genome soldiers are sick. The Gulf War syndrome, the whole nine. They are. Yeah, because the just defects of just being just a product of fucking genetic.
Yeah, maybe the gene therapy was just rushed or something. Like it's funny. They actually sort of, in a way, Liquid mentions it. He's like, you've been killing your brothers and sisters because they share literally the same genes that Snake and Liquid and, Solidus also have, but they have Big Boss's genes, which is, they're clones of the same gene.
Yeah.
So the gene therapy was those genes, the soldier genes, right?
Yeah.
So, and he mentions you've been killing
your
brothers and sisters, however he words it. Where are we at here?
We are at my god.
He gets captured.
Yeah, Sniper Wolf claws him. You have my mark.
He gets knocked out by one of the guards.
Yeah, then he wakes up
He wakes up, I think, being either dragged or he's on a gurney being wheeled into that specific room.
Now we're back in the B1 basement of basically, we're right next door to where we found DARPA chief. Right.
Yeah, that's where. You know what? Earlier on, I forgot to mention this, but earlier on, somewhere in the game, I think it's where Meryl's running away. Somewhere, you see them kind of talking, right?
Yeah, and you see
when is this?
Yeah, you see.
I forget what they're talking about, but you see them in that torture chamber room.
Yeah, you see this flashback, and you kind of, I guess, I don't know if they're showing the player or if Snake's seeing it, but they mention how, oh man, we killed him. Right? Remember
who are they talking about?
They're talking about Ocelot and the DARPA chief, and they're like, oh, you went too far with your little fucking.
Oh yeah, his dead body's there.
Yeah,
and they're all standing around it talking about it. Right? Yeah, we forgot to mention that.
Yeah, he's like, you went too far with your little torture bullshit. And now we killed the guy. We can't get the info out of him.
Oh, yeah. That's what it was.
And that's spoiling it for the listener.
Right. And you don't know that's where you are back in that building because you've never been in that room.
Yeah, they give you this quick little hint of like, ooh, something's up. And anybody that's smart, as kids, we probably never caught it. But as grown-ass adults, we would see it and say, oh, they're foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing. We didn't even know what foreshadowing was.
They're showing us that something's afoot. You know what I mean? Something's amiss with the story we're being told. Mm-hmm. So you get drug into the thing. Are you in the torture chamber? Right. You go to the torture chamber and then you're in the cell, right? It's not the other way around.
You're being carried or you're being on a gurney wheeled away.
Yeah, you're
And
ambulatory.
There's these crazy bright lights, like an operating table.
Yeah, that big
Oh,
panel
wait a minute.
of 7 lights.
That thing that you're on, it rotates.
Yeah.
Snake, gets
Yeah.
his
strapped.
ankles and his shackled, right, and his wrists.
He's
So
strapped.
it's like, the bed stands up, and that's what you're on.
Yeah, he's on a Craftmatic with handcuffs, and he's on the thing, and he's upright, and he's looking at the lights at first,
And then he goes to Ocelot.
Yeah, he looks up.
Liquid's talking to Ocelot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't go in the cell first. You do the torture thing first and foremost, right? So that Ocelot, don't know exactly what he says. He's talking a lot of political stuff, totalitarianism. He's talking about different regimes, different ways of government, stuff that he agrees with, stuff that he doesn't agree with. He's telling Snake.
Shit, I forgot that.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. He's talking to him about, I guess, the part of the world that he saw government work or didn't work or whatever he's talking about. Right.
I gotcha. After the Cold War, Russia.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's like, there's no. He's trying to use scare tactics. He's like, you know what? You better talk, because there ain't no Geneva Convention here, dude.
Yeah.
He's like, there's no continues. There's nobody coming for you, right? He's really trying to psych him out.
You're going back to the title screen if you fuck this up.
Yeah, right. He didn't. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
And the harder the difficulty setting in the game, the tougher it is to do.
That hard difficulty is almost impossible for new players to do that.
Oh, dude. I mean,
nobody knows how to turbo type back then.
Yeah.
I mean, what games have that?
Yeah. I don't think I've ever failed it once, but dude, I'm breaking.
I think I have failed it once. Like when I was first starting out, and
Yeah.
I didn't know how to do that with my hand, or
That's
I didn't
true.
know any techniques to do that.
Yeah.
I definitely failed it a couple times.
Yeah.
I kept at it,
As a
and
kid-
then I got really good at it.
Yeah.
Just I kept my life, instead of going down, I was able to do.
Oh, you were like gaining life, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
If you do that each time, you get by, no problem.
Yeah. My technique is the open palm, the thumb on the O button, and I just.
Okay, so you're sort of just vibrate. That's neat. I do the same thing. I'll kind of half clench my fingers.
Yeah, there's a little bit of.
I'll tighten up my shoulder.
Yeah, you can.
I'll tighten this up real good, and I'm able to vibrate.
Yep.
Right on the right. I'm not hitting it hard.
Yeah.
It's just the micro vibrations that are just hitting the
You're just.
the engagement button underneath.
Yeah, you're
right?
just activating within a controller. There's like you have the button, but then right under it, it's this like webby kind of mesh.
It's real similar to what you're doing.
Yeah,
I just orient my shoulder in a way,
Yeah.
and I'm using the tip of my index.
yeah. I probably got into some of that. You figured that out eventually. You're like, oh yeah, do this.
I'm able to this. Yeah, I was able to do it really, really well. Yeah.
I've been doing stuff like that since like Genesis, NES. You know what I mean? Just button mashing stuff, and
Right.
I just eventually I got so good at it, and I'm just the king at it.
I don't think I've ever had to do that for a video game. I call it turbo type. I mean, everyone I talk
Turbo
to
type,
calls
I
it
got you.
turbo type. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never had to do that. I did have the remote, which I think I talked about in episode 1. I did have the auto fire remote.
Yeah, doesn't
that I
he
got from
warn
my
you?
buddy.
He warned you, right?
He warns you, but it's this bullshit.
Yeah, he has no way.
Because I use it, no
Yeah.
problem. Also, when you
Scare
use
tactic.
it, when you use it for when you're fighting Sniper Wolf with the sniper rifle,
Yeah.
your PSG-1 turns full auto.
Oh wow,
Yeah, it's great. It's really cool. Yeah.
that's dope.
Forget what other situation in that game that helps out, but
Yeah.
it's really just a torture chamber,
Yeah.
and it's just your life goes up immediately.
Yeah.
You don't ever lose anything. It's
Oh.
great. So
He does warn you. He's like, if you give up, the girl dies.
I think what is he asking you exactly?
I think
I forget what he's trying to get out of you.
I think he's grilling you for information as far as
Yeah, what's he trying to get out of you? I forget.
because here's the thing, because the whole plot is we don't know how to launch the nuke, right? Like the Foxhound,
Right.
they don't have a grasp on how to activate it. So I think that's what they're.
Yeah, secretly Snake was gonna bring them
Yeah.
They didn't know where the PAL card was. They knew he'd get it eventually.
Yeah, they just had to. That was really the liquid plot, you know.
And they were right. They knew he'd be able to find it. He'd be able to get it.
Yeah, like,
You know.
they're like, just watch him the whole time, and that is they reveal that later as they're like, oh, why do you think you? Remember we were asking why he got key cards 1 through 6 in a series.
Right.
That and so many other coincidences of him just being able to.
Because Liquid said, "I hope you're." Raven says, "I hope you're happy, boss. He got the card."
Yeah.
As in, it was choreographed. You're
Yeah.
supposed to get this card.
Yeah.
They needed him to operate, from what I understand,
Yeah.
the sequence to unlock the operation for the nuke.
Yeah. And they left it up to him to figure it out and grill people because they couldn't just. Ocelot couldn't just torture. He kills Donald Anderson. He couldn't torture What's-His-Face. Well, I guess he did. He got the code out of him or whatever.
Yeah, well, he has mental implants for psychic.
Yeah.
Like, that's a thing in the Metal Gear world. There's psychics that can peer
Yeah.
into your mind. He has implants to stop that from happening, but the torture from Ocelot.
He's just old.
He gave
He's
up
a piece
the
of
cake.
shit. Yeah.
Gave up the cake, dude.
Yeah. But yeah,
So
they're like, hey, we'll have the hero find out everything for us and do it for us. Mm-hmm. And then, you know what I mean? Because we can't. We, as the bad guys, we can't track. You know what I mean? They won't talk to us.
right.
So let him figure it out. And we'll just watch him.
Oh yeah, they've been watching him. Yeah.
And they almost make sure he makes it all the way.
They say
to
something
the,
like you got
to
to,
the
you
final
didn't get
room.
this far on your own, did you?
Yeah.
Something like that. I forget where in the game.
That's a bit. I swear to God, it's a big Japanese thing. That happens in Bleach.
Yeah.
At the end of the series, they're like the guy,
They're being secretly sort of helped.
The bad guy reveals that he's been engineering this situation to get the good guy this strong to the end.
Yeah.
He's like, he's like, I've known about you since you were born, and your whole fucking path has been engineered by me to get you to this point.
Right.
Big Japanese plot point.
That's kind of cool.
Oh,
It's kind of neat.
Oh, it's a little cheesy by the time you get to it, but you're like, okay, fucking. All right.
And I guess it's important to mention the torture chamber. It's like 3 different states. Like you go to your cell and then you can go back if you don't escape your cell in the first couple tries.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you want to escape as soon as possible.
Oh yeah, they keep fucking torturing you, right?
He'll bring you back, and then it's like he'll bring you back the one time, and then it's like 3 different things, 3 different stages of turbo typing in that one torture session.
Yeah.
You got to survive them all, and it gets harder and harder.
Yeah.
So you go back to your cell. There's a couple ways you can escape. There's a guard. It's Johnny.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Johnny Sasuke.
Yeah, he's got stomach problems, so he keeps going to the bathroom. The first or second time he goes, you can hide underneath your bed.
Yeah.
And I think he comes in the room. I think he might see you when he opens up the door, though. I don't think you can actually escape that way. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I don't think you can escape that way.
Yeah.
You also can call. Otacon, and he brings you a thing of ketchup.
He brings you ketchup and ration because you might be hungry.
Might be hungry, right? So you can, when the guard goes to the bathroom again in between torture sessions, and it's sort of torturous on the player's mind too. It's really like psychologically taxing.
Yeah.
This kind of thing
Yeah.
because it's hard. You're just getting through it, and you're getting farther and farther. So
It's a real experience, yeah.
when the guard again goes to the bathroom, you can put the ketchup on the floor and lay on it.
Yep.
Right? You can lay on the ketchup, and the guard will come in, think you're hurt, get up, flip him, punch him a couple
his
times,
ass.
whatever. Right. You're out. That's it. I'm just trying to think. That's when Otacon. Does Otacon ever open up the door, or no? I'm thinking of something else.
I think
I think eventually, if you don't figure it out, I forget if you can escape going underneath
Oh
the
yeah.
bed.
Oh yeah. You know what?
Ninja.
Yeah.
Ninja.
Someone silently walks in, opens the door, and leaves. I think they're stealth. I'd like to think it's a ninja.
I guess it's ninja. Like if you just, I forget if you can do it underneath the bed. Maybe you can.
Yeah.
If you play your cards right, I forget. I know for sure you can do it with the
Yeah.
ketchup, and you want to do it early because you don't want to keep going back to these torture chambers.
Yeah.
So
I wonder how tough that is on Extreme. Because I know on Extreme it was really tough. So I wonder, like, the last, like, outlasting the entire thing. I wonder if that's even possible.
maybe.
Because I remember getting down to, like, a sliver of life.
Yeah, I remember getting. You're right. I remember being really, really difficult. I mean, I got through it, but man, just barely some of the times.
Oh
right?
yeah. Yeah, you really.
I think what you're thinking of, Otacon is the one you see. You see him in the optic camo, kind of.
Yeah.
It's like greenish. Just walking on the exterior of the cell.
Yeah.
That's Otacon.
And you see the whole thing, yeah.
Eventually, the game says, "Okay, this guy's screwing up. He just ain't able to get out of this place."
Yeah.
The game says that, and Ninja comes in through a vent on top of the door.
Oh.
He makes that sound, right? He makes that sound, I don't know if he does something with a sword or the door opens and Ninja jumps back up.
Oh shit! Is he camoed the whole time, or is he flat out exoskeleton, red and blue?
Man, I hope I'm remembering this right. I'm pretty sure about it. I think he's in his camo the whole time.
Okay.
It's implied that it's him because you get that Japanese ninja sound.
Oh,
again.
it's a very
You always have that with him.
Yeah.
It's neat.
That distant flute.
Right, yeah, whatever it is. Whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. It's flute. I don't know what it is. Yeah, eventually, if you just aren't able to get out through normal means, the game gets you out.
The game will get you out.
Yeah.
And by the way, when you've been tortured and you get sent back to the cell, there is a story codex scene between you and Naomi.
Naomi, that's a big deal, right? That's a real big deal, I think.
It's a big scene.
Yeah, it is a big scene. It's written really well. I think it's really important.
Yeah.
They talk about. He's like, they get kind of personal with each other. He's like, just talk to me. He's like, Snake, I don't know how I can help you. Yeah. He's like, just try to. I want to take my mind off the pain. I mean, he's really going through it. He's in a lot of pain.
She does tell you to put the controller against your wrist, and then she makes it vibrate.
Do the vibrate thing. Yeah.
I hope that makes you feel better. That kind of with the British accent. Yeah.
What's the main kind of theme that they talk about while he's in the cell?
She asks him about
Jaeger.
I think she talks about her family.
Frank Jaeger. Okay.
Yeah. So they're sitting there.
Oh, she says that's not a happy topic for me.
Yeah.
I remember that.
There's some discussion about family, and then Snake's like, I don't have any family. And then he's like, wait, there was a man I called my father.
Right.
Big boss.
And she couldn't believe. She's like, "How could you kill him with your own hands?" She just doesn't get it, right?
Yeah, he's like, he just no sells it. He's just like, yeah, I fucking killed him.
I killed him with my own hand.
She doesn't talk about does that later when she talks about being an orphan?
Maybe that's later.
I think that is.
I forget. It's a big conversation. I don't know.
Yeah, because I think it starts with because by the time she starts telling you about her past and all that stuff, that's when she reveals, oh yeah. Frank Jaeger saved me, you fuck. Like,
right.
She really
she gets into why she got into what the medicine and I think she gets into that there.
Yeah.
So eventually you that's an important conversation. I wish I remembered more about what they talk about, but
that's basically what it is. He's just like, hey man, you're born alone, you die alone. You know what I mean? Like, he just has that tone of, again, just being like, he's resisting his whole genetics, He's just saying, nah, I come through, I kill shit.
And you know what he does? He's like, I don't know what my genes look like, and I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I operate on instinct.
I operate on right, which we all do.
Who was the guy? Which boss was it that said that the path that he walks is paved with the corpses of his enemies? Was that Vulcan Raven?
Was that Vulcan Raven? I think.
Okay, all right, cool.
That was the second time.
Yeah,
just coming up in a little bit.
I wanted to make sure it wasn't Psycho Mantis. Yeah. He says something like that, right? Doesn't
he? Actually, that might have been Manus.
Yeah, I think both of them allude to the fact that he's a bad motherfucker.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they have that conversation, and then he's like, "Hey, I'm just a lonely dude. I'll catch you later."
Right.
So they get off the horn, and she feels kind of sad for him.
Right.
She's a little outraged, and then boom, now you're out.
There's a couple ways to escape. Use one of those methods.
Yeah.
One of the methods is just time. Eventually, you get out. You go in like the back of the torture chamber room.
Yeah.
All your stuff's taken from you.
Oh yeah.
And part of your, all your gear, part of your outfit, you get it all back. All of it. It's in this crate thing.
Oh yeah. You go behind it and you come back.
You get it all
fully
back.
dressed.
Yeah, you're all ready to go.
Yeah.
And now you have level
5 or 6,
something like that, maybe 5. Yeah. So so you get out. You see where you are. You can use the cardboard trick and that truck to get
back to.
Yeah, I think I always just walked. Whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah. Where after Sniper Wolf, where that door you were going to go into, players assumed you went into it because it's a new area, but you were all the way back there.
Yeah.
So you get a card to go in that. You had the card with you to go in that door.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at. We're going in that door. What the hell is exactly through there?
It's at the end of the communications tower, right?
Is it the steps that go up for 1,000
miles?
I think
so. The spiral steps.
Right.
So you're at the communications tower. I think there's a bridge at the top of it.
That's exactly where it is. Yeah.
And then you come back down, you cross a snowfield, and you get into the Metal Gear complex.
Correct.
Okay. So you get to the communications tower.
Yes.
Spiral up. Boop, 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 boop. You got to go. There's cameras on the way. Throw a few chaff grenades out.
Right, and if you get alerted, the stun grenades help that you don't have to fight any of the guards.
Yeah.
Every like 3 or 4 flights, stun grenade. 3 or 4 flights, stun grenade. Everyone just goes down.
I think isn't there a mandatory an alert does happen and you got to fight dudes on the way?
I think so. Yeah, it's a gameplay. Yeah,
sort of.
That area, I'm just trying to have trouble remembering it.
There's a cutscene where the camera definitely sees you.
Right.
And then the alert happens, and then it's another event of just genome soldier fights.
Right. Now there's a point where you meet up with Otacon somewhere here. It is before you fight Sniper Wolf for the second time in a snowfield. Yeah. In between the communication tower and the area where they actually like make it over here, where they melt,
Yeah, the foundry.
Where they actually produce the thing.
Now, there is a battle with the Hind D between this.
Yeah. There's a part of the steps where you can't go down, so you have to go all the way back down another way.
Oh, yeah.
You have to find that other way to... there is an elevator that takes you up, but then there's like...
Yeah.
I kind of remember a scene where...
There's the elevator. Now, this is the creepiest scene ever. The elevator.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was scary to me as a kid.
It bugs me.
Fearful.
It bugs me thinking about it now. Because they're having the Kodak conversation and the music changes.
Yeah, right.
Now, what happens first? Is it the battle with the Hind D? Or
I forget what happens first.
Let's assume.
Let's
assume the soldiers happen first, and then the Hind D. That makes more sense.
Eventually, meet up with Otacon.
You meet him personally?
Yeah, he's in the. This is after the Hind D.
Okay.
He asks him, Snake, do you think love can bloom on the battlefield?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's after the Hind D. So, where were we at? I'm having trouble like exactly pinpointing where that happens. Let's just say that happens first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's over the top creepy. I mean, it's really creepy. It's scary.
I mean,
primal kind of.
I mean, it's a kind of thing that I have that I think about it.
Yeah.
And I do a lap through my house to like make sure there's not people around.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
The game doesn't.
See how we're getting like this? We're like, yeah. You know what I mean?
It's really that creepy.
Creepy.
It's done that well, right?
Yeah.
It's engineered that well.
Horror films.
It's not just brought to you right away.
Yeah.
There's this ominous music in the back, and it's brought to you slowly.
Yeah.
Otacon's getting upset and getting scared about something.
Yeah.
Something that's potentially with you in the elevator. But you don't know what it is, right?
Yeah, because you're on the elevator and the weight limit goes off.
The weight limit goes off, right? And that's weird. You don't think anything right away.
I think you're on your way up, right? Let's assume that's what it is.
You had to do that because there's a point where the steps are cut off.
Yeah.
Remember? You can go around it and then through that elevator in that particular communications tower.
Yeah.
You can take the elevator up and go all the way down to the top of that steps.
Yeah.
There's an item at the top or the bottom, either way.
Yeah.
So you take that elevator. If it's before or after the Hind D, I kind of forget. But
let's say, you know what? No, let's say it's after the Hind D. I think you're going down because you have the fight on the way up.
Yeah.
You fight the Hind D, and then when you get to the other side, then you're going down. You think everything's cool. Then on your way down, yeah. Right. I'm absolutely certain about it.
And let's just think like logically, what would be for a writer, what would be scarier, after the big battle where you think everything's okay, or leading up to it when you know something's happening already?
And you've been fighting dudes on the way up.
I would pick afterwards.
Yeah.
So
you know what?
So what happens? What's the build up for that?
Check this out. Let's skip ahead. Let's talk about the Harrier after, or the Hind D. Let's talk about that after this, because
that was really fun.
Yeah,
what a fun boss fight, dude.
Hind D was cool. I loved it. All good.
Yeah.
I'll get to that though. We're on the elevator. Weight limit goes off.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay. I thought you were gonna.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's still operational. I forget if the elevator's operational or not. I think it might have been an issue. He hops on the horn with Otacon. Hey man, weight limit goes off. That's weird. You're not fucking.
Snake's really questioning. He's like, the weight limit goes off.
Yeah.
He's like, it's just me in here.
Yeah. He's like, wait. Yeah. These 5 dudes are around him in stealth.
Right. There's actually 5 guys in stealth camouflage, but Otacon notices that there's
just
4
that moment,
or 5 other prototypes missing from his lab.
Yeah, because he's like, wait, I had 6, I got 1.
It's scary because of the build-up of this scene. It's wild.
Yeah, and then they changed the frame of Otacon's portrait.
Oh,
when he gets all excited,
right up in his face, like
big bug eyes,
face up. Yeah, the
very
close,
scary.
like it's this close-up of him, and you could just tell, you could just see his face just reads fear,
Yeah.
anxiousness,
Because it's shocking. He's like, and Snake's like, wait.
Snake. The guards who stole those camo.
They're in the elevator.
They're
with
in the
you.
elevator with you, which is
Yeah.
like a big surprise. You're like, I mean, I'm a little kid. I'm like,
Yeah.
however old playing this game. I'm like, oh Jesus
It's
Christ, what is
so-
going to happen now? That's really scary.
It's so crits in your gut.
Am I going to fight them? What are they going to do? They're going to capture me again?
At some point, he says, "This isn't third grade math class." Remember that?
Right.
They're doing the math on the weight and all this other shit, and then
Right. This isn't first grade math class.
which is funny because the weight limit's a certain amount, and he's like, "Wait, I'm about $180."
Yeah, there's either something wrong with the sensors or
Yeah.
or there's something else going on.
This is like ripped out of a school, like a multiplication problem. Like, wait, if there's 4 stealth prototypes,
Right.
and you're 800 pounds overweight,
Yeah.
there
And
must
he's
be
like, the
4
average
dudes
person-
in the room with you.
Right.
Yeah, it's just like,
And
yeah.
how you get through it is through like CQC, punching, kicking.
You would beat the shit out
You
of
can take
them.
out your FAMAS, or you can kill them.
Yeah,
You can kill them all, or like,
yeah.
eventually they all just like, I guess, disappear or something.
Yeah.
If you kill them, they disappear.
Yeah, they just kind of blink.
But I think if you flip them over, they get stunned. They got that thing on their
Yeah.
head. Yeah. So either way, you take them out.
Yeah. Now let's go back to the hind day.
Yeah.
Because you go up the tower, you're about to cross, you're making your way
Right.
through.
There's a cross between 2 towers at the top, and you
Yep.
need to get right.
Fucking Liquid Snake shows up, helicopter. Snake! You know?
Mm-hmm.
He's ready to rumble. The fight itself is just a matter of...
Ducking behind the little structures up there, getting behind
Yeah.
the wall, staying away from his gun.
Yeah, because he's got a Vulcan cannon, and I think he has missiles, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, eventually. So sometimes he flies really far away,
Yeah.
and then he turns back with the missiles.
Yep.
The Vulcan cannon is like right there, real close.
That's his bread and butter.
Yeah. That's what probably kills a lot of people.
So you got to shoot him with the stinger. I forget where you get the stinger. I think it's very recent.
I forget where you get it. It's probably
Yeah.
pretty recent.
It's
Right?
a round. You grab the stinger, boom, shoot him out of the sky.
Yeah.
Now you're the legendary Solid Snake. Oh, he took down a helicopter with his bare
He
hands.
says it real casually too to Otacon coming down the steps. He's like, Snake.
He's like, you blew that fucking
Snake, what the hell happened up there, dude? He's like, nothing.
I shot him. Nobody
Had to take out. I had to take out that helicopter, that Hind D up
had
there.
to bring down a piece of Russian machinery, engineering. Not a big deal.
What does the Snake say? Or no, what does Liquid say about thinking of earlier on in the game, Liquid's about to take off the Hind D at the beginning of the game, and he says,
Yeah.
"I'll have to swat down a couple bothersome flies."
Oh, yeah.
you know,
And isn't that impressive because he's in a helicopter and they're like,
he's that good of a pilot. Yeah,
and it's
they're all
MiGs,
fighters.
right?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah, whatever they sent out. Yeah.
and he's just that's kind of like quiet when she snipes the Harrier pilots
Right,
from
yeah.
the helicopter.
Yeah.
Very similar concept of just I'm sitting duck here in the sky, I can't move quick. I'm just gonna fucking come up, just fucking shoot you down. You're done.
Boom.
That was funny.
Yeah.
When that, sorry.
No. I was going to mention where we were at. You're okay. After that,
Yeah.
you're walking down with Otacon. You both either walk down the steps or get off the elevator.
I think you get to the bottom of the elevator and walk out.
Yes.
By the
Right.
way, when the Hind crashes, the scene is it's Snake, and it's like that scene at the end of Return of the Jedi when they're burning Darth Vader, just the fire coming up, and Snake standing in front of it.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, same thing as Luke standing in front of the funeral pyre.
Yeah.
I beat, because at this point you think Liquid Snake is beat, and then when you do come down off the elevator and you do a little exploring, you do find a parachute.
Oh yeah. Well, after Wolf, after the second battle with Wolf, in that snowfield,
Ah,
you see.
oh, is that where you see it?
I believe so.
Yeah, shit.
I believe it's in the snowfield. You see a parachute.
Yeah,
I forget if you when you go back to Shadow Moses in the 4th game,
yeah.
you see the wreckage. You actually see where that Hind D crashed.
Oh, okay.
But Liquid crashed, a slightly different spot.
Yeah.
You see the parachute in the tree, I think, right?
Oh, okay.
It's after you fight Wolf for the second time.
Oh, okay.
There's something I wanted to bring up.
Yeah.
Before we move on with that, there's a part we forgot. There's a part where Snake needs to find a rope, right? To
Oh yeah, fucking rope.
remember
Yeah.
that he needs to get it's at the very bottom of the steps. It's at the super bottom of the steps of one of the towers. You have to work your way down.
Okay.
You get the rope. He's like, Otacon's like he's like. I think when you call people in the codec that we're not talking about, they always talk about every individual part of your mission, whatever you're doing. They all have their own opinion about it.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
They'll chime in.
Campbell's like, can't you just find some sort of rope?
Yeah.
And he calls Otacon, where have you seen rope at this base? You know, whatever.
Yeah.
So you get the rope and you have to what's the word? I don't know, like spelunk down.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's the right terminology.
Yeah, spelunk.
And
yeah.
you're moving side to side before the big fight because the liquid from the helicopter is shooting at you.
Oh yeah.
And you have to you can go down, you can swing,
Yeah.
then you drop down, you swing. You're trying to get to a certain level.
You're avoiding his headlights.
Right. Yeah, there's lights you avoid. If he sees you, he'll shoot you.
Yeah.
Right. There's it's the hind D, right? Am I right about that? Or
Yeah, I think so.
right? I think so. Yeah. So there was that part before that.
God, that's so in the archives.
You're right.
I totally forgot that part.
There's probably a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Forget.
There's so much minor stuff.
Important. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That wasn't too long, but I remember that being. Well, that's one of those things where, like, you're playing a regular game, whether it's first person or third person, and it's out of the scope of the game, but you do get in a car for a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like part of the gameplay is driving, even though that's not in any part of the game except that part.
Yeah.
It's like that. You do these other movements that you normally wouldn't do during the game.
They give you mini games along the way
It's
to
like
play.
a minute. Yeah, kind of.
It's
So you're at the bottom of the elevator. You're ready to step in the snowfield to meet your second battle with Sniper Wolf. She's waiting for you, right?
Yeah.
And it's a bigger area. It's double, triple the type of fight, and time wise, it's a lot longer.
Yeah.
The fighter, it's really fun. But you have a discussion with Otacon right before he uses optic camo and does something else, whatever he does.
Yeah.
He's asking about because he's like in love with Sniper Wolf.
Yeah.
That's a love interest for him.
Yeah.
Right?
She's nice to him.
She's really nice to him. Yeah, he gets along with her. They're not dogs; they're wolves.
Yeah.
You know, he gets along with them, I guess.
He sees that she's very gentle with the wolves and like, she's very motherly.
Yeah, right.
So,
it's attractive to him.
Selfish gene. He's looking at her to take care of the wolves. He wants to have a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he says this. He says a couple important things that I'm just not remembering. But he says, "Snake, I want to ask you something. Do you think love can bloom even on a battlefield?" And Snake replies, "You know what? I think at any time, anywhere, people can fall in love with each other." That's what this dude answers Otacon.
Yeah.
And he wasn't trying to rouse him.
Yeah.
He gave him a real answer. He's like, you know what? So the answer to his question is even on a combat, like even on the battlefield, two people can fall in love with each other.
That's so deep coming from fucking.
It's true. It's absolutely true. You know,
coming from a dude who's fucking has been genetically castrated.
You got to understand, he's been on so many battlefronts, and he's seen everything there is to know about the theater of war on the ground, right? So he's seen that happen before. He knows that's a thing. It happens here, and it happened anywhere, you know.
We think the battlefield is just like harsh play. Oh my God, you know, right? To him, it's another day in the office.
It's not just his job; it's just sort of what he's bred for. It's his life.
Yeah,
that's him.
He walks onto the battlefield with a cup of coffee, like the general from Avatar. He just, what are we doing today? You know, it's very casual to him.
Right,
love can bloom.
Yeah, the first time you see that general, by the way, is just this great scene in that movie.
Yeah,
he's walking. He's given a what the hell is that? He's given a debriefing about the mission coming up.
Yeah.
Right, and it's just real tough, like, you know. I just like that scene in that movie. That's great.
What is he? Does he have any?
He's just talking about. He's like, if you want, you might, after a tour on Pandora, you might want some R&R in hell. You know, it's that bad. He's like, you know, he's like, I won't save, I won't save all of you. I'll try to save some of you. he's like if
Oh,
you
wow.
want to, because he's been on a couple tours on Pandora, this planet.
Yeah.
It's the most dangerous environment in like the galaxy, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty bad, right?
You want some R&R in hell.
Yeah. After a tour on Pandora, he's like, if you want to survive here, you will need to adapt a strong mental attitude.
Yeah.
It's just a great debriefing this guy gives his soldiers, right?
God, that's so funny.
So, we're in the snowfield.
Hey, real quick though, in Avatar, remember the scene
One of
where
my favorite movies of all time.
you have the soldier, the crippled guy. He becomes the Avatar. He meets all the people.
Yeah, Jake Sully. Yeah.
Yeah. So remember when the chick that he's in love with sees his like crippled body?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's how black chicks look at me. I think.
You thought okay.
I think like because she's this big, strong, muscular fucking person.
Yeah, all the Na'vi are.
Yeah.
Their bones are reinforced with carbon. They're just
Yeah. And she's so unimpressed by this dude of like, oh my god, like she loves him, but she's like, all right. Fucking...
You're talking about the first time he's in that. He's in the. It's like this makeshift lab that they can move. Through the helicopter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't remember her looking. I gotta watch. She doesn't look down on.
You know what it is? She doesn't look down, but like I feel like
that's not
but I feel like she is this superior physical specimen.
Oh, they're superior to humans in that regard. Yeah,
And then like she's looking at him like she's not doing that to him, but like if I was in that position, I'd be very self-conscious.
Yeah, I mean a lot of people probably would.
I'd be like, oh, I'm all crippled. I'm this little white dude, you know.
Yeah, well, he was knocked out, I think, there in that, or no.
Yeah, he was.
She was trying to find a way to get him to breathe because humans can't breathe the air on Pandora.
Yeah,
all the humans in the movie have to have the O2 mask or the mix, whatever they need. So she's trying to find a way to. She doesn't know what to do technically with the equipment, and she's trying to find a way to get the mask on him. But then he sort of regains consciousness and hits an activator on the mask and right away, good to go, and he's breathing. And she looks at him and she gives him this loving smile.
Yeah,
I got you. I took care of you. You know.
I feel like if I bumped into like Serena Williams and I was trying to hit.
So you think she's gonna look at you like?
I think she would look. Yeah,
look at this weak human.
I think that'd be
this.
I think
whatever.
I think that's like a nice big built black chick. You know what I mean? Like real, like a hot, like a like a Michelle Obama.
Like
you know?
one of those real famous the twins. They just made a movie about it.
Serena and Venus.
You mentioned that already.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I feel like that's how I feel. Like, oh, look at me. I'm basically a crippled piece of shit compared to you. You're so fine. You know.
Oh
like,
man.
That's kind of I forget what. Yeah, but that's I forget. Wow. Damn, I'm just so fucking random, man. I had no.
It was kind of random. But
the only common thing was Avatar, and I'm just like, hey, by the way, I had thought about Avatar the other day. It's got nothing to do with the general and the thing.
It did not. It had nothing to do. What you just did.
It's like this is like you know how like anime has like canon and then it has filler. Like this is filler, where I'm just like
filler, right? I mean, we can randomly talk about.
Yeah.
Okay, we brought up Avatar because you were talking about the deep, and I just said that scene's just really great to me.
Yeah, and then I went.
It's okay to talk about a scene you like and like.
No, I know. I just think it's funny that like, oh yeah, another thing about Avatar. I'm insecure around hot chicks. You know, isn't that funny? Yeah. But all right, so
that's kind of how the scene was, sort of. I get it, yeah.
That you see what I mean? Like I saw that scene and I was like, oh god, fucking, he was fucking that chick, and now she's seeing him.
That's the first time she's seen him in that state. Not only the human state, but he was in a
also
frail,
beaten down.
Yeah, that's the problem, not the human part of it.
Yeah,
right.
But yeah, it was kind of, and also here's the thing: no, the avatars next to humans are like gigantic.
Yeah, they're a totally different alien. They're humanoid,
yeah.
Right? They even say that in the movie.
Yeah.
They're humanoid, you know.
But it'd be hard for a human to hit on an avatar chick. You know what I mean? Just because it's like...
Depends on the avatar chick, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, in general, none of them are going to link up with each other. I mean, I don't know how that... You know,
it's like a midget trying to hit on Kim Kardashian. You know, it's just like, it's not going to work.
Right.
Listen, player, you might have game or whatever. You might make her laugh. At the end of the day, this is not going too far.
She's not going to go for the relationship you're saying.
Exactly. This might go. This might be a nice weekend. That's about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we used the rope. We fought the hind D. Sniper Wolf.
Right. We're going into the snowfield.
Yeah.
And
you bet you just fucking fight her. You just fight that bitch.
I mentioned that. Does he do another? Remember how I mentioned, if I'm remembering it wrong, when he first fought Raven in the tank,
Yeah.
he definitely shot around, and I remember Snake like flipping back or moving back fast or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Does he do that again with Sniper Wolf? Like I think she shot.
There had to been some way to introduce
Why
that
am
scene.
I thinking of that? I'm thinking that he flips back again in the snowfield.
I think he catches a sight of the beam, right? And ducks
And then
over.
he flips. Oh, I think he does a flip or
He probably does
rolls out of the way or
he probably does
something.
a somersault behind like a snowbank.
Something. He gets the hell out of the way, right?
Yeah.
Somehow, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Because they introduced that scene somehow, and it ain't just she doesn't just call him and say, "Hey, I'm on the other side of the field." You know, it's definitely
something else, right? I think. Doesn't she talk to him by Kodak? Am I remembering that right?
I feel like there's some kind of
something. There is something that we didn't mention. Every time you get done a boss fight, Snake does this. Snake does this thing with his hand like this, crosses across his brow, whatever. And every boss fight you fight, not only does your life go back up, but your life bar extends.
you get a little
bit.
Yeah, every time you beat a dude, you get
Yeah, so now you're fighting Sniper Wolf. You know, you have a pretty good health bar, and I think you can also carry more rations. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, you do start
to carry more gear. I think. So
I think you're right.
I think so. Yeah.
I know on Extreme you can carry one ration at some point.
Oh, Extreme, yeah, it's strict rules on
your life bar is like a fucking.
It's real low. I think it stays low the whole time.
It's like a Hershey's Kiss. It's like real small.
Does your
no, it does go up.
It does go up a little bit, okay.
But it's still extreme, so it's rough.
Wow. This fight's a whole new ball game from the first fight. That was just a little corridor. The space, you're in this whole outdoor field setting, right?
Yeah.
She's farther. I wouldn't say she's farther away, but she has a lot more area to run.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can't even see her.
You lose track of her. Yeah.
But this fight is different, not just because it's longer and just bigger in general. Yeah. This fight, you get to fight her with not just the rifle, but you get to fight her with that Nikita.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. You can use that.
You can use the Nikita, which is cool.
Yeah, and if you lose track of her, thermal goggles.
Yeah. I think, real quick, the original fight.
Yeah.
I think you can try to use the Nikita, but she shoots it.
You know what it is?
Am I right about that? Or am I remembering that?
The original, you mean the first Sniper Wolf fight? Or
the very first one, yeah.
I think the Nikita,
it's... I know you can try to use it, but she shoots it out of the...
When you launch the Nikita, it stays just parallel to the ground. Like, it stays at the same altitude.
Yeah.
So I think you couldn't even, like, angle it towards her.
No, I don't mean going up or down.
Yeah.
You could just go left, right. You could keep making lefts or rights.
Yeah.
But what I mean is, even if you shoot that toward her...
Yeah.
I think she shoots it out of the sky.
I know that when you're using it against
out of the air, not the sky.
When you use it against her in the second fight, I know that if you're gonna hit her with it, you have to keep zigging and zagging, because if you go straight towards her, she will shoot out of there.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
You got to be really crafty. You got to kind of get in their back line. And then,
so when you use, I know she's sort of elevated on that terrace, whatever the hell she's on.
Yeah.
That balcony, not terrace.
Yeah.
It's just a balcony.
Yeah, she's got high ground on you.
Right.
She's Obi-Wan.
But it's not that much. Like, if you use the Nikita and just send it downrange during the original fight, what happens? Does she get damaged at all by the explosion?
She does get, I think it hurts her with the hit. You have to, like, send it down, and then you have to zigzag around. You kind of got to go around her line of sight.
No, not the second fight, the first fight.
Oh, first fight. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, because here's the thing, because...
Wait a minute, I think it runs out of juice before it even gets to her.
Probably that. But also, you're at the bottom of this tower, and she's a few floors up.
So if it doesn't run out of juice and she doesn't shoot it, does the explosion do anything to her health at all?
Good.
It's not. She's not that high up. When you walk up there, you just go up a little flight of steps.
Oh, can you loop around, go up a flight of steps?
Not the missile. No, it just goes straight.
Yeah.
You just do lefts, rights all the time.
I think the missile. Aren't there some areas that it'll go up a ramp?
You can go up a ramp fighting her in the snowfield.
Yeah.
It goes up. It'll just kind of go up the hill.
Yeah, it'll go up those embankments.
You don't control that. It'll just go with the whatever.
It won't blow up on a...
Right. You can only do lefts and rights.
On a 45-degree angle.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I remember. So that's the dynamics of the fight.
Yeah. You can use it if you're crafty.
Yeah. Ducking her.
Pop pill, shooter.
I think you
Best
can
of
use like other things like stun grenade. I think you could probably use on her. Just to make you move real quick. You can move to another location behind wherever. You can move wherever you want. You know.
I wonder in Twin Snakes if you can actually first person and then use like rifles against her like a FAMAS. Because you can't use anything.
I guess you could, but maybe she's so far away it's difficult. I don't know. I don't remember.
Because I don't imagine any of those other guns would work at that altitude, especially because you can't see her. So
that's a good point. It'd be difficult. Yeah, I know that. I know Twin Snakes for the GameCube has the first person, but
I do wonder.
I forget that fight.
Never tried it out.
Huh. It's a good question.
Twin Snakes. I forget what was tougher. I remember. Were the bosses tougher in Twin Snakes, or was sneaking around tougher? Fighting Genome soldiers.
Don't remember.
I think the bosses are tougher in PlayStation.
Maybe. I mean, don't forget the Twin Snakes has carried on the ability that they got from Sons of Liberty.
Yeah.
The first person, with the gun, right?
Yep.
Like that and Snake Eater had that. So they allowed you to do that in the remake.
Yeah.
Which was really great. And you have I think in the remake. Can you have tranquilizer darts in the remake, the Twin Snakes, or no?
I forget.
They didn't do that. I forget.
Yeah.
So you can do that with your rifle and your handgun, which is great.
Yeah. Yeah. They basically gave you all the MGS2 like movement. They basically just imported that to the remake.
Right.
That's essentially what happened.
I thought it was a really good remake, by the way.
Yeah.
It was just like the other game, but it was I know the whole. The script for the voice acting, it was the same. It felt a little different because it was all re-recorded because the quality wasn't that great.
Yeah.
But it was the exact game, right? It really, really was, except kind of like the Final Fantasy VII remake. It's really everything that was, but they add stuff to it.
Oh yeah.
Like there's a big choreographed fight scene.
Yeah.
Well, not real big, but like with Ninja.
Yeah.
After he fights after you fight Ocelot.
Yeah.
Snake's doing all these moves and all these kicks, and it's really neat for him to see. It's really neat for the player to see that kind of combat of what he's actually doing, which you don't see in the other one. That's cool.
Yeah, they added cool
every cutscene, every boss fight. There's extra added. That was awesome. That was cool.
Did you see that kick he lands on him? Right, because he
ninja.
He's fighting a ninja.
Yeah.
He lifts his leg up like he's gonna kick him in the face, but instead of going up, he goes down.
Right.
Smashes his foot.
I saw it.
Right to the side of his knee.
He psyched him out. Yeah.
And he fucking cracked his shit for a second.
It worked.
I thought that was a hype.
It worked. Yeah.
I immediately added that to my karate repertoire.
That's part of your arsenal. Now,
I'll bust that thing out in a moment's notice. I thought that was so good. That and my throat tear.
He does
throat ripper.
The throat tear.
Remember the throat ripper?
He does. Is that like an old wrestling move? The throat ripper. What are you talking about?
You know what? I was talking.
What am I thinking of?
No, you know what
I don't
it was?
recognize it.
You know what it was when I first was talking to Vince, when me and Vince first met and we were talking. We were talking about like fighting and martial arts and all that shit. And I remember
there's some movies that like they rip out the part of, When I was I know what you're talking about.
When I was 14 years old, I told Vince that I was physically capable of tearing a man's throat out within one slash.
Oh, and he called you this name. The throat ripper.
Nah, I invented the name for that on the spot.
Okay.
Like just now, like I remember the throat ripper.
Right.
He just told me that story a month or two ago. He's like, dude, you remember when we first met?
How did we get into this? We're talking about the fight.
I'm talking about my repertoire of karate moves.
When they at the end of it, they have a standoff when they're doing these really, really fast moves as like the ceiling is falling with the explosion, and then they sort of have a standoff. He's got the gun in his face, and Ninja's got the sword at him. Yeah. So they're like, what are we doing?
Yeah, they're having
Anyway, I just want to say I thought that game was done really well. I thought it was
so
cool.
good. And they did, now that I mention it, they did enhance the stealth experience. Because in PlayStation 1, it was like kind of a breeze to get through all these soldiers and sneak around or fight through them.
It wasn't that bad, no.
In Twin Snakes, I don't know if the stealth experience was enhanced. I just know that if you got caught, fighting your way out was a lot tougher.
Agreed.
They made the genome soldiers tougher.
Yeah, and just like all Metal Gear games, the time is at least like a half an hour to go back to normal.
Yeah.
The alert status.
Yeah.
That's the.
They don't let you go.
That is the one thing. I know they're doing it for realism, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're really gonna have people looking for you, not just for like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
That's the one single thing in Metal Gear games is like that alert time is legendary.
Yeah.
You're waiting in a locker or a vent, or you're hiding somewhere like for a while. I mean, you can proactively go after them, and fight that, right? If you knock out everybody or kill everybody, well, then it ends. There's no anyway.
Yeah.
So
I feel like that is the point of the caution status or the alert, where it's like not alert, but like when they're actively looking for you, like orange caution.
right. Yeah, the red, orange, yellow, green.
Yeah, because it's kind of because yellow caution is like
ETA screen.
It's like, all right, guys, keep an eye out for him. We're fucking.
Yeah, we know he's here somewhere, but we'll just let our guard down anyway.
We literally saw him a minute ago, and
but HQ said, "Fuck it."
No one's opened the door. He's got to be in here, but don't check the trash cans or lockers and all that shit.
The trash can.
You know, just
you know those big boxes where someone can go inside. Don't check those. They're probably all locked anyway.
Last time we saw him, he was in the locker room, and he hasn't left there. But we're not going to check every fucking locker.
Hey, the AI, man.
As long as enough time passes, let's say you're on the last locker, enough time passes and orange caution goes away. Like, yeah, fuck it. Dude, we checked 8 lockers. We're not going to check the 9th.
Sean, we are getting to, in my opinion, not just this game, but we are getting to one of the most, like, emotional parts of like any video game.
Oh yeah,
one of them. One of them. There's a.
Yeah.
Don't want to spoil, but Final Fantasy VII has, if not the most emotional part. I don't know. It's a toss up.
Final Fantasy VII's up there.
Yeah. I won't say what it is. I mean,
it's
an old game, but
it's a 25-year-old game. We don't want to spoil any surprises. Let's assume you beat Sniper Wolf. Let's assume she doesn't gun you down in cold blood.
Right.
You beat her. What say you? What? Like Jesse Ventura?
Right.
What? Well, tell me this. No, but look.
So you're a conspiracy guy. Jeez.
So you walk up on Sniper Wolf.
After you hear her scream after your last shot.
Oh, yeah. She's like, ah!
Yeah, right.
Dies.
So, yeah.
Sorry, my sound effects need some work.
It wasn't bad.
So you walk up to her. Is Otacon there?
Otacon walks up afterwards.
Yeah.
Well, not before, the very end of her demise,
Yeah.
But Otacon eventually walks up. So they're having this.
Yeah.
They're having this really detailed conversation about how she's always lived life from a distance, from her scope.
Yeah.
From never always an observer, never part of the
I like that.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
She says where she's from, part of the Middle East. She said she's a Kurd.
Yeah.
And she says that basically she says, are you Saladin?
Oh yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think in the Middle East they pronounce it Salahadin.
Okay.
Right? I might be wrong about that.
Yeah.
But I think that's who she's saying. I think Big Boss in the Middle East sometime.
Oh, he was known as
saved
Saladin.
her. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Big Boss saved her at some point, right?
Shit.
And she thought, because he looks just like him, she thought for a second, is that you again, boss? You know.
Oh, so she's having this kind of death illusion.
Right, or she's just questioning it. She's lung shot. She's gonna die anyway. She's dying on the ground.
Now, when lung shot, a bullet has pierced her lung, not just the cavity. Right, just
I actually went through it to where the lungs are filling up with blood.
Yeah,
that alone is just a big cavity where you could internally bleed to death because you have so much blood.
Yeah,
hypofusion, not enough blood in your system.
Yeah, because you can survive a if your lung cavity is pierced, there's a way to patch somebody up to where they can survive it. But if the lung itself
temporarily, you gotta get help.
You should,
quick. Oh yeah.
If the organ's pierced, you're fucked.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
You can make a thing called a flutter patch, right?
Oh yeah.
If someone's shot, let's assume someone has exhaled. And then they've been shot through the lung cavity, and let's say it went through both sides.
Yep.
What you do is you patch up one side completely. On the other side, you patch it up, but let's say you're using like tape.
it allows air to go through.
Yeah, you patch it up on 3 sides. You leave the 4th one there. It's called flutter patch.
Yep.
And as they breathe,
and it really works. It's an actual thing.
Yeah, it's in the marine. It's in the Marine's handbook.
They taught us how to do that. I think it's called a. Yeah. It's basically so gas from the can go. I think I forget. It's called something. It's been a minute. I forget what it's called.
When someone starts to inhale, the lungs grow and it pushes the air out of the lung cavity.
Right.
Now, see, but since it's sealed up on 3 sides, what happens is it's still a flat patch, and then when they exhale, it's systematically.
It's on the tip of my tongue what that's called because they showed us how to do it and how to apply it. Yeah, and more importantly, like when to apply it.
It's called a sucking chest wound.
Yeah.
And
but unfortunately, Snake or Otacon, they can't give her that,
And if if the lung itself has been pierced, it's no good. It just you're just fucked. Yeah. So
that's her condition right now. That's what's going. He says your lung shot.
I don't know how she knows her lung is shot though. That got bugs me a little
she says it. She says I'm lung shot.
I'm lung shot. I guess you feel it. I guess with every breath you're like, oh yeah, this is not.
If she's having labored breathing, she knows
because with a sucking chest wound, your breathing would be labored. But I think if your lung is pierced, whole different ballgame. It's not just tough to breathe. It's fucking killing you to breathe. Like fluid is building up in your chest cavity.
Right. So she's still talking to Snake before Otacon walks up, and when he does walk up, he is the most upset he's ever been. That's pretty bad.
It's brutal.
Yeah, it's almost as bad, if not as bad, as when he loses.
Yeah,
Emma.
He will repeat the performance in Metal Gear Solids 2 and 4.
And 4, yeah.
And let me
death of people. So she's talking about Otacon comes up eventually, and she says to Otacon, "Can you bring me my rifle, please?" She wants it with her on her body, on her chest.
Yeah,
she's just holding it. She doesn't want, she's done using it.
Yeah,
and Otacon gets it, brings it to her.
Yeah. He's blubbering. He's in tears.
Oh yeah. He's done. Let's see if I can try to. I just forget exactly what they said. She was saying, "Are you Saladin?" He looks just like her. Looks just like him. Mm-hmm. And she's like, "I'm nothing more than like a dog of war." She was like looking down on herself. Snake's like, Snake's like, you're no dog. He's like, you're solitary. You're strong. You're more like a wolf.
Yeah.
And he's like wolves are. He's trying to console her.
Yeah.
Wolves are no. He says something. I hope I don't botch it. Something like wolves are noble animals. They're not like dogs.
Yeah.
He's like in the UPEC, the word for wolf is Keglenek, and the Aludes revere them as honorable cousins. That's what he says to them because he used to live in Alaska, or he does live in Alaska.
Yeah.
So he knows about the tribes, the Eskimo. He knows about these people that have lived there for since people came over from since Asians came over from Russia on the glacier from Russia to Alaska. They've been there,
straight,
right?
Yeah.
Right. They didn't go south. They've been doing their thing up there.
Yeah.
So he says that to her, and he's like, "It's true. At some point or another, we're all dogs and we're all for sale. But you're no dog. You're a wolf. You're different from the rest of us mercenaries, right?" That's what he was trying to tell her.
Yeah.
So, he's making the decision to end it for her quickly so she doesn't suffer. And Otacon knows he's going to do this.
Yeah.
I forget if Otacon says anything right there. Otacon turns away. He doesn't want to see it for good reason.
I think he takes the handkerchief. She gave him a handkerchief, and it smells like her.
And I think he gives it back to her.
I think he places it over her face.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yes. Right. Okay.
And Snake pulls out his Mark 23 and shoots her.
Right. He ends it for her right there. Done. They have another conversation. He's super upset.
Right.
They're like, Snake's like, "Look, you don't have to be here. You can leave. Get a head start on life, right?
Yeah.
We don't know what that." He's like, "If I can't do this, if I can't destroy Metal Gear, this whole place is going to be bombed to hell."
Yeah.
Right. He's telling them what's going to go on. There's there's a boat somewhere on the other edge of the island. Yeah. Get out of here. Go live your life. And he's like, he's like, as he's walking away, Otacon's like, Snake, what was she fighting for? What am I fighting for? Then he asks Snake as he's walking away, what are you fighting for? And Snake says, turns around, real dramatic. If we make it out of this, I'll tell you.
Oh,
right. If we make it out of this, I'll tell you. Right? Which is great. Yeah. Snake should write a book about philosophy, man.
Yeah, dude.
Really.
Dude.
So you can see the wolves actually, in the.
Oh yeah, they do start to gather.
Yeah, because she took care of those wolves.
Yeah.
And he used to be a musher. Still is.
Yeah.
In the mushing community, you don't just use dogs and you don't just use wolves. Apparently, you want to use a hybrid. You want to use like a husky wolf dog.
Okay.
For the strength and
something that's not quite
athletic properties of a wolf, but sort of you want them to be okay with people. Yeah. So that combination I think is the best type of mushing dog. Yeah.
You don't want a wolf, you don't want a corgi. You want something in the middle.
You get a good hybrid. So Snake does that. He knows about him, and that was their family. They were like Sniper Wolf's family. They were crying when she died.
They were howling.
Yeah. So eventually Snake uses the new card, wherever he got it from, or it's just a number of the card that he has, and he's able to get into now we're in the facility where Metal Gear is actually being produced. Like materials are actually being melted, fabricated. The assembly process is going on here.
Yeah, on the first floor, I don't know if it's B1, but like it's like a steel foundry. It's like lava.
It's a big smelting.
Yeah.
Right. They're melting. Right.
Oh, you can't forget. You got to change the disc too. Once you come
right.
down
Before
steps.
you even get into the place, you walk down steps.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a big part of the game, because a lot, PS1 games, if it's a big content game,
you never forget the disc change.
Yeah. You got to change the disc.
You go down
to number 2.
You go down the steps and you hear "What a thrill." No.
Right.
No, so you get down, you change the disc too. What's funny is you change the disc too, and then when you do come back upstairs, I never really tried this, but when you come
disc 2, can you?
I think you can come back upstairs.
To the beginning of the game?
You can go to where Sniper Wolf's at, and I think you can do the rest of that. I think the reason for the disc change is cutscenes.
Yeah, all the cutscenes you've previously seen, all the videos, all the codec dialogue, all that information is on one.
Yep.
So all that other stuff they just load up as you go in the new area. I guess that didn't take a lot of space or whatever. No big deal.
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool. You can go back, get stock up on ammo or go in the armory.
A lot of PlayStation 1 games was like that, where the majority or all of the game is on each disc, and then the remainder is just for cutscenes. Just like, all right, we'll squeeze 3 on here, 3 on 2
That's a cool way to do it. So you can switch discs, still go do other things, but all that information doesn't have to be there. Room for what's coming up ahead.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. The game itself is just, it's there. So it's like, boom.
Yeah.
So all right, we're in the foundry.
Right.
We're sneaking around.
Yeah, a lot of... Yeah, it's a big facility. A lot of stuff goes on in here.
Watch it. Are there those ciphers? They're in MGS 2, right? Those little flying guys.
Those drone-looking things?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're in 2. Snake, I remember him shoots down a couple riding.
Look like a donut with a propeller at the top.
That's it. Yeah.
All right, so that's not. You don't see those in 1. You wouldn't have a way to shoot. No, you wouldn't even have a way to shoot.
There's no way to
No.
Yeah. You don't see them in 1. No.
See, I think it's just at this point. I think it's still guards, and then it's. I think the cameras got tougher because you had cameras with guns mounted on them. So it gets to that point.
You don't see that. You don't see those drones in 1. But it's funny. In 3, back in 1964, you see people in these little chair platforms flying around. Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember that tech they had? I don't know what happened to that.
I love Metal Gear Solid.
It's impractical.
Yeah, because it is goofy. And then you see the small walkers. And you're like, dude, the later the games go, the earlier they take place in history.
Right.
Yet the more high tech they become.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, MGS1, it's like cool.
They can account for that pretty good, but
it's a
new game. There's got to be cool tech, no matter what.
Yeah.
Whatever. What are you gonna
Even if you go in the past, you have to add. It has to be somehow
some kind of cool.
Somehow
tech.
more futuristic. You get into a steampunk kind of area, a little. It's just
right.
Yeah.
Where are we at here?
We're in the
you were talking about what the first thing you do in the...
We're in the foundry. We're creeping around.
Yeah. There's a point where you get up against a wall, and if you fall, you're in a batch of liquid metal.
Oh yeah,
not rock.
Oh yeah, and
metal. It's hotter.
Oh yeah, you do have that scene right where you're leaning against the wall, and you're creeping. Like it's just you're on your heels.
There's some sort of crane that moves back and forth.
Yeah.
You have to go and it's not going, or you have to wait.
Yeah, wait for it.
Because eventually it'll move past you and stop. If you move at all, no matter what button you touch, you're falling in the drink.
Yeah.
Okay. You have to wait for it to move past you.
Yeah.
You have to keep up against the wall the whole time. I remember screwing that up the first couple times. It just whatever.
There's a little steam room where you can get items. I don't know if it's that.
Yeah, I remember that. Where you crawl underneath a couple of pipes.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. Yeah, I remember that room. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, I remember where it's at.
Good place. If you're still getting caught at this point in the game, it's a good place to hide.
Yeah.
You just hide out there. I think a series of Kodak conversations begin at this point.
When you're taking a cargo elevator down. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Big, what was it, Naomi?
Yeah. So you're chatting with like Naomi / Campbell / Kazuhira Miller.
And Mei Ling might be in there.
Yeah. And then I think Kaz calls you, right? Because you're going down this thing, you're waiting, right? It's all fun. Kaz hits you up, he's like, I've been looking into this Naomi Hunter, you know? And he starts gossiping about her.
Yeah, just trying to throw more gears or wrenches into gears, just trying to screw up her. Yeah.
He starts with that, and he's like, "You know what? This bitch, something about her story doesn't check out." Remember?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, because she starts a conversation where she talks about her grandfather, talks about her lineage.
It's funny, like we know now what he's trying to do, but I think everything he's saying is true.
That's the thing.
That's what's funny about this. It's all accurate about.
Yeah.
Naomi Hunter, right?
Yeah, she does start talking about her family at some point with Snake.
And it was a couple times that she talked about family. She said it's not a happy topic for me. So.
Oh yeah. She does mention like, hey, I do know about my grandfather. I did trace my lineage back to my grandfather was half Japanese, and he worked in the FBI under J. Edgar. Who is that his name?
J. Edgar Hoover.
J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I swear to God, I started saying it like that's not right. Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so I think she says that at some point, right? Kazuhira calls you up and says, yeah, I don't know about her story, man, because J. Edgar Hoover was a known racist. So why is he working with a half Japanese dude? And he's like, I'll check back. I'm going to do a little digging. So it just kind of gets
weird conversation. From
Miller. Again, it feels like the 4 stealth modules in the elevator. You know, it's like it's building to something. You know, I'm just like, ooh, what's happening? You know what I mean? Like it's a less threatening and it's a more broad.
It's a little less threatening, but it's still sort of ominous the way he's talking about her. You're like, something's up. He's finding out something about her that I can't really trust. What did she do? Yeah, you know, it's sort of ominous. It's kind of scary. It's on that level.
So we get into the frozen section of this building.
Yeah, you're on this big cargo elevator. It's taking you all the way down. Right.
Which, by the way, it's so convenient that there's a foundry on the first floor, right? And then it's just so goddamn cold on this next thing.
You're just you're deep in the ground.
I guess you're on the ground. Yeah, but then look, when you get to the hangar, the Metal Gear Rex hangar, temperature's normal.
Yeah, you don't see the breath anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't get...
You see that in people, then I don't know.
There's got to be a reason it's so goddamn cold there. I mean, for plot reasons, it's, you know, there's an obvious reason why it's cold there. But, yeah. So you get down there.
Right.
Vulcan Raven. Mm-hmm. Part 2.
Part 2, yeah. It's interesting. There's different parts for you fight Liquid a couple times, you fight Vulcan Raven a couple times. Yeah. You fight Wolf a couple times. That's neat.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat. So, yeah, so what is he... I remember how the fight goes. How does he engage him at first?
I think he bumps into him. He sees him in the hallway with a huge minigun.
Yeah.
Snake hides and he starts talking. No, they start talk. They're face to face talking to each other.
They're just kind of talking not too far from each other. Now, I wanted to point out.
Yeah.
This son of a bitch. He does have, like a minigun, but it's not a 5.56 or 308. This son of a bitch.
Yeah.
This dude is wearing a 20 millimeter, anti-aircraft, Gatling. Well, I think it's called a Vulcan.
Yeah.
I think it's actually called the Vulcan cannon.
Yeah, Vulcan. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called the Vulcan cannon. It's a 20 millimeter projectile. It is.
Yeah.
It is. It's really
Big.
This isn't for people to carry. This is like
he has something that's like 3 times the size of an oil drum on his back, and that's carrying ammo.
He's carrying around like I don't know how many rounds of ammo that these are really big rounds. So the pack he's wearing, I forget how many they carry, but I mean it's not a whole lot.
Boy's been doing push-ups.
He probably does a couple push-ups every morning. That's probably how
he does squats and burpees.
Squats, couple crunches, jumping jacks.
He must squat with like.
I mean, that's really weird for any human. I mean, it's a Metal Gear game, but that is nuts.
What's a dense material like?
A real dense material, like uranium.
He must squat with a
box. Lead is really really dense.
He must squat with a box of uranium on his back, just to be able to carry all that shit.
Maybe.
I like when you first start talking to him. He says, "Snake, do you know about the ear pull?"
Oh, the Alaskan ear pull.
Remember that?
Right, yeah.
Like, in Alaska, I think he's like
he's like the reigning champion of this game.
Yeah, he's like they're trying to make it an Olympic sport now.
He's like, oh yeah, I heard about this.
Yeah, Snake's
they're
like
trying to make it an official, because he lives in Alaska, he knows what's going on. Right?
Yeah, he's up on Alaskan politics, right?
He's like, have you heard about the Alaskan ear pull?
Yeah,
right.
He tells him about it. 2 people hold each other's ears until one gives up.
Right.
And Snake's like, you want to pull each other's ears?
What the hell?
Yeah.
You want to pull on each other's ears? And Raven's like, you just don't get it, dude.
Yeah.
That kind of mentality,
Yeah, it's funny because what he's saying is like the nature of what you and I are doing is similar to the ear pull. I get what he's saying. He's saying,
I get it. Yeah.
There are 2 men locked in combat until one gives up.
Yeah, both of them are really good at the theater of war in general. Yeah, wow. So
dialogue threw me right off.
It's great. It's really, really great.
It's entertaining, and it's informative and educational.
Oh, the whole game.
The whole game, but no one would know about the ear pull were it not be for Metal Gear Solid.
Not really. A lot of people that game sort of made that because how many people researched it after that game.
Oh yeah.
I want to check this out. Now you can go on YouTube and watch videos of it. It's really neat.
Oh, is it? Is a thing?
Oh yeah, it's basically a little string or a rope wrapped around this part of it here.
Okay.
And someone's like, this close to you, or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're both pulling until somebody gets in enough pain where they give up. I guess that's it, right?
Yeah.
Someone who does that professionally or does it really serious is like, this guy has no idea what's involved in it. I mean, it seems to be that's what it is until you just give up.
Yeah.
That seems to be what it is.
I would imagine people have gotten their ear torn off this way, right?
I thought about that, but I mean, I think that would be...
It's got to be tough.
I think about that, and as I watch it, I kind of cringe. I'm thinking, what if that cartilage just rips from the top part?
Just the force, just tearing flesh.
Right. I'm thinking that would be really, really difficult for that to happen.
It's got to be tough.
Because, if you could, I mean... Once you feel enough pain, I'm just I'm out.
Before you mentioned that you saw footage of it, in my head I was like, what if Kojima just made that up?
oh, it's a real thing in Alaska. It's great.
Yeah,
it's the coolest thing.
It would be it would be funny if he just said, I think Alaskans pull each other's ears to death.
You know what? I just see Alaskans doing that. That's just what they do.
That is, that's a whole other. That's
an Alaskan ear pull.
Alaska's a whole different universe as far as we're concerned. It doesn't make any sense to be out there and it's cold.
Man, you know what? It's funny. People who say, I want to live in some sort of, not isolation totally, but some sort of secluded life and get maybe some sort of cabin. And, people who say that and, I like the cold. I don't mind Alaska. Let me tell you something. When they get up there, it's really cold. They're not used to it.
Yeah.
It's like, it's different it's different than it is in where we are in wintertime. Some winters are super cold, but they don't know cold until they actually live up there 24 hours a day. dealing with machinery and
Oh, yeah.
stuff you got to do outside, and it's just different.
Yeah.
They don't get it. It's really, 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 really cold.
I mean, if you're gonna isolate somewhere nice.
Yeah, you can't isolate on like in a rainforest somewhere, or somewhere on a canal, or like a island somewhere, whatever.
If I was
tropical, whatever.
I'll tell you where I would isolate. There's a place called the Pitcairn Islands, and it's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, literally in the middle, out in the middle of nowhere. There's a pizza shop there. I've seen it on Google Maps.
Who lives there?
Probably a couple people.
There's a pizza shop. Gotta be a little.
It's a pizza shop / automobile repair center.
Yeah, you find that in small towns.
Yeah.
Like one guy or girl is like, oh, I'm the sheriff, I'm the judge. You
Yeah.
know, whatever. The butcher is like the
butcher.
this,
He's
that.
the baker. He's
So
the baker
a lot of
and the
shops
candlestick
double
maker.
or triple what they do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, it's like my house.
Yeah.
It's like I fix computers. I podcast. I sell,
Multiple
I sell stuff on eBay.
facet, right?
Yeah.
Multiple, right.
It's just same deal. It's just it's a guy's house that he made into a store, and he'll give you everything he's good at. He'll do.
right.
But yeah, so let me think.
Where are we at?
We're at Vulcan Ravens about to gun us down. Very similar fight to the where are we at? Yeah, we are at, what does that say in the lower right? 4 hours.
That's exactly the same time as the first one.
Oh yeah,
Precisely.
Damn. And your brain went off and said, "Where are we?" Right? And you just kind of had an instinct of like, I've been here before.
I swear to God, it's just
4
seemed
hours.
Like that
Yeah.
time. I think it's like 3:54, 3:56.
Yeah. Yeah. You're like, I'm 4 hours deep in a conversation about Metal Gear. I've been here before. Many times.
Right. What the hell?
Yeah.
Let's put more water.
Oh.
So
Vulcan Raven, I feel like the Vulcan Raven fight is similar to the Hind D fight. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of boxes, 90-degree angles, hiding, getting gunned down. Well, yeah, literally, there's a 20-millimeter machine gun, right? It might be.
that's what it is. It's a Vulcan cannon used on like planes.
Yeah.
To shoot other planes, or to shoot targets on the ground, like
These are guns that are
and stuff.
These are guns that you bolt into the ground to then fire at aircraft or
That's what it's for.
Or tanks.
Yep.
And he's just casually just has it, like
I guess that's a good weapon if you can carry it around. Why not?
Yeah, it's like his laptop. It's just in a backpack. Boom, cool. I got a little.
I wonder if he just like ships it with him each like mission he does, like just in case. Really, because the first time he didn't have it, he had a tank.
Yeah.
What a cheater.
Yeah. He's like the opposite of Revolver Ocelot. Ocelot carries around a gun and 18 bullets with him. Vulcan Raven shows up with the biggest gun on the planet.
It's really ridiculous.
Every round of ammo he can find.
Right. Wow.
No reloading either. No, he doesn't love to reload during a battle.
No, he doesn't, because he carries a whole pack of hundreds and hundreds of rounds.
He reloads once at the beginning of the day. He wakes up, locks in. He's got bullets till fucking noon.
Right.
He's fine.
Till Tuesday even.
Yeah, he's good.
So what are the dynamics of this boss fight? There's like a grid sort of pattern where there's a lot of containers all over the place.
Yep.
You're in a big room.
Yep.
It's all frozen like hell, and there's just basically containers that you hide behind.
Yep.
You can shoot them real quick, duck. I think you can use the Nikita, but this is where I'm thinking. This is maybe where I got it mixed up.
Oh yeah, I think you're
He
right.
will shoot it.
Yeah.
This is where I got it mixed up with Sniper Wolf. But if he's just coming around a corner, you can use it.
Yeah.
You sort of can shoot him, but not really.
Yeah.
I don't know. I had trouble. I remember not really working out. What I did was I set up. I'll throw a grenade if I know he's around the corner.
Yeah.
Run. The grenade will get him. Set up C4 when you know he's wherever you are. When you know he's going to turn there.
Yeah.
Remote detonate it.
Nice.
That's another way. Or set up claymores.
Yeah.
Just randomly in directions that outface where you are.
Yeah.
He's going to get hit by. Just make sure you remember where they are.
If you're running from him and turn the corner, set one behind you, keep running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those tactics, they work pretty well. And he shoots you pretty quick.
Yeah.
like, it's this big grid sort of pad. If he's all the way down the hallway and he turns it and he's just going to shoot you immediately.
Yeah.
It's pretty quick. So
there's like no wind
you
up.
can't hang
to
around.
the gun.
You got to keep moving on that fight.
I think what I did with him, I forget. I think I used Stinger missiles. I think I waited for him to turn the corner.
You can, but you have to be quick with it because he shoots it immediately. So if it explodes near him, you got him.
Yeah.
Toward the end of the fight, as you can see he's like sort of huffing and puffing, and he's like almost not running, but he's walking way faster.
Oh
than
yeah,
he
he
was.
does start that.
As his life goes down, he gets more aggressive.
Yeah.
Basically.
Which is funny.
Yeah, it's great.
I love that dudes get tougher the more damage they have.
Yeah, well, when you know the end's coming, you kind of go full blast.
Yeah, you forget, right?
Whatever.
You would think, I've been shot with 4 Stinger missiles. Let me take it easy. You know what I mean? Let me take it easy on this.
You know what? I'm just gonna take it easy.
Take it easy on this snake
On this
here.
snake.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take my time.
Remember, snakes don't belong in Alaska.
He's so, and you kill him, and he's so like.
Yeah, well, he's like, he's talking to Snake. All the bosses talk to him. Right? They have these moments with Snake. It's great.
Yeah, they have like Assassin's Creed moments of like, thank you, I wanted this.
Yeah, he's talking. Yeah, I forget what he says. I think it's pretty important. Like what they want Snake to know before they die. Right, that's important in general.
I feel like he passes on his warrior spirit to him.
Well, his warrior spirit. He gets Snake as Vulcan Raven is talking to him. Mm-hmm. He's not dead yet.
Yeah,
but he is dying from probably internal bleeding or whatever. But he's also dying from all the ravens. Just like Sniper Wolf had the wolves, they didn't eat her, but all the ravens sort of pick him to death.
Yeah,
right. But it's like it's like real cinematic, right? As Snake is walking away. You see Snake. You see the way the camera angle is.
Oh yeah.
You see him in the background as Snake's walking away, but he's listening. Raven is still talking to him. He's trying to give him some sort of advice or something. He's like, so, and when the Ravens take his soul, sort of whatever, and his body away from the battlefield, he's with the Ravens now, whatever.
Yeah.
He's like a shaman too, whatever. So.
Oh yeah.
Giant and shaman.
They leave the gun and they take the Raven.
Right.
Like Godfather.
Yeah, so he says something like, Snake, I'll be watching you.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, wow, ominous again. Like, wow, okay, shit.
Doesn't he also
better not screw up. Better make Raven proud.
Doesn't he also give him advice that things are not as they seem?
If he does, I forget. Like, I forget exactly what he talks about.
I think he's alluding to Decoy Octopus.
Oh, with
I think he's saying like, yeah. I think he like winks at him like, yeah, some shit's funky around this part of the town.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of. Yeah, nothing is as it seems in that game.
Yeah.
Nothing and nobody.
But that is the main thrust of his conversation. It's like, we're two warriors. We met in battle. He's passing on his Tabashi.
Right.
They've crossed paths on the path of Bushido, and he's like, he's his friend. Which is very
right. He kind of, I guess, he becomes his friend. He's like, I'll be watching over you, not in a weird way, like I don't know, like you're the only human being who ever bested me, like probably ever.
Yeah. Snake makes a lot of friends along the way. You know,
he does. You know.
Yeah, Vulcan's this guy.
Definitely Otacon, Merrill.
Yeah,
he's been really good friends with Roy Campbell for since I think Zanzibar.
Yeah,
when Roy first met him.
Oh yeah,
for the Foxhound.
Yeah, that's Metal Gear 2, right?
Yeah, the real one.
Yeah.
Because
the first one's kind of
first one's Outer Heaven, right? And then there's Zanzibar Land, where like Big Boss is like the president of like the king, the ruler, or whatever. Yeah,
the first one's light on storyline.
Well, it's just the first one, right?
Yeah, it's like Snake, it's like Big Boss. They don't even. By the way, they don't even bother to like Big Boss. You know, they just.
He's just the big boss of the facility. That's it.
You know, some of the other dudes' names were like Fire Trooper.
The boss's names are the weirdest names in boss fight names ever.
Yeah,
really, like I don't want to say the word corny. Like they're just it's like the game for Nintendo and Super Nintendo. I think they're the two systems it was for.
Yeah.
The boss's names are like Hideo went to his local Japanese kindergarten. Listen, we need cool names for these video game characters. I swear to God, he had the kids pick it.
Yeah.
Weird names,
Like,
all of them.
They almost sound like Mega Man bosses, you know? Fireman. Machine Gun.
Yeah, like, what?
There's the Machine Gun Kid.
Machine Gun Kid or something like that is one of the whatever.
Those are the only two I know so far. But yeah, that's how they did the first one. Then it was the end boss, so they're like, oh, we'll call him Big Boss. And I think they morphed that over the years into this is his title. Right. This is Big Boss, you know?
Yeah.
Because I think originally it was just, like you said, just a corny name for a dude.
Originally, but then we know that he got it from the government.
And then they retconned it, in 3.
Yeah, you are now known as Big Boss.
Yeah.
Because he surpassed the boss.
Yeah.
Right.
They took this name that they, had Hideo known he was going to do 7, 8 games, he would have named him something maybe cooler. But he was like, but they're like, all right, let's elevate it.
He could have changed that, but maybe he really liked the name. I don't know. Maybe it was just a quick.
I think if you're Japanese and you hear the name Big Boss,
Big Boss,
it's got a ring to it.
Right.
It's like
with that tone and how the pronunciation. Yeah, right.
Yeah, you know how they do. Yeah.
Sure.
If they enjoy the sound. Yeah, I think to them it's very like, okay, Big Boss. We think it's funny. It sounds goofy.
I think it's great.
But to them, they love it. Yeah.
They probably love it,
Yeah. But yeah, look, he makes friends of his enemies. It's like a very...
Yeah, he does.
It's a Dragon Ball Z thing where it's like, he makes friends with Vulcan. He makes friends with Psycho Mantis, gives him tips.
I think that's like one of the greatest,
yeah.
That's like one of the greatest things a human can accomplish.
It's all
to be able to make like that. That's what a real ruler does. That's what a real king does, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't kill your enemies, but even better.
Yeah.
How do I find a way to make friends with them?
Yeah.
Right. I think that's really exceptional, right?
You win the election and you govern the whole country. JFK won. He didn't.
I love it. I love the. It's a real.
JFK was a Democrat. Everyone loved him.
Yeah.
It's just. But yeah, it was him as Psycho Mantis. The Sniper Wolf kind of spilled her heart out to him. You know what I mean? It's a very Japanese thing. It's a very anime thing to do. But it's very cool. So Vulcan Reeve is dead.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
You don't see him anymore. I don't even think you hear from him.
Nah.
Or maybe you do.
Oh, you do.
I think you do.
In Metal Gear Solid 2,
you
bump into a figurine.
Yeah. I remember that.
It laughs. You shoot it. It goes. It spits out.
It spits out.
Well,
it's his little. It's a little figurine of him.
Yeah, it spits out BBs at a low velocity.
Right. It's like a little cheap airsoft thing, whatever it is.
What do you say, player?
I think we're at about that time.
About 4 hours.
Yeah.
It's a nice crisp time, right?
It's a good time.
If we keep going, someone's going to commit suicide listening to this. Someone just, all right, done. It's done, guys.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
We've
already breached that a few times. We can't keep going. Okay. So.
Nice.
I
think we covered a lot of really good ground.
Good ground.
We covered more ground on the game itself. Than...
Yeah, episode 1 was like...
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of stuff about the game that we were talking about, then we went off on different things.
That's true. And we went off on tangents here, but we found... I like the pace.
The pace was more controlled. And I didn't even think about that going in. It's just naturally
we've mastered the pace, which is good.
Right.
All right, so that's episode 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Episode 2. Nice.
We're going to crank out 3 ASAP. And... we'll tell you what, So let's see. We're at Vulcan Raven. What happens next? Yeah.
Real quick. What will we be talking about next episode 3?
First off, we're gonna see Metal Gear Rex.
Oh yeah.
And the PAL. We're gonna see the PAL card. We're gonna get shot at by turrets.
Right. You know what that is next. Right.
And then.
We'll talk about that more in detail. But you actually finally it's a big reveal.
Yeah,
because you see every time you talk to somebody,
there's like 3 big reveals in a row.
Right, like every time you talk to someone in that game, when Metal Gear gets brought up, you see like weird fuzzy flashes of it in that room he's at. Right, that's where you're going. So it's kind of cool. You finally see what. First of all, it's the name of the game, right? Yeah. You finally see what you're up against. Kind of thing, right? It's cool. It's a cool. It's one of the better reveals out there.
Oh yeah, when you're talking to the Darby Chief and you just see like a red tint, like a sepia tint.
It's just sort of like side angles and it's foggy
Yeah,
and
it's
Anderson.
Yeah, it's heat haze.
When you're talking to Otacon in his office, you see glimpses of it.
Yeah.
You know.
Nice see the big boy.
Yeah, and that was a interesting trick that they do in Jaws. Like usually monster movies, stuff like that. It was you know, they just showed it right away, but it was so much scarier, so much more ominous to not see the shark right away.
Yeah.
To have the big reveal later on. I think it was a master move.
Yeah, and then you also see Liquid yells at you with his shirt off.
Yeah, oh, that's the way to do it.
You never, every time you see Liquid from this point on, he's always shirtless.
Yeah, from this point, yeah, until the very end, which you know, the whole thing shirtless. Well, no, he's wearing that trench coat. We'll talk about it next episode, but he is wearing a trench coat because he's talking. He has that big conversation with Ocelot. That Snake is like, you know, peering through the door.
Oh yeah, true. He's not sure. Okay, good. Yeah,
not yet.
Yeah.
So
when he gets in the back.
So episode 3, folks, that we'll get in more detail with that. So it's been fun, dude.
It's been real.
Thanks for listening, everybody.
Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Yeah,
we're gonna
one last Snake voice.
We're gonna catch it. Yeah, let's dump all the fucking shit we want to. Yeah. Let's get it out of our system before we go.
I was gonna say let's do like one snake, real good snake phrase.
Sure.
No good. Can't do it.
Can't. It's no good. I can't do it.
Otacon. Campbell. We're going to find Metal Gear.
Remember M9.
Oh yeah, M9.
Remember everything's a question, but then he's just like he's literally,
yeah, it was weird. He questioned the gun. He's like M9.
He sounds like he has one brain cell left in his head. He's like, because it's not M9 or M9. It's M9.
M9. This tool again. All right, I got my Solid Snake out. Feel pretty good.
Yeah, me too.
All right, brother.
Catch you next time, bro.
Later.